Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
If we hand over Superman, will this General Zod leave the Earth? Amanda Waller put down the phone and asked Sheng in a deep voice. Sheng shook his head, impossible. In addition to looking for Superman, Zod also wants to transform the Earth into a second Krypton. So that Krypton will be reborn here, then what will we do? Carol Ferris asked subconsciously. Rebirth often starts from destruction. Sheng said softly. The face under Carol Ferris suddenly became hard to look. Amanda Waller frowned and asked again. In other words, war is inevitable. Can you defeat them? Yes, Sheng smiled lightly. That's good. Amanda Waller believed that Sheng would not aimlessly. And she also believed that Sheng would not allow the Earth to be destroyed by the Kryptonians. I want to rush back to discuss countermeasures. Carol Ferris will leave you behind. We will contact you if we have the situation. Good. Carol Ferris nodded in response. Amanda Waller simply turned around and left. And Carol Ferris felt a little unsure of what to do for a while. Sheng turned around and went back to the bed to find the clothes to put on. Although Louise Lois was a little embarrassed, it was not the time to be hypocritical. So she got dressed soon. Kryptonite. Kryptonite can defeat the Kryptonites. Can't you give the Kryptonite to the military to let them study weapons against the Kryptonites? Louise Lois looked at Sheng and picked up the green Kryptonite and asked. Kryptonite. When Carol Ferris heard this, he subconsciously looked at the stone in Sheng's hand. Can this thing deal with the Kryptonite? This is a very important clue, Mr. Sheng, can this stone really deal with aliens? Can you? Cannot. Sheng simply refused. Since ancient times, talents have been out of the people. Even if you give Kryptonite to you, you will not have the ability to research weapons against the Kryptonites within 24 hours. What's more, a few Kryptonites are not enough to use Kryptonite. Although I have this thing a lot. Sheng smiled and said, help me contact Lex Luthor. In half an hour I will take Kryptonite to his company. Lex Luthor. Carol Ferris was stunned. But Sheng had already disappeared. This made her open her mouth wide and speechless for a while. And Louise Lois looked at her in the same way. She was shocked by this weird ability before. Central City Villa. When Sheng came back, he found that the villa was very lively. There was a large container truck parked in the courtyard. Laura Theoside from the ballistics. The Black Sea Monster and Betty came back with a strange woman. Boss, the task you explained is completed. And we have brought back everything in the Tianyi and Hui warehouse. The Black Sea Monster said to Sheng with a chuckle. And pointed to the strange woman. This is a friend I just met recently. And she helped a lot this time, Lisa Steiner. The woman introduced herself, Captain Cold's sister. Sheng didn't expect that the friend the Black Sea Monster said was the younger sister of the Cold pair. She really gathers by kind. And people are divided into groups. The villain and the villain can easily get mixed together. You all know about aliens? Sheng asked. Everyone nodded. Ballistic. When can the upgrade of the disciple be completed? Sheng turned his head towards the trajectory and asked. 3 hours. Ballistic thought for a while and replied. Listen to my orders at any time after the upgrade. And wait for the aliens to invade the Earth. Sheng paused and Thea answered curiously. Shall we deal with aliens? Deal with aliens. It sounds like a hero did, except for Laura and Thea. Ballistic's Black Sea Monster Betty. And even Lisa Steiner are not heroes, no. Sheng shook his head with a chuckle. You are responsible for collecting the corpses. Collecting the corpses of the Kryptonians. What's the use? Lisa Steiner asked curiously. It's useful, Sheng said with a smirk. The corpse of the Kryptonian can be transformed into a day of destruction. and throwing any of these things out may destroy the Earth. After explaining properly, Sheng asked them to put the Tianyue collection into their own collection room. Although they didn't know what they were all for, the empty collection room was now full after half an hour. Sheng came to the top office of Lex Group. This is Lex Luthor's office. The style is very individual. It does not have the calmness and atmosphere that the office of top group presidents should have. Lex Luthor was wearing light-colored slacks, a blue base shirt and a dark knit sweater. He leaned against the desk with his hands spread out, and his short and medium blonde hair looked very uncomfortable. Next to him stood a woman in black professional attire and black-rimmed glasses. This was Lex Luthor's secretary and bodyguard, Macy Graves. Opposite them sat Carol Ferris and Louis Lois. Half an hour is almost here. It seems that someone is not keeping the time agreement. Lex Luthor said with a chuckle, I still have a lot to do. You know I don't know how to take over a 200 companiso. Why do you have hairs? Sheng's voice sounded abruptly from behind. Lex Luthor and Macy Graves turned around in an instant and saw Sheng sitting on his office chair without knowing when. Lex Luthor paused and said, This is not your position. You can get me up. Sheng tilted his head and chuckled. Macy Graves snorted coldly and jumped over the desk with her hands, and the stiletto heel kicked directly towards Sheng. A finger. Sheng just stretched out a finger to block the powerful leg whip of Macy Graves, followed by a slight flick boom. Macy Graves flew out in an instant and fell heavily to the ground. Lex Luthor didn't even look at what happened to the secretary, but smiled and said to Sheng, You can let the military come forward and force me to meet you. Just after the alien message appeared. So I guess you need to help me make something that can defeat the aliens and defeat the Kryptonians. So I can receive anything. A new hairstyle for a bald head. Have you heard of a setting? A bald head is a strong one. Lex Luthor touched his hair and chuckled. Although this setting sounds interesting as far as I know, you and Superman are called Superman, right? This name is really low. You are not bald, so this setting is probably not accurate. Believe me, only you with a bald head are the real Lex Luthor. As Superman's old enemy, Lex Luthor's bald image is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Maybe it's because of long hair and short knowledge. So after bald IQ went up as an ordinary person, Lex Luthor's achievements in the comics are not much lower than Batman. Especially the exoskeleton armor he developed with kryptonite made Superman suffer a lot. The movie Batman vs. Superman was also planned by him, and he used Zod's corpse and Krypton technology to create the Day of Destruction, laid to the death of Superman. But what Sheng admires most is that he and Superman have a son, Super Kid Connor Kent. He was created by Lex Luthor using cloning technology. Half of his genes came from Superman and half came from Lex Luthor. This is the truth, the enemy who fell in love and killed each other. Much better than the Batman and Joker pair. At least they have no sons. The green kryptonite was placed on the table by Sheng, and he said with a chuckle, This thing is called kryptonite. It is the biggest weakness of the kryptonite. Once the kryptonite gets close to the kryptonite, he will lose his body of Stalek. Ability, it has become as fragile as ordinary people. At present, most of the kryptonite on the Earth is in my hands. As long as you shave your head, I will allow you to use this piece of kryptonite to make a cold weapon, so that you have the opportunity to learn more about it. Analyze kryptonites. It sounds like I am helping you for free. Lex Luthor said slowly. I think many people are willing to fight for this opportunity. Sheng chuckled lightly, deal. Lex Luthor stared at the kryptonite with a look of excitement. He rubbed his hands and walked over, picked up the kryptonite and suddenly approached Sheng. Why didn't you influence last night? Although the Tianyan meeting was under martial law, I know that you and Superman defeated him. You have used the same ability as him. Can I understand that General Zod may be stronger than Superman? Maybe ignore the influence of kryptonite. Lex Luthor looked at Sheng and suddenly smiled. Or you are not a Kryptonian, but you copied his ability. You told Louise Lois about Superman to report it. So that Superman appeared and copied his ability. You have more research value than this stone. Lex Luthor stared at Sheng with scorching eyes, and suddenly smiled after a long while. It's a pity that you won't let me study. And I have nothing to do with Yao, so I have to give up first. Turning around, Lex Luthor looked at Carol Ferris. I want to see Superman, it's impossible. Superman's existence is very special. So naturally he can't let others touch him casually. Lex Luthor shook the kryptonite. I don't need to remind you that the best way to study it is to find a Kryptonian to experiment. And Superman is currently the best and only experimental product. Right? Carol Ferris hesitation for a moment. Got up and left the office, went to call her superiors. Take advantage of this opportunity to study carefully. If I have a chance, I will let you do something interesting. Sheng got up and walked to Lex Luthor and patted him on the shoulder. Then turned his head and said to the ill-looking Macy Graves, "Come and help her get a haircut." Macy Graves looked at Lex Luthor and he nodded slightly. Do-do-do, the sound of high heels sounded. And Macy Graves turned and went out. It didn't take long for her to shave Lex Luthor's head with the hairdressing equipment. Watching the bunches of golden hair fall, Lex Luthor's expression was ugly. Although he accepted this condition, anyone in this situation would be upset. Crack. When Lex Luthor showed a bald head that looked like an egg, Sheng directly took a picture with his mobile phone. Not everyone is definitely talking about it. Many known and unknown superheroes are also preparing in their respective cities. After all, no one knows where the Kryptonians will appear. Poor Superman didn't know that Lex Luthor was holding kryptonite with curiosity and discomfort to conduct a friendly study on him. And the outside world didn't know how the country could deal with the appearance of aliens. The name Karl L. has become the most frequently seen name on the internet. On TV and in 2s and 3s conversations. Definitely, this rich refers to the number on the surface. Sheng is probably the richest woman who knows her now. Where is Karl L? What is his purpose in hiding on the Earth? Whether he should be handed over to aliens after he is found. And what to do if there is a war. The hotel where I stayed last night has been temporarily expropriated. Everyone was emptied. And soldiers from the military moved in. Good. There is Ferris Airport in the central city. The Flash just got ability for testing, and when he was rescued by Cisco Ramon in the middle and late stages of the TV series. It happened at Ferris Airport. Eat radish salty and worry about it. The three Sheng returned to the hotel after leaving the Lex group. I have a girlfriend but not hers. Sheng glanced at Louise Lois and said with a chuckle. Sheng chatted with Louise Lois and Carol Ferris. Especially Carol Ferris. Although her position is that the Major is currently the secretary of the General. She is actually a very good flight. Her father, Carl Ferris, is the owner of Ferris Airlines. The market value of Ferris Airlines is not low at all. It not only independently develops new aircrafts and sells them to the military and other fields, but also builds them many airports. Sheng has only one feeling about these news. No matter how much you think. What good is there to discuss more? Is Lois your girlfriend, after chatting for a while? They knew each other. And Carol Ferris was not as restrained as before. Everyone is discussing what to do. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Carol Ferris opened the door and saw Lex Luthor's new hairstyle. She was also slightly shocked after a whileish sit. The above has agreed to your request. Someone will come to you and take you to see Superman. What? Carol Ferris looked at Louise Lois with an ugly face unexpectedly. She thought that Sheng would be willing to tell Louise about such important news about the Kryptonians. They must be boyfriend and girlfriend if they are still sleeping together. So this is a deal. Sheng told her the news and she. Carol Ferris had also heard of Lois's name before. But she didn't expect her to look at me with that look. He forced me with despicable means. Carol Ferris's eyes made Louise Lois instantly understand what she was thinking. Really? Sheng looked at Lois seriously. I thought you were fascinated by me, how could I? Before she could finish her words, Lois grabbed Susheng's neck and proactively kissed her. Carol Ferris was blushing with the active look. Parting after a long whiles. Louise Lois said angrily, "It's not like that. It's not what I want to do, can't help it, I understand." Susheng said with a smile while patted Lois on the shoulder. Louise Lois glared at Susheng. Susheng smiled without saying a word. But the voice appeared in her mind, "Explain. To explain is to cover up, and to cover up is to admit. After all, it is indeed your initiative. And I think you are a smart person. You should be clear that you can't resist, instead of this. Shouldn't you use this condition to get more benefits? For example, you can follow me to learn the first-hand detailed information of the Kryptonians. For example, 420, you can use my identity to learn about or report any news." Lois was silent, not because she wanted to accept such a deal or saying, but because she had no choice. The sudden silence of Susheng and Louis Lois made Carol Ferris a little uncomfortable. He wanted to talk a few times and wanted to find a topic, but couldn't think of it for a while. And finally stood up and said, "I'm in the next room, you can call me if you need it." "Okay, trouble you," Susheng smiled at Carol Ferris. When everyone was on matters related to the Kryptonians. Time just passed by quietly as night fell gradually. The streets were much noisier than before. Many Doomsday people wantonly indulge and enjoy what they believe to be the last night. And the crime rate in many places has increased significantly. Gotham's Starling Central City, and other voluntary police officers that may appear in other cities. Superhero are all busy, Superman. One of the parties involved was miserable in the secret base. Kryptonite was very effective. Lex Luthor did not mercilessly study Superman thoroughly. For the first time, the fear of death enveloped Superman's heart. "I have a deeper understanding of the adoptive father's words that human beings fear him and trust him." He hadn't hurt human beings before, and he was still helping humans. He clearly wanted to express his kindness. But in the end, it was the result. Resentment gradually breeds along with pain. If it weren't for the military's plan to hand over Superman to General Zod, Lex Luthor would have planned to slice Superman. Study Kryptonians, study Kryptonite. Lex Luthor collected the data before using the Kryptonite crafting tool. It's a pity that Superman doesn't know his original destiny. Otherwise, he is suffering and being studied here. But the beloved woman is lying in the arms of the initiator to please her. He might be blackened, no words for a night. 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. Carol Ferris knocked on the door eagerly, boom Susheng, who hadn't gotten up yet, opened his eyes to the door with Louise Lois. His eyes turned crimson and hit the door lock directly. Carol Ferris was taken aback and tentatively opened the door, and saw the two people who hadn't gotten up, turning their heads sideways and saying, "We have detected that a flight device is rapidly entering the Earth's range. And the military base has already sent a signal to expect 15. I will take Superman to meet Azord's people in minutes." The above decided to hand over Superman to them. "But I hope you can be there to prevent accidents, so you hurry up." "What anxious, tell them to wait." "We can wait, but the other party may not wait." Carol Ferris explained. "Tell her that I know where the central treasure is. If you don't want to wait, get out." Susheng waved her hand. And Carol Ferris only felt a breeze push her out instantly. Snap, the door closed, after hesitating for a moment. Carol Ferris reported truthfully. 15 minutes is not long, the military base. Important military generals with soldiers. Scientific research expert Superman. And Lex Luthor waited quietly soon after. A Krypton spacecraft flew over from a distance and landed slowly. Everyone became nervous subconsciously. The hatch opened, and the automatic ladder quickly spread out. A woman in black armor slowly walked down from the spaceship. A dark steel battle suit, wearing a transparent roar suction hood on her head, and slowly walked towards the human camp. Close at hand, she stopped first. He glanced at the nervous humans around him, then slightly raised his head and looked at Superman proudly. "Carl L. I'm Deputy Commander Fiora. I greet you on behalf of General Zod. After speaking, he nodded slightly. Regardless of Sheng, who is suspected of being a Kryptonian, this is the first time Superman has seen his family. He nodded nervously and Fiora said sideways, "Come with me." "Why doesn't it work?" General Swanvik hurriedly shouted, seeing that kryptonite was not effective against Fiora. "Central book if you want to get the central book. You have to wait for someone to come. And he knows the whereabouts of the central book." Fiora turned his head and watched him somewhere with a sneer and walked straight over. "Stop. P.S. Fiora should be the most outstanding Kryptonian in Man of Steel, except Superman and Zod. And he often appears in comics." The kryptonite dagger was blocked by the armor. And Fiora looked down and sneered and punched it. Fiora's fist stopped. The surrounding soldiers yelled nervously. But Fiola didn't mean to stop at all. Fiora suddenly shot. Several soldiers next to the general were knocked out instantly. She stared at the general and said slowly, "Are you sure you won't let me take him away?" Da-da-da-da-da-da, seeing Fiora would take Superman away. And General Swanwick said solemnly, "You can't take him away yet." The bullet hit Fiora madly but was quickly bounced away, leaving no trace on the armor. Ding, okay. General Swanwick took out a green dagger and slammed it. And many more. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The soldiers opened fire. Boom, boom, boom. Where is the central treasure? Fiora's fist stopped and stared coldly at General Swanwick. General Swanwick breathed a sigh of relief and regained his confidence. "Wait if you want to know where the central treasure is. He will come soon. Do you know the consequences of deceiving me?" Fiora snorted. General Swanwick didn't speak. Although Louis Lois had mentioned the central treasure in the previous news, it was not written in Superman's body truthfully. But it was written that he came to the Earth with Superman. The reason for this is simple. She hopes that the people will know about the aliens. But she doesn't want to cause too much panic. If the people know that the genes of the entire Krypton race are in Superman's body, the situation will be different, therefore. General Swanwick and even many people know what the central book is, but don't know where it is. As long as Superman doesn't stand on the other side and voluntarily confess the whereabouts of the central book, he can wait until Sheng comes. General Swanwick looked at Superman subconsciously. Superman also appeared slightly surprised, but still calmly and silently did not speak. The sun was scorching, and time passed by like this 1 minute after another. Fiora was already waiting a little impatiently. And as soon as he was about to speak coldly, a small wormhole suddenly appeared next to him. The wormhole seemed to roll slightly like a cloud, followed by a figure jumping out of it. Sheng hugged Louis Lois and Carol Ferris and came. The two women looked around in surprise. This method of transmission is amazing. Seeing Fiora and the Krypton spacecraft behind him, the two women retreated to the human camp. And Louise Lois picked up the camera and prepared to shoot. Do you know where the central treasure is? Although Sheng's way of playing surprised Fiora. Fiora took a few glances and didn't put it on him. Physical fitness is no different from the average level of humans in this world. And it is not threatening. Kryptonite doesn't work. General Swanwick also sighed in relief and hurriedly reminded. It doesn't work. Sheng turned around and picked up the kryptonite dagger from his hand, watching the jealous Superman slightly backing away and pulling away. He said with a chuckle, "It's not that it doesn't work. But you didn't find the right way. Earthman, you better answer my question." Seeing him ignoring himself, Fiora snorted and stretched out his hand to grab Sheng. Sheng raised his hand and threw the kryptonite dagger into the sky, and his arm gently raised to block Fiora's hand. Fiora sneered slightly with a sneer. Suddenly the two of you came and went, kicking and punching. As an adjutant, Fiora's fighting skills and combat ability is quite powerful. But Sheng is also a master of fighting. So the two fight not only fast and accurate, but also lethal and dazzling. But they also have an indescribable beauty. This is different from playing with Superman. Playing with Superman is pure strength and ability. Simple and rude is not a skill at all during the fight. Sheng raised his head and cast a glance at the kryptonite dagger that was about to fall. And Fiora also noticed. Is he planning to defeat himself before the dagger hits the ground? What an arrogant earthling with a cold snort. Fiora's moves suddenly accelerated, and the whole person seemed to be dazzled as fast as afterimages. Snapped Sheng suddenly confronted Fiora with a punch, and his strength was greater than before. Fiora, who was caught off guard, stepped back slightly, and then discovered that Sheng was missing. This made Fiora slightly surprised and was planning to find him, but suddenly saw a touch of yellow lightning. In the next moment, Fiora only felt like a raindrop of fists hitting herself frantically, and she felt at least 100 punches in just an instant. What kind of speed is this? Fiora endured the pain and wanted to fight back, but could only see the yellow lightning swiftly surrounding her. One by one, fists coming in all directions so that she could not catch it at all. Whoosh! The lightning disappeared and Sheng stopped abruptly. Fiora shook, and the armor on his body suddenly shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. Fiora knelt on one knee in a black tights, and the roar suction hood on her head was also broken and shattered. The sun's rays on her skin made her feel an uncontrollable feeling of discomfort. Her hands were trembling slightly, and her vision became blurred. P.S. There are still scenes behind Fiora, because I'm worried that Brotherhood thinks it's right to kill a girl. So let me say it in advance, the central treasure. She asked with all her strength, raised her head. Fiora screamed in pain, trembling constantly. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Hand up the knife and drop. Why did you kill her? Although Superman also knew that Zod was not a kind and good person, but this Fiora was killed by Sheng, or Superman was extremely angry. He already knew from Lex Luthor that Sheng was not a Kryptonian, but he killed one of his few fellows. Dead? Are you dead? General Swanwick asked tentatively. Sheng opened his mouth with a brilliant smile, and Fiora listened carefully while suppressing the sense of fainting. Fiora struggled to grab Sheng's wrist, but she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand now. Kryptonite not only made her weak and painful, it was more like absorbing her life force. She could feel the taste of death. It's uncomfortable. Ignoring the people with different minds, Sheng turned to look at Fiora's painful and distorted face and said with a chuckle, "This kind of pain and weakness has never been experienced before. Right, yo, want to do it?" Sheng looked at Superman with interest. The eagerness in his eyes was obvious. "I really want to be active now," he heard, psst, and the kryptonite dagger pierced directly into Fiora's body. "Did you see it? It's not that the kryptonite dagger is useless, but the way you open it is wrong," Sheng said to General Swanwick with a chuckle. "Only Kryptonians who have absorbed the yellow sun and possess superability are afraid of kryptonite. So Superman was afraid before, but she is not afraid. I won't tell you." The kryptonite dagger turned slightly and then pulled it out, and Fiora fell to the ground with a screaming scream. "Who knows about 5.8? Sheng replied irresponsibly, looking at the complicated Superman and frowning. "Why haven't you been wearing red underwear?" Sheng raised his hand to borrow the kryptonite dagger, grabbed Fiora's head with the other hand and raised her body. What? Wearing Superman underwear and outerwear has almost become Sheng's obsession. Take a look at Lex Luthor. The young group president shaved his head even if he was reluctant. How can you make it so hard to wear your underwear? Sheng stared at Superman, considering whether to help him. Seeing Sheng's changing eyes, Superman had an inexplicably uneasy foreboding. Just when he was about to take action, he suddenly heard something and turned to look at the distant sky. "Not long after, I saw a giant flying over from a distance. It was also a Krypton spacecraft, but it was obviously much larger than Fiora's. The enemy has 5 seconds to arrive on the battlefield." Seeing the spaceship getting closer, Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and shouted, "Ha ha." In an instant, the human soldiers behind him raised their guns and went into battle. Huge amounts of the Krypton spacecraft was suspended in the air, and two small ships flew out with a whistling sound, flying into the distance. Then the Krypton spacecraft landed slowly 11. The stairs stretched, and a few black armored soldiers came out. With a clicking sound, the black helmet of the black armored warrior was put away, revealing the same air cover as Ophiland at the same time. I could see their appearance clearly. The head was a middle-aged man's, with sharply sharp cheeks like a knifey scar on his face, and a pinch of beard on his chin looking very majestic. With a daunting temperament, the sudden appearance of so many aliens made the human soldiers instantly nervous. Zod's gaze stopped for a moment on Fiora's body not far away, and he looked at Superman and Sheng solemnly and coldly. In the end, his gaze stayed on Sheng. Did you kill Fiora? Zod's voice was hoarse and cold. Sheng raised his finger to Zod. Everyone thought he wanted to say something, but he suddenly said the word Chinese letter. Zod froze slightly. Sheng jumped his finger over and pointed at the person behind him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8. Remove Fioraho has been offline, and two of them have driven the spacecraft to Superman's hometown to find the central treasure. Sheng nodded, asked casually. The complexions of Zod and Superman changed instantly. You know how many people we have? Zod asked Sheng in surprise. How dare you send someone to find my mother? Superman said angrily, looking at Zod, go and save people. Your mother Martha's small body won't last long. Sheng said to Superman. Superman flew away with a bang. Zod did not intend to chase Superman, but stared at Sheng coldly and turned his head slightly. Go and start the world engine. The two Kryptonians turned back to the spaceship, and the spaceship slowly took off. The gust of wind blowing roar howled. The human camp bowed their heads to resist. General Swanwick stared at the wind and shouted, what are they going to do? What is the world engine? Change the ecological environment of the Earth to make it a technology suitable for the survival of Kryptonians. When the wind blows to Sheng's side, it will be invisible. Although the wind roars, his voice is very clear. What? General Swanwick exploded in an instant. If they were to change the Earth's environment, wouldn't the Earth be over immediately? Stop them right away, General Swanwick yelled. And the order was passed on quickly, not long after. I saw warplanes taking off and chasing them in the distance. Gideon, tell them to come over and prepare to collect the corpses, the Sheng said with a chuckle. And the weather controlling ability was activated. In an instant, the squally wind that had originally screamed dissipated. Sheng pointed at the Krypton crowd. I'm not targeting anyone's. I just want to say that everyone present is all rubbish. There is only one kryptonite dagger. Isn't he too arrogant to do this? General Swanwick couldn't help but ask Lois, saying that these aliens are rubbish in this tone. Too arrogant. But why does General Swanwick feel so cool and so excited? General Zod sneered, and the Kryptonians behind him rushed over in an instant. Duh, the gunshot sounded instantly. But this level of attack had been verified to be completely invalid. The 5 Kryptonians scattered and rushed into the crowd like a tiger into a flock. Zod stared at Sheng as he walked step by step. Step by step, confidence and disdain filled his face, and angry, you killed my adjutants, and you are qualified to die in my hands. Zod's voice came down and the man rushed over. Throw a fist, hit it straight, the momentum is heavy. It's too slow. Sheng curled his mouth and slightly tilted his head away. Then punched Zod's lower abdomen with a punch boom. Zod only felt that a flower in front of him was blasted out by this huge amounts of power. Whoosh flew out for a few kilometers before stopping. A huge amounts of crack appeared on the armor. He snorted and looked up, but suddenly found that Sheng was right in front of him. The surprised Zod made another shot but still missed and was hit by a heavy blow to the chin and was directly blasted into the sky. Sheng raised his hand to block his eyes and glanced at Zod, who was flying into the air. The lightning on his body 847 suddenly lit up. A Kryptonian who was fighting with a human soldier was knocked out in an instant. The human soldier was stunned to find that his opponent had disappeared. Following him, he saw a yellow lightning rushing through the battlefield quickly. And the Kryptonians flew to the same place neatly, as if they had been hit at the same time. Boom! Zod fell to the ground from the air and smashed down heavily. 5 Krypton warriors lay beside him. Zod looked up in surprise and saw the sky. Sheng slowly sat down like a god under the sun's attention. The feet fell gently on the ground. Sheng looked at Zod and the other Kryptonians, curled his lips and said, "There is no one who can fight." No one can fight. This disdainful remark made Zod completely angry. With a roar, Zod grabbed the armor with both hands and pulled it down directly, like the black tights of the same style as Fiora. When Zod did this, the other Kryptonians also took off their armor. The sun shone on them, and they felt their own changes and began to tremble slightly. And they hummed in pains. They are ready to absorb the sun to gain strength. Yellow sunlight can give Kryptonians a variety of powerful abilities. This transformation is similar to the transition from human to god, which is extremely difficult to control just now. Fiora felt very uncomfortable when he was exposed to sunlight. Superman grew up on the Earth and has lived for many years before adapting to the changes and control of super ability. However, Zod deserves to be the former military commander of Krypton. He has been studying how to control his body and power almost all his life. Perhaps it was because of his genes that made him a perfect warrior from birth. Zod actually mastered this change in a very short time. Watching his feet slowly float away from the ground, Sheng laughed. "Wait," Sheng asked, "are you afraid?" Zod said coldly, "I asked you to wait for them. And you will be together after they also have the ability. Beating you, it's not addictive," Sheng smiled. "By the way, I'm also waiting for someone. Waiting for the person who collects your corpses." Zod looked at the other people who hadn't got used to it. Their faces gloomy and didn't speak, since he is so big. Zod is naturally willing to make it happen after all. It takes time for the world engine to change the Earth's ecological environment. What? Seeing that Zod didn't mean to do anything, Sheng took the time to look back. It turned out that Fiora was missing. The injury caused by the Kryptonite dagger is not minor, and a fella should definitely die under normal circumstances. But maybe because the sunshine time is too short, the influence of Kryptonite is not so strong. After adding the self-healing gained after absorbing sunlight, the ability is restored so Fiora is alive again. But what about people? Looking around, Sheng didn't see Fiora, hidden, or ran away. This is not like what Fiora would do. Sheng muttered, although it is a pity to lose a corpse. The monk can't run away from the temple. As long as it's still on the earth, she just don't want to run. The painful muffled noise gradually diminished, and the Kryptonians floated in midair like Zod. The black tights seemed to exude a powerful atmosphere of destruction in the sun. Finally, when the last Kryptonian successfully mastered this chain, Zod spoke up. "If you want to wait for a helper, I can give you times. No. I'm looking forward to what it's like to beat a group of Superman." Sheng smiled and hooked his finger at them presumptuously. "Let's go together, humph." A Kryptonian seemed to be unable to stand Sheng's arrogance and suddenly jumped up the moment Sheng's voice fell. With a swish, the whole person jumped directly into the air, followed by falling from the sky and punching Sheng down. "It's like a cannonball." Sheng didn't move or even watched it. Instead, he used his super senses to perceive his every move, as if it turned into a picture and presented it in his mind. Just when the Kryptonian's fist was about to hit Sheng moved, lifting his foot back slightly to avoid the punch, followed by a wave of his hand. The painful grunt sounded instantly. The Kryptonian's neck was instantly grabbed by Sheng, and his whole body sank fiercely. This level of influence is nothing to the Kryptonian now, so his eyes instantly turn red after he stabilizes. Sheng stretched his hand forward, grabbing his neck with one hand and twisting it outwards with the other. Click. The Kryptonian's neck broke instantly. The crimson eyes gradually dimmed, Sheng casually threw it back, and the Kryptonian threw it on the ground motionless. How dare you, Society Brother Su? There are not many people who are ruthless. Sheng said with a chuckle. Didn't I tell you that I went there together? Huh. In an instant, all the Kryptonians including Zod rushed towards Sheng together. In an instant dazzled, seeing countless black leotards Kryptonians in different directions. Different moves slammed towards Sheng during the siege. Sheng used a group of enemies but did not lose the wind. Did not use superpower and did not have a kryptonite dagger. He took their attacks at the same time with Superman's ability and super fighting experience. Even small changes in gestures seemed to be turned into an attack, forcing the opponent to defend or evade. This is the difference between fighting masters and ordinary people. These Kryptonians have ability after absorbing sunlight. But in fact, these people are not all fighters who are good at fighting. Batman is just an ordinary person who can make gestures with his super fighting ability. Not to mention that Sheng has the same power as them. So regardless of the number of people, it's only Zod and a bald head that are really like that. It proves once again that bald heads are strong. Crack. There was a crisp cracking sound, and the bald fell to the ground. Because his feet were still on the ground, the posture of falling to the ground looked very strange. Sheng cast a glance, raised his foot and stepped on it. What about people's clicked? Sheng found the opportunity to break the neck of a Krypton again and threw the corpse over. At the same time, the bald Krypton suddenly hugged Sheng from behind. Crimson eyes shot directly at the back of Sheng's head. At the same time, Zod's rays also hit the past. Two rays blasted one after another, boom, boom, boom. It looks much smoother, Sheng nodded in satisfaction. Sheng, who was hugged by the bald guy, disappeared. Clicks, thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Behind the bald guy, Sheng suddenly appeared, turning his head to the side, and a direct ray blasted Zord out first, and then followed his hands and pressed the bald guy's shoulder forcefully. With a click, the ground instantly sank, and the bald guy's legs sunk directly into the ground. Sheng looked around, the ray moved with it. The surrounding Kryptonians were hit by the rays and flew out. It seems that I am going to be a madman with a broken neck, Sheng said with a chuckle as he watched the rushing over. The steel body of the Kryptonian can offset a lot of damage with the super self-healing ability, such as Awful Lash must have recovered. But the method of twisting the neck like this is useless even if it absorbs the sun's light again. The Zord in the movie was killed by Superman like this boom. When the two rays collided, Zod and the bald stopped in an instant. Here. His leg broke directly. Lie down for me too. Sheng grabbed the bald man's neck with both hands and twisted it hard. Boom at the fist thrown by Zod, Sheng directly stunned. The oppression of the two fists made the ground under the feet of the two directly disappear for a few centimeters. The two paused for a moment and shot again as if they were heartwarming. Boom, boom. Boom! The powerful power contained in the body of steel is displayed vividly at this moment. The impact of each punch is either to make Zod fly out or Sheng to retreat. The two hit from close to far and from far to the air again. It hit the ground from the airs, and people couldn't keep up with their speed. The Kryptonians led by Zod counted himself as only 11. Two went to Superman's mother to ask about the whereabouts of the central treasure. Two to start the world engine, and two were broken by Sheng's neck, adding a Fiora who doesn't know where to go. At the moment is not Zord, but there are only 3 people left. And these 3 people are not fighters. It was not easy to catch the movements of the two of them and wanted to help them in the past. But they were either hit by Sheng's fists or hit by the rays. Not only did they not help, but also made Zod feel a little unable to perform. You go and kill them all. Zod shouted in the direction of the 637 human camp. And the 3 Kryptonians rushed over in an instant. Seeing Sheng, who was indifferent, Zod frowned slightly. Doesn't he care about the death of his family at all? Boom. Sheng punched Lengzi and knocked Zod out. Zod was still in midair without steadying his ankle and was overtaken. Sheng grabbed his ankle and slammed it to the ground first, then lifted it and threw it into the air. Push your toes hard on the ground, boom. Roar's whistling sounded ears, and Sheng slammed forward directly on Zod's back. The huge amounts of impact made Zod, who had not exhausted his old strength, abruptly accelerated and continued to rise to the sky. Sheng rushed forward and punched again. That feeling was like kicking a shuttlecock. Every time Zod tried to stabilize his body, Sheng would launch an attack to push him up. The two figures are getting taller and taller, boom. Sheng passed through the clouds, and the rays of his eyes shot out fiercely. The ray hit Zord, and a scream of pain followed, and he instantly flew out of the atmosphere like a leaking balloon. Sheng was suspended in the air and waited quietly. A few minutes later, a hot light fell from the air quickly. It is Zod who releases the rays. Sheng releases rays at the same time, boom. The collision of the two rays made Zod, who had fallen, shook violently and then stalemate with each other. Sizzle sizzle, the rays collide and cancel each other out. Unlimited stacking double. The power of the rays suddenly increased, as if swallowing Zord's rays in an instant. The size of the two rays gradually changed. As one ebbed and flowed, Sheng's ray has already arrived in front of Zod. Zod gritted his teeth and kept stimulating energy. But this doubling gap could not be made up by hard work. Sheng's ray completely slammed Zod's ray back with a strong crushing posture. And then heard a boom, the ray hit Zord's head. And Zord snorted, and bursts of burning white smoke floated on his head and fell weakly from the air. Sheng rushed over and stepped on Zod's back. Like surfing on a pedal. The rate of decline is getting faster and faster. The wind rustled in my ears. Sheng lowered his head and looked down. The buildings on the ground gradually grew larger, and the city buildings were faintly visible below. Is this a metropolis? It seems that the position of the flight just now was slightly different from the position of the fall. There is a huge amount of black machine in the middle of the metropolitan city. This machine is at least 34 stories high. 4 slender tentacles land on the ground, and a blue beam of light bursts into the depths of the ground. On the other side of the Earth, there is a same device bursting out the same energy, and the two energies are connected to begin to transform the Earth's environment. These two devices are the world engines, driven by something called the ghost engine. When it started, a special magnetic field was generated around it, and the crowd in the city ran away in a panic. One car after another was sucked up and floated into the air around the world's engine. Several fighter jets drove from a distance and slammed into the world engine, trying to destroy it by suicide. But as soon as these fighters got close to the equipment, they all failed. Even the flightmen didn't have time to parachute and escape. They just hit and exploded on the sucked-up object next to the world's engine. Boom, 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 the flames blazed into the sky, and the fighter jets instantly turned into wreckage. And several flightmen fell from the air with flames burning on their bodies. If you don't burn to death, you will be thrown to death. These guys are really unlucky. Sheng muttered but didn't mean to save people. He stepped on Zod, who hadn't woke up yet, and he tried to control it. To see if you can fall on the world engine, 3, 2, 1. Sheng secretly counted down when the word ended. Zod's body had been smashed into the world engine, and then he heard a loud rumbling sound, and the world engine was directly pierced by Zod, NS. Stepping on Zod, he penetrated the world engine from top to bottom. The beam of light suddenly disappeared. The explosion sounded loudly above his head, and Sheng landed safely under the engine of the world. There is even worse luck. Sheng discovered that there was still a person under Zod's body, who seemed to be one of the 2 Kryptonians who turned on the world's engine. You are so unlucky, let me see you off. Sheng lifted his foot and kicked Zod away, pinching the Kryptonian's head with both hands and twisting it hard. Click, the Kryptonian's neck was directly broken. Trajectory, Sheng yelled, and after a while, he saw a yellow lightning galloping. Ballistic put on his red uniform and stood in front of Sheng. Send this back. Sheng pointed at the corpse of the Kryptonian, and the ballistic trajectory disappeared in a blink of an eye. Just now when he was in the air, Sheng heard the sound of the disciple landing on the military base. The super hearing of Superman is indeed powerful. Turning around and picking up Zod's neck, Sheng just wanted to drag him back. But a figure suddenly came to him. It was Fiora, who had disappeared before. Fiora watched General Zod, who had been dragged on the ground, and fainted and stared at Sheng, his eyes gradually turning red as if they were burning. Boom, the rays blasted toward Sheng, idiot. Sheng did not evade and pulled Zod in front of him. The poor General Zod was first used as a pedal and smashed through the world engine. And now he was used as a meat shield to block Fiora's rays. Do not. Seeing General Zod, who was hit by his own rays, slowly kneeling on the ground, Fiora screamed and rushed over in an instant. Sheng's hands pressed General Zod's head and twisted hard when Fiora rushed over. Broken neck Mad Demon, 4 kills are complete with a click. Zod's neck drooped, and he slowly fell to the ground when Fio's stretched hand was about to touch him. No, Fiora caught Zod. Young's roar died. General Zod died just like that. After the destruction of Krypton, he fortunately escaped, looking for a scout ship sent to other planets tens of thousands of years ago in the endless universe, hoping to find the same race to rebuild Krypton finally. They found the world engines, knew the whereabouts of the central treasure, and Krypton was about to rebirth, but all this was ruined by this person. General Zod is dead, all hope is gone, I want you to die. Fiora glared at Sheng and shouted sharply, You killed our hero. You killed the hope of rebuilding Krypton. He's hero, my grass bandit, as the saying goes. Life and death are indifferent. Just do it if you don't accept it. As a villain, you want to set up an archway. You are the invaders. Sheng shook his head and reached out to grab Zod's body. What are you doing? Fiora subconsciously hugged Zod's body and avoided, but he felt light in his hands as soon as he moved. Zod's body is gone. Fiora didn't see how Sheng took the corpse at all. Only felt that a flower in front of him followed his face with a punch. Booms, booms, booms. Fiora flew out and slammed directly into the nearby building. The sound of rumbling and piercing came one after another, and it took a long time for the sound to stop. In the ruins, Fiora tilted his head and fainted with a grunt. Picking up Zod's body, Sheng flew back to the military base at the moment. The corpses of several soldiers were lying in the base. General Swanwick, Lex Luthor, Carlo Ferris and Louise Lois all hid away. The disciples stopped not far away, and Thea and Lisa carried the Kryptonian corpses one by one at the hatch. Laura is wearing a battle suit and is fighting a Kryptonian and the Black Sea monster. Betty and Ballistics are fighting the other 2 Kryptonians. Sheng crashed to the ground and threw Zod's body to disciple. General Zod. Laura's opponent saw that General Zod was dead, and angrily dropped Laura and rushed towards Sheng. Turn around and reach out, there was a clicking sound. Another Kryptonian's neck was screwed off, and Sheng felt that he was a little smooth. No wonder those killers or agents in the movie like to use this trick. It's simple and labor-saving, and the clear click is very beautiful. Sheng turned his head to look at the other 2 Kryptonians, staring at their necks subconsciously, whoosh whoosh. With 2 loud noises, 2 Kryptonians flew up and wanted to run. That won't work, Sheng laughed and chased up suddenly. The huge amounts of the sound waves blew all the people around. Before the wind dissipated, they found that Sheng had 2 more dead bodies with his head hanging on his hands. Throw the corpse to the disciple. If not counted as Fiora, there should be 3 Kryptonians. Every Kryptonian's corpse is the day of destruction. What a waste. As soon as the Speed Force was about to activate, tearing air sounds were heard in the air. The sound barrier disappeared. The red cloak slowly fell from the air, and Superman returned with the remaining 3 Kryptonians in both hands. It's very fast. Sheng smiled and patted Superman on the shoulder and took the Krypton in his hand. His warm and friendly behavior made Superman unresponsive for a moment and handed over the Kryptonians. As soon as he let go, Sheng pressed his hands on the head of one of the Kryptonians and squeezed it down. Click, the Kryptonian fell slowly to the ground. Why do you want? Superman yelled in amazement. But the second Kryptonite had already been brutally murdered. Seeing Sheng stretch out his hand towards the third Kryptonian, Superman planned to stop him before he could think about it. But he was still a step slower. People have been killed by you. Now it's too late to say anything, no. Although Carol Ferris was a little scared by Sheng's determination and cruelty, she ran over in a panic and shouted, instructing the Black Sea Monster and others to transport the corpse onto the Disciple and leave. Sheng waved to General Swanwick. What are you talking about? Seeing the Kryptonians slowly falling to the ground, Sheng asked Superman as if he had only heard it. You are afraid that I will kill him, but is it useful? Are you afraid of me? Sheng squinted his eyes. The smile on his face became cold. Why are you afraid of me? Although what I did just now was just for my own pleasure, Rebut. I helped you solve these Kryptonians, destroyed the world engine and saved the Earth. Now you look at the villain in this way. What do you mean by me? General Swanwick froze suddenly. I didn't. General Swanwick opened his mouth to explain. But Sheng came to him instantly and grabbed his head with both hands. Louise Lois also came over to persuade Sheng. After all, General Swanwick was a good man. Not only dared to fight the Kryptonians, but also protected them. Crack, come closer, can you hear it so far? Sheng said casually. Cold sweat ran down the temples. Sheng gently grabbed his head with both hands and watched him squinting in fear and chuckles. My good mood was discounted by you, you said. What should I do? Yes, just say what you have. General Swanwick said. General Swanwick trembles subconsciously, seeing the same smile on Sheng's face. He can't help but think of the fierceness with which he twisted the Kryptonian's neck. It was too sullen and shuddering. He instinctively shrank his neck and walked towards Sheng, but stopped a few meters away. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. What else can Superman say? Looking at the piles of Kryptonian corpses on the side, Superman felt a pain in his heart, with a feeling of blue and thin shiitake mushrooms. Is it useful? It's useless. Not to mention Sheng's powerful ability to kill the Krypton stars. Mind control alone is enough to make fear useless. This is what Louise Lois has personal experience. Seeing Sheng's seemingly unpredictable smile, watching General Swanwick's trembling face with cold sweat, Louise Lois came to Sheng and put her hand on his arm. Sheng glanced over. Louise Lois gently shook her head and pleaded, let's go. Shall we? It's not over yet, isn't it? You must be useful for collecting the corpses of the Kryptonians. Right, and the female Kryptonian just disappeared. Don't you plan to find her? Lois's hand slightly pleaded with her eyes hard. Looking at Sheng let go of General Swanwick with a bright smile. Anyway, I'm a villain. It's not easy to make myself feel better. Sheng let go of General Swanwick and smiled lightly as he looked at him in relief. The matter is indeed not over. You may not die, but I promise you will regret it. What are you going to do? General Swanwick asked subconsciously. Sheng hugged Lois and flew away with a bang. General Swanwick paused and turned his head to look at Superman, and saw Superman fly away with a bang. Okay, I should leave after watching the excitement. Lex Luthor suddenly chuckled and turned and left. The surroundings at the moment became extremely quiet. Bleak, General, Carol Ferris' hesitation said. General Swanwick shook his head. I'm fine. Let's deal with the situation first. Zod's spacecraft was directly destroyed by splitting the world engine into two. Although there are still a few small spaceships that are intact but of little use. To make the day of destruction, the nursery room of the Kryptonians is also called the Origin Room. Through the gene technology of Kryptonians, the corpses of the Kryptonians are turned into the day of destruction. The only well-preserved one is Superman's Lonely Fortress. Although I don't know where Superman put the Lonely Fortress, it is not difficult to find it. Metropolis, there is a mess. Wreckage of buildings and abandoned vehicles everywhere. People are disgraced. Some are rejoicing for the rest of their lives. Some are mourning for dead friends, colleagues. And relatives' X-ray vision was activated. And Sheng searched for Fiora's whereabouts. It is no problem to scan the entire metropolis with his eyesight. Run again. After scanning for a circle, I didn't find Fiora. Sheng couldn't help being a little surprised. Can Fiora run like this? But even though he didn't find Fiora Sheng, he had something else to gain. He saw Bruce Wayne, which is Batman, in the movie. Bruce Wayne's company was destroyed in this incident, and many innocent employees died as a result. That's why Batman remembered Superman finally. Under the conspiracy of Lex Luthor, he planned the battle of Batman versus Superman. Now Superman and Zod have not played against each other at all. I don't know if Bruce Wayne will follow Superman. It should be after all. The existence of Superman is a threat to him that must be investigated clearly. Maybe there is yourself, follow me to meet someone. Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and walked towards Batman with Louise Lois. It was a pity that I didn't see Batman Sheng in Gotham at first. But now I naturally want to see him, that's Bruce Wayne. Louise Lois was originally curious about whom Sheng wanted to see. But it didn't take long to see Bruce Wayne as a reporter. Bruce Wayne is such a big shot, Louise Lois naturally recognizes it before reaching the front. Bruce Wayne had recognized Sheng and Louis Lois. Bruce Wayne is one of the shareholders of Planet Daily, and he knows Lois naturally. As for Sheng, he knows better. After Bane broke his back and recovered, he returned to Gotham and heard the name of Sheng the most. He killed Bane's. And Oracle Barbara and Miranda Tate have both mentioned Sheng. It's just that their evaluations are different. Oracle Barbara's impression of Sheng is very good, although she will complain every time she talks about it. Bruce Wayne can see that she has a good impression of Sheng. But his girlfriend Miranda Tate is different. Bruce Wayne knows what Sheng did to her and what he took away. So seeing Sheng, Bruce Wayne looked a little ugly. Hi Bruce, Sheng waved his hand and called Roar. Hello Mr. Bruce Wayne, Lois followed. Bruce Wayne nodded and asked Sheng, what's up? It's rare to see you come over to say hello to Roar. And help me greet your girlfriend by the way. Sheng chuckled, okay, you're looking for death. Bruce Wayne gritted his teeth. Intimidation, you are good at it. Sheng didn't care about Bruce Wayne's threat at all, and said with a chuckle, actually I'm pretty good at it. So if I don't want your girlfriend to be hurt, I will. Bruce Wayne stared at Sheng fiercely. He knew that Sheng knew his Batman's identity. You. Sheng patted Lois, go aside and wait for me. Bruce Wayne wanted to do it, but he knew it was not 0.8. That won't work, Sheng smiled and shook his head. Your girlfriend has such a good body. I will show it to appreciate it when it's okay. Bruce Wayne's face changed slightly and then he smiled. Okay. I'll pass it on for you, I just met, let's talk. Don't be like this anyway, your super ability is rich. And a share of the Planet Daily is not worth much. By the way, remind you, be careful of Superman. Sheng said with a chuckle. Lex Luthor almost did a slicing experiment before Superman. If he is dissatisfied, you know how much damage he can cause. Bruce Wayne was still smiling, but his voice was gloomy. Give me something. Lois nodded and turned and walked away. Sheng paused. His gaze was exactly at Louise Lois, not far away. Just give me the shares of Planet Daily. He took a deep breath and said, don't let me find a chance. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. But you can't kill me. Sheng patted Bruce Wayne's shoulder earnestly. If you can't stand it, break up, Lex Luthor. Bruce Wayne whispered the name softly as he was about to ask, but saw that Sheng had already approached Louise Lois. And the conversation seemed to have ended. Hesitation frowned for a moment. But Bruce Wayne didn't go up. The first question now is not Sheng, but about Kryptonians and Superman in Bruce Wayne's mind. Sheng is far less destructive than Superman. Because Sheng does things for fun. But Superman really wants to retaliate. It doesn't have to be so after all. Superman is not a human being on Earth, boom. Bruce Wayne was thinking about seeing Sheng pick up Lois and fly away. Cough, 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 the dust was flying. And Bruce Wayne waved his hands uncomfortably to disperse the smoke. The apartment was in a mess. Sheng loosened Louise and said casually, "I have left beforehand and I will see you in a few days." You don't know what to do." Lois asked worriedly. Sheng smiled and shrugged, "Remember, you are mine now." Click. Sheng kissed Lois's face, turned and flew directly out of the window. 11. Central City Villa. Sheng first went to the Disciple to look at the corpses of the Krypton crowds that had been put away, and then tried the nano-shrinking technology again. And the ballistic upgrade was very successful. When the Disciple number shrinks, the inside will shrink and the people inside will be the same. After getting off the Disciples and returning to the villa, the noisy living room instantly quieted down. Laura Thea, Black Sea Monster Ballistic Bomb Girl Betty. Lisa consciously quietly looked at Sheng. Betty. Sheng looked at Betty. Betty nodded and took a deep breath. "I'm ready." Sheng didn't say much. The blue electric current instantly hit Betty, and Betty's screams followed. This sudden action terrified everyone. In the electric currents, a mass of energy surged from Betty's body into Sheng's body. After a long while, Betty knelt on the ground with a clatter. Gasping for breath, she tried to touch objects. But the things she touched did not turn into explosives. "My ability is gone too great," Betty shouted excitedly. "I didn't fully absorb your energy. I should be able to recover after a while. Enjoy your rare vacation," Sheng said with a chuckle and turned upstairs, letting Gideon look for Superman as he walked. The Fortress of Loneliness. As Lois said, the matter is not over yet. If you don't play a few days of doom. I'm sorry, General Swanwick's look at the villain's big devil's eyes. The patter of water rang in the bathroom. Sheng took a shower and pushed the door out, and saw the Black Sea Monster standing at the door as if waiting for him. "Boss," looking at Sheng's strong chest. The Black Sea Monster yelled charmingly, "Something?" Sheng asked as he walked. The boss seems to have forgotten something. The Black Sea Monster reminded if there was a point. "Is it fun to explore?" Sheng reached out and touched the Black Sea Monster's nose ring. "Come in with me," entering the bedrooms. The Black Sea Monster closed the door easily. Sheng turned around and watched the Black Sea Monster open the zipper on her clothes. The long coat slowly fell off and inside was a black tube top. "Guess it will be here," Sheng said with a chuckle. The Black Siren took off his leather pants. "Perhaps there are more." Laurel Lance wouldn't do it even if he killed him. Sheng chuckled and counted. There are 4 nose rings in total. This thing is also considered a trend in Europe and America. Perhaps even more popular in the world where villains like Earth II dominate. So I am not her but also her. I can do what she can do and what she can't do. I can do it too. The Black Sea Monster approached Sheng and came full. Really, the appearance is exactly the Samunder the figure. Although the Black Sea Monster and Black Canary are both black, they feel and have completely different temperaments. And this difference really brought a strong sense of freshness to Sheng. Especially after the Black Sea Monster gave people a kind of good player, but actually a novice on paper. This feeling became even more interesting. As a reward for making himself happy, Sheng helped him change from a silver ring to a golden ring. After Betty lost her energy, she left the villa and wanted to experience the life of ordinary people. Lisa and Betty left together. Laura Thea originally lived here, as for ballistics. She left after finishing upgrading the Disciple. After all, she left suddenly and had a lot to deal with. Nightfall gradually descended. The Black Sea Monster occupied the pillow position of Laura or Thea and left it in Sheng's bedroom. Lying in his arms and falling asleep Metropolis. Zod's spacecraft wreckage was controlled by the military and the government. After all, this is extraterrestrial technology that they need to know more about. Lex Luthor, who has a relatively good understanding of the Kryptonians, naturally participated in it and conducted detailed research on the Kryptonian spacecraft, and analyzed under the night. Superman flew around to mend the Kryptonians' destruction of the metropolis. Many people are wary of Superman or even curse. Superman just sat silently at his work, go 347 tan. Bruce Wayne in the Batcave is also trying to crack the database of Lex and the military to learn more about Superman and Kryptonians. No words for a night, no sleep for each in the early morning. The golden light was slightly dazzling under the sunlight. Sheng woke up and stretched out his hand to take the phone on the side and turned it on. Countless reminders sounded as soon as it was turned on. I glanced at the numbers Caitlin Cisco S. and the birds of prey, and it seemed that Carol Ferris was calling. After reading it, he put the phone aside and said to the Black Sea monster, who had already woken up lying on his body. "Morning, morning, boss," the Black Sea monster smiled. "Get up," Sheng chuckled and patted her back. Then turned over to find the clothes to put on. Then raised the bracelet to let Gideon out. "Have you found the Fortress of Loneliness?" "I have found it, MRSU Sheng," Gideon said while releasing the map. Sheng cast a glance and smiled. "The show is about to begin, boss. What are you going to do?" The Black Sea monster got up and hugged Sheng's lazy curiosity and asked from behind, "What do you think of being a veritable villain?" The ice and snow, the cold wind roared. There is no other color in the surrounding snow white. In the wind and snow, the Kryptonian reconnaissance plane resembling a castle sits on the ice and snow. Boom! Sheng fell from the sky and instantly shook the surrounding floating snow. Looking at the heavy steel wall, Sheng's body vibrated quickly and then he wore it directly. "You shouldn't come in." Sheng turned his head when he heard the sound and saw a middle-aged man wearing a Krypton costume appeared in a section of the corridor. "Joel, Superman's father, right?" Sheng looked around with a chuckle. "Where is the origin room?" Joel is now just a program with original memories and thoughts. Just a virtual projection. The only ability is that his program has been downloaded to Lonely Fortress and has control of Lonely Fortress. "I can't tell you, you shouldn't be here either." Joel shook his head. Sheng smiled. "Why? Do I have to bring Zod's body over and replace you with his genetic authority? If you cooperate, I only need the origin room. If you don't cooperate, I will destroy the ship and destroy your son." Joel was silent for a moment and turned slowly. Sheng curled his lips and followed. Winding around east and west, soon came to a door. Joel waved his hand slightly, and the door opened instantly. Inside is a huge amounts of gene breeding equipment. There are countless branches in the middle of the equipment. There are baby breeding bins hanging on it. But they are all empty, separated. "I want to take it away," Sheng said to Joel after Joey's hesitation for a moment. He heard a rumbling sound. The door of the origin room closed and slowly lifted off. And in a blink of an eye it became a mobile ship and appeared outside the Fortress of Loneliness. "Goodbye and say hello to Superman for me." Sheng waved his hand and jumped directly into the mobile ship and flew away with a whistle, driving the mobile ship back to the villa in the central city. After landing, Sheng went out to the discipleship and cut off Zod's fingerprints with a kryptonite dagger and returned to the origin room. Sticking a fingerprint on the console of the origin room, a floating robot slowly floated over. "Hello, General Zod, Kando City." The mechanical sound sounded. "Modify the permission of the origin room and add the permission list." Sheng put his finger down and entered his fingerprints and genes. "Hello, MRSU Sheng. Modify the authority of the origin room and set Sheng as the highest authority." "Set up successfully." Sheng nodded and turned around and came out of the origin room. As soon as she came out, she saw Laura. And Thea and the Black Sea monster were standing nearby. "Go and get the corpse of a Kryptonian," Sheng said casually. The Black Sea monster, who was just about to go to the side of Laura, seemed to think of something to take the lead. And it didn't take long for him to come out with the corpse of the Kryptonian. Sheng waved his hand to release Vibe into the open space. The teleportation wormhole appears. Come with me. Sheng said, and the Black Sea monster followed in with the corpse. Lex Group CEO's office. Leigh Bald was waiting for the analysis result at the computer, while Macy Graves stood by holding the document and asked Lex Luthor to sign. The teleportation wormhole suddenly appeared in the office, and Macy Graves subconsciously blocked Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor looked over with interest, seeing Sheng and the Black Sea monster carrying a Kryptonian corpse out of it. Lex Luthor smiled. He pushed Macy Graves away and said with a smile, "You finally came, guess I am coming." Sheng said with a casual smile. The shape of a bald head is more pleasing to the eye. Lex Luthor touched his bald head and said with a smile, "If you didn't kill General Swanwick, I knew what you would do. And you would come to me in all likelihood. Although you don't know the reasons, you seem to have been eyeing me from the beginning. And you are definitely not only because I am a genius. What do you think is the reason?" Sheng asked with interest. "The most likely reason is that you know the future. You know the existence of Superman, you know that Zord is back. And you know why I am doing it," Lex Luthor said confidently. Sheng smiled. "Bald Lie is really smart. No wonder the city collector Blagnack said you have 9th level of wisdom." F***K, why not? Lex Luthor laughed. "I really hope that people can learn from the tragedies that befall our world. Also, since you are sure to take it out, you are sure to be able to resolve it, don't you?" Ability of the Doomsday. Level 12, it is almost the smartest in the universe. Combine with him to create a stronger and more interesting existence. "Are you interested?" Sheng asked with a smile. P.S. The Doomsday in the movie is the product of the gene combination of Zod's corpse and Leigh Bald. Doomsday's record in the comics is still good. It is the strongest biological weapon in the universe, along with Darkseid's monster-like army. It sounds like a big gap. Lex Luthor curled his lips and looked at the Kryptonian's body. "What do you need me to do? What about him?" Lex Luthor was not surprised by Sheng's acquiescence, but was curious about the collectors in this city. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Day of Destruction. It was originally a failed product of Krypton technology. It is ugly and evil but extremely powerful. It can be called one of the strongest biological weapons in the universe. Super fast healing and regeneration ability. You can continuously evolve restraint according to the opponent's ability characteristics in battle, and will resurrect after being killed. The same method cannot kill it twice, Sheng shrugged. "I don't know, so I want to know." It is easy to misunderstand the combination of these two words. Both Macy Graves and the Black Sea monster not only showed surprised expressions, but also combined with a dead alien. "Isn't this too heavy?" Lex Luthor didn't seem too shocked, and talked in various ways. "Kryptonians' gene breeding technology is very advanced. What do you want to cultivate by combining my genes with him?" Sheng shrugged. "Do you want to do it?" Sheng really didn't have this idea, after all. There are few more abnormal than his ability, and he can achieve the same effect with the regular ability of the Destruction Day. He created the Destruction Day just for fun, to be a competent villain. "Do you want to replicate the ability of Doomsday?" Lex Luthor asked. "Are you trying to destroy the world?" Lex Luthor asked in surprise. "There is no origin chamber. No corpses of Kryptonians or even kryptonite. No matter how smart Lex Luthor is, it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. So if Sheng does not find him, the Day of Destruction may not appear at all. If there is no Destruction Day, it would be much less fun. Lex Luthor is really bold if someone else is changed. He will definitely not agree to this crazy behavior. But he agrees and he is very interested, since Lex Luthor was willing to use his genes to create the Day of Destruction. Sheng asked him to arrange a place and send the origin room to it. As for this corpse, let Lex Luthor take care of it first. Although Lex Luthor is still responsible for studying the Krypton spacecraft, it is precisely this way that he is relatively free now. After Sheng and the Black Sea monster left, He could not wait to discuss with the secretary. The metropolis is being rebuilt, and Superman can occasionally be seen flying around. Superman apparently saw Sheng, but he didn't mean to come over and call roar. Sheng really pitted Superman quite miserable. However, the future may be even worse. What's the situation in the metropolis of Earth 2? Sheng asked at the Black Sea monster as he walked. I haven't been, but I heard that it doesn't seem to be peaceful. The Black Sea monster paused and asked curiously, is this day of destruction really that strong? There are Kryptonians here, and we should also have 530. If BOS kills all Kryptonians, wouldn't it be possible to master countless days of destruction? Who can be your opponent to boss at that time? No one was my opponent, Sheng curled his lips. I said the wrong thing. The Black Sea monster hurriedly apologized. The two of them walked around and quickly came to the planet Daily. The luck of the planet Daily was not affected much, but it was still busy and even less crowded. And it looked a little empty, Mr. Sheng. As soon as I came in, I saw a black man walking towards him. Hello, this is Perry White, the editor-in-chief of Planet Daily. The black man came over and said, I have received news from Mr. Bruce Wayne. You are welcome to come and inspect the newspaper. Bruce Wayne moves very fast. Inspection is unnecessary. I am not very interested in the operation of the newspaper. Where is Lois? Sheng asked casually. The black editor-in-chief was stunned. Lois. She should be at home when something happened. And you also know that Metropolis just experienced a disaster. Sheng nodded and asked, send me a message. You say, Fiora, the origin room is in my hands. Sheng said. The black editor asked tentatively, just this one sentence, no address, no other content. No, let Louise inform me if she finds here. After speaking, Sheng turned and left. There is nothing to go shopping in the metropolis like this. Sheng brought the Black Sea monster back to Central City from the planet Daily and applied the nano-shrinking technology to the origin room in a leisurely time. In the evening, Sheng just completed the upgrade. Made a call, said location. Sheng shrinks the origin room and directly releases the teleportation wormhole. This is a heavily guarded open space. Lex Luthor and the secretary are waiting here. After Sheng appeared, he didn't talk nonsense and directly enlarged the origin room and took Lai Baldsy and the secretary in. Bald Lai looked curiously, and the secretary brought in the body of the Krypton. Come on, Sheng pointed to the console. Lex Luthor took a deep breath and put his hand up, only feeling as if he had been pricked by a needle, and the gene sample had been extracted. Sheng casually threw the corpse of the Kryptonian into the large incubation tank to prepare for gene integration. MRSU Sheng according to the law of Kandor City. It is forbidden, Kandor City is gone, so. Let's start. Sheng directly interrupted the reminder of the origin room program. Okay, after the mechanical sound film. The corpses of the Krypton in the cultivation tank gradually changed. The skin began to tear and the body began to grow huge. And it didn't take long to see the original appearance. The dark gray appearance looked extremely ugly and evil, with both eyes protruding as if they were about to burst out. Is this Doomsday? Lex Luthor stared at Doomsday. Where is this? This can only be regarded as the initial version. After it evolves to have more and stronger abilities, it will be the real day of destruction. Sheng opened the cultivation slot with a light smile, and the day of destruction was gone from inside come out. It can be seen that the day of doom does not seem to be conscious. As soon as he came out, he looked at Sheng and others with that brutal look. The secretary dutifully blocked Lex Luthor. Although Lex Luthor was also scared, he boldly watched the destruction day. It seems delirious. Is it because it was cultivated from Deadman's corpse? Roar! A roar of Doomsday spread out his arms and was about to rush towards them. Hey baby, don't break my origin rooms. Sheng's voice fell and the Speed Force was activated instantly, pulling the Destruction Sun directly out of the origin room and then threw it out forcefully. General Swanvik didn't know what was going on, But he had a faint hunch, General, call from the president. Throw it away, look at the direction. It seems to be a metropolis, Sheng said casually. This monster is related to Sheng. Lex Luthor said, do you hate metropolis so much? Can you tell me what is going on in the metropolis? Is it an alien again? The president's voice rang on the phone, run, run. Monster. The huge body on the day of destruction instantly disappeared into the night sky. Oh my God, what is this? Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. There was panic, and the soldiers and policemen who had protected the Krypton spacecraft even notified their superiors. Not long after, General Swanwick and others had received the news and came to the command room and saw the scene from the scene. Someone nearby handed the phone to General Swanwick, boom. Sheng shrugged and flew out. Lex Luthor and the secretary followed out after a while, looking at the disappearing day of destruction and couldn't help asking curiously. Where did it go, whoosh? The day of destruction immediately frightened the people in the city, and it roared and destroyed the surrounding buildings. The sizzling blue electric light was introduced into it from all directions, and it was absorbed by it madly. Immediately evacuate all nearby residents and notify the troops to suppress them. In addition, General Swanwick hung up the phone and looked around and shouted at Carol Ferris. Contact Sheng. Carol Ferris nodded and quickly picked up the phone and dialed out. There was panic, and people fled without the need for police or soldiers to evacuate. Superman flew to the Doomsday with a whistling sound from a distance, hugged it and rushed out dilapidated apartments. Louise Lois is also calling Sheng. She has a hunch that this strange thing is related to Sheng. All right. Perhaps Sheng is actually not difficult to understand at all. Damn it, how turned it off. Lois yelled angrily but was suddenly hugged from behind. Look for me. Sheng pressed against Louise Lois's shoulder, wrapped his hands in her clothes naturally. Lois shook slightly and hurriedly asked, Did you make this thing? It's called Doomsday, and it's a product of Kryptonian technology. Sheng gently joked with a smile, at present. It is kryptonite that is more certain to kill it completely. And kryptonite only you, Lois answered. Why do you do this? Ring-ling-ling. The phone in Louise Lois's hand rang, and Carol Ferris' eager voice was heard as soon as it was connected. Lois, this is Carol Ferris. Can you contact Sheng? Hi, Carol. Good evenings. Before Lois, Sheng smiled and called Roar. Metropolis monster, I made it out. Sheng simply interrupted her and said with a smile. Kryptonite can kill him. Do you want kryptonite? What conditions? The voice of General Swanwick changed to the other end of the phone. Easy, just let the Superman underwear wear outside. Remember, it's red. Sheng can't forget about this. Click when the phone was hung up. General Swanwick asked with a sullen expression, how is the situation? The military fighter jets have captured the scene. Judging from the images sent back, the fight against Superman on Doomsday is very intense. Come and play with me. The fighting style of fist and fist makes the surrounding buildings almost flat. At present, it seems to be evenly matched. Why are you so persistent to let Superman? Louise Lois couldn't help but ask when Sheng hung up the phone. More than once. Sheng seems to be particularly obsessed with letting Superman do this. You can treat it as a bad taste, Sheng chuckled lightly. Although it is far away from the battlefield, Sheng watched it as if watching a movie. While playing with Louise Lois, he watched Superman and the Doomsday fight to death. This is a bad taste, he is, it a bit too bad. Speaking of the Doomsday's emergence, the Justice League's Big Three will gather for the first time. I don't know if Batman and Wonder Woman will appear in a while. If Diana is here, I can prepare a present for her. Thinking of this, Sheng let go of Lois and disappeared. The yellow lightning quickly shuttled through the city, and not long after Sheng came to a bookstore. A gust of wind rushed past, and Sheng had a few more books on music programming in his hand. One book was turned over by Sheng in a few seconds, followed by the next. learning things quickly under overclocking thinking. Within 5 minutes, Sheng has basically mastered the principles of music programming and casually raised his wrist to release Gideon. Gideon, help me make a BGMs. Sheng walked up to her and hugged her waist and said with a chuckle. Swanwick is playing with fire. Louise Lois is on the phone with Carol Ferris. Not to mention that the military can't communicate with Superman now. Even if they can contact Superman, I'm afraid Superman will not agree to that condition. So General Swanwick thought of a way to make Superman agree to the conditions. Is destruction strong? Kyang, after all, is a product of kryptonite. It can be destroyed by using kryptonite. He has set the conditions, since the military intends to do it according to his terms. How could Sheng refuse? It's just that he didn't expect General Swanwick to be so capable. He angered himself just to make a day of destruction. And even without him, Sheng would still make it. But now he actually figured out such a bad way to threaten Superman. The consequence is much more interesting than the appearance of the day of destruction. Cannot let me try. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It took more than 10 minutes to make changes, and Sheng returned to Louise Lois's apartment with satisfaction. This is the only way, Carol Ferris said helplessly. Although I don't agree, but now there is no other way. Unless you can persuade Sheng to change his mind. Superman in the Injustice was blackened because of the death of Louise Lois. At that time, the military government also used this method to threaten Superman. Unfortunately, the failure to succeed made Superman worse. In this situation, might it become the rhythm of the Injustice interesting? So interesting, I didn't expect that a day of destruction would lead to such an interesting change. Where have you been? Lois asked curiously. Sheng simply refused. Edit enter. Louise Lois reluctantly hung up the phone and saw Sheng did not know when she had returned. Did you hear? Louise Lois whispered. I also think it's too bad for him to do this. Even if he wants Superman to do that. It has nothing to do with other people. Sheng, can you persuade Sheng to change his mind? Lois doesn't think she can do it. Previously, General Zod sent someone to Superman's adoptive mother to ask about the whereabouts of the Central Collection. When Superman went to help, the military naturally knew the identity of Superman's adoptive mother. And Superman paid so much attention to her adoptive mother. And naturally became the military felt that it could be controlled. Superman's chips. Based on Superman's impression of the Earth now. If General Swanwick really captured his adoptive mother, Martha Superman would probably be blackened. This method is too bad. How can he do it? Louise Lois couldn't help asking as soon as Carol Ferris finished speaking. Boom! A loud noise came from a distance, and the dim sky seemed to be illuminated instantly. The scorching heat of the explosion seemed to burn the clouds crimson, and the aftermath of the waves caused Louise Lois to rush into Sheng's arms in a bit of panic and save him. Is this a nuclear weapon? Louise Lois turned her head and looked at the distance in shock. Superman pushed Doomsday to space and helped the military's nuclear missiles hit Doomsday. But Sheng paused and squinted his eyes to the sky. In the flames, Doomsday fell from the sky and entangled like lightning. Of heat. The Day of Doom did not die, but instead evolved the ability to resist nuclear weapons. Not only has it increased resistance to nuclear weapons, it has also evolved a hot sight. As for Superman, Sheng superimposed his eyesight, his eyes directly through the clouds. The atmosphere saw the Superman in space. The way the body shrivels and shrivels like a skinny body floating in space. It is impossible to die, and it is estimated that it will return to normal in a while. So will Batman and Wonder Woman come. Sheng released Lois with interest. Be careful yourself, Louise Lois subconsciously responded and saw Sheng let go and jumped out of the window. Followed by a thud and his figure flew away. The volume of the Day of Destruction gradually became huge, and the surrounding electricity and energy were turned into its energy, and it was absorbed frantically by him. Da-da-da-da-da-da, the bullet came from a distance. And a black fighter jet passed by Doomsday, Bat fighter. Batman is here, roared. The bullet didn't hurt the Doomsday but angered it, roaring a hot sight at the flying Bat fighter boom. The crimson ray instantly hit the flank of the Bat fighter. And then a bang was heard, the Bat fighter fell. And Bruce Wayne in a bat suit opened the canopy and planned to leave. But at this time the Doomsday had arrived not far away in 3 steps. And his eyes became red again. That's too late. Batman raised his arms subconsciously to resist. At the moment, a lively music suddenly sounded. High-pitched uplifting. People have a feeling of enthusiasm. This voice came from the air, and the loudness seemed to cover the entire battlefield. On Doomsday his eyes were red, and his gaze blasted towards Batman boom. A figure crashed to the ground, accompanied by the sound of exciting music. And the crossed arms directly blocked the hot sight. Zai boom, the hot gaze dissipated. Batman slowly lowered his arms and saw a tall woman in armor standing in front of him. This exciting music and her appearance made Batman a little dumbfounded. But Diana Wonder Woman stared at the Doomsday intently. Her chest was slightly ups and downs, followed by a sudden smash of the bracelet on her arms. Boom, the powerful divine power roar screamed out. The impact scattered in the dazzling light. And the moment the destruction day was shaken, retreated, holding the ground with one hand and leaving a long trace. Boom, 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 the sonic boom suddenly sounded. And a figure quickly flew over in the dim sky in the distance. The red cloak shook with the wind, and Superman flew from the side and blasted out directly with the Doomsday. Doomsday hit a power plant not far away. The explosions sounded one after another in an instant. And the flames rolled. Batman came out of the Bat fighter and Superman crashed to the ground. The 3 giants of the Justice League gathered for the first time. And the exciting music is really exciting and exciting. Can you turn off your music? The 3 looked at each other. Batman said to Wonder Woman, "What is the habit of having BGM on stage? It's not me." Diana frowned. "It's him." Superman looked up into the air in the distance. Batman and Wonder Woman took a look and saw a spaceship floating in the dim sky. And the sound of music came from the spaceship. In front of the spacecraft, a person was sitting on it. Susang. Batman and Wonder Woman spoke in unison. "You know him." The voice fell, and the 2 looked at each other in unison again. "It seems we all know him," Superman said solemnly. "This monster was created by him, using the technology of Minecraft." Diana looked at Sheng on the disciple with a complicated expression. Hesitation for a moment, leaped high and immediately rushed towards the disciple. "What is she going to do?" Superman said worriedly. Batman shook his head and click. Diana jumped onto the disciple number and stared at Sheng with scorching eyes. "The gift prepared for you, do you like it?" Sheng smiled and stretched out his hand to stop Diana's waist and said with a smile. Diana didn't speak or evade and still looked at Sheng. "Why don't you speak? For you, we should have not seen each other for a long time." Sheng's voice just fell. Diana suddenly pointed towards Sheng. Sheng stunned slightly and responded fiercely. It seems my worry is unnecessary, Superman." Who was a little worried on the ground. Couldn't help muttering in embarrassment. "What?" Batman asked. "They are." Superman didn't think of how to explain the relationship between the 2. But Batman guessed it. This made him frown. "Give up with a kiss." Diana gasped and watched Sheng suddenly grabbed his wrist and flicked it down. Boom, Sheng was thrown directly from the air and slammed straight to the ground. Boom. Sheng slammed onto the ground, and Diana landed in front of Sheng at the same time. And the sword of Vulcan pointed directly at Sheng. "I said I will find you and then challenge you." This change made Superman and Batman stunned again. Batman looked at Superman. "Didn't you say that there too?" 4 is related. Superman was also shocked. He was so fierce just now. How come he suddenly turned his face? Roar. The loud roar suddenly sounded, and the power plant had become a ruins. The volume of Doomsday was much larger than before, with bone spurs all over his body. Superman's expression rushed towards the Doomsday. Batman wanted to help but hadn't waited for him to think of what to do. The hot sight of the Doomsday came over. He hurriedly avoided and jumped into the ruins next to the stone slab to hide. And the scorching heat wave roar whizzed past. Go, let's solve the day of destruction first. Sheng lay on the ground and said to Diana, "You are only qualified to challenge me if you solve it. By the way, look at your progress for so long, humph." Diana snorted and leaped up to the battlefield. The addition of Wonder Woman immediately relieved Superman's pressure. Diana jumped to the bottom of Doomsun. Her left shield slammed Doomsun's leg to overturn it to the ground. And the Vulcan sword with her right hand chopped it down. Just a long scar appeared on Doomsday's leg. And Superman slammed his face from the air, causing it to crash to the ground. The wound healed in an instant. The hot sight hit Superman. Doomsun stood up and grabbed an abandoned car and threw it at Diana. The car is like a toy in its hands, but it looks huge to Diana. The sword of Vulcan was raised. The car separated from the middle. And Diana rushed up instantly. Diana and Superman fought fiercely against the Doomsday. But Batman used the same soy sauce as in the movie. And because there was no kryptonite, the soy sauce was more thorough this time. Fighting the day of destruction, Batman can't help, but he is not idle either. He comes to Sheng's side. At the moment, Sheng had already sat up from the ground and looked at the fierce battle in the distance with interest. Ozid. Noting that Batman came over, Sheng casually invited. Batman paused and actually sat down beside Sheng. Who is that woman? Wonder Woman is also the new god of war. Sheng smiled lightly. God? Batman was shocked. Is there really a god? Definitely. This world is much more interesting than you know. Sheng said. So are you also a god? Batman asked. Me. I'm not a god and I'm not interested in being a god. Sheng shook his head and looked at Batman. Wonder Woman is just an old god. But when new Protos will come to Earth in the future. That's interesting. I personally suggest you upgrade your equipment. Get a few decent suits of armor or something. If you are interested, I can help you. What if they can't solve this monster? Although Batman was surprised at the topic of the old god and the new god, he wanted to solve the matter first. I learned something about the Kryptonians from the Lexer group. Superman also said that this monster comes from their planet's technology. So before Batman's words were finished, the butler Alfred's voice came from the headphones. The butler played assistance in the Batcave to help him. At the moment, the butler intercepted an important message. He knew that Sheng had opened for the military before. The conditions also know the actions the military wants to take. How did you create such a monster that can destroy the world? So that you can wear Superman's underwear. Batman stared at Sheng with wide eyes. Sheng shrugged noncommittal, to be honest. I haven't thought of any fun in you for the time being. When I think about it, I will find you. You are more mad than a madman I know, Batman said quietly. Joker, Sheng smiled casually. Batman was about to speak in a deep thought, when a yellow lightning flashed over from a distance. Dusty. Batman waved and coughed twice and saw a man in a red uniform standing in front of him. Who is this again? Batman murmured. Why are you here to join in the fun? Sheng looked at the flash and asked lazily. Barry Allen actually came too, that's right. Barry Allen didn't have any major enemies after the death of Reverse Lightning. He didn't go to Earth II and didn't create flashpoints. He certainly couldn't bear such a big movement in Metropolis to come and help. A hero is a brick and move to wherever you need it. Barry Allen glanced at Sheng and Batman did not speak. Turned around and rushed towards the Doomsday with a swish. The yellow lightning surrounding the Doomsday made Superman and Diana stunned slightly. The yellow lightning made Superman feel familiar. And this surprising speed also made Diana think of something. This is the flash that Sheng mentioned when he left. Right, one circle, one circle. The lightning produced by the fast running of the flash gradually hits his hand. He stretched his arm to throw it towards the Doomsday. But the Doomsday shot suddenly. The Flash's neck was instantly caught. His eyes widened in horror. How could it be possible? How could it keep up with his own speed? Doomsday grabbed the flash and slammed it down on the ground. Booms, booms, booms. Smashed several times in a row and threw the flash directly. Boom! The flash landed and slid far away before it could stop. The bones all over his body struggled a few times as if they were about to fall apart. But they couldn't get up. The slapped king didn't disappoint me. Pity and Pishin came here to give heads to the Doomsday. Sheng clapped his hands and laughed towards Batman. If one day he asks what your super ability is, remember to tell him that your super ability is rich. Batman looked dumbfounded, then got up as if he was about to leave. He wants to stop the military from catching Superman's adoptive mother, Martha, not only because his mother is also called Martha, but also because he knows what Martha means to Superman. Even if the military's idea succeeds, Superman is willing to compromise. What happens afterwards, no one likes to be threatened. Especially Superman, who has encountered research before or is an alien. Superman, can you hear it? I'm General Swanwick. I'm about to drop in items. 807, I hope you can wear it to solve the Doomsday. A fighter jet drove away from a distance. And at the same time it came from the broadcast. The voice of General Swanwick, the sound is not loud. Far inferior to the passionate music. But it is enough for everyone to hear. Superman looked up in the direction of the plane and saw a metal box falling from the plane. Is it kryptonite or is it a secret weapon against Doomsday? Superman flew over to catch the box and landed with a bang in his heart. And then opened the box expectantly. Superman's face was extremely blue and ugly. His hands soaring. His eyes turned red and he wished to burn such a thing. This turned out to be a pair of underwear, red underwear. MS Martha Kent really hopes that you can become a hero. General Swanwick's voice came from the plane again. Asterisk hold. Superman roared from the fighter jet instantly. With a click, the glass cover of the plane was directly removed by Superman's bare hands. Under the horrified gaze of the flightman, Superman shouted towards the communication facility. You dare to threaten me with my mother. Superman, I hope you understand the situation. If the day of destruction cannot be resolved, then everything may be destroyed at the United States. The world, me and Martha, General Swanwick said calmly. I have found that the Day of Doom is a monster created by Sheng and Lex Luthor, using the corpses and technology of Kryptonians. You should have not forgotten how many corpses of Kryptonians are in Sheng's hands. I am sorry to ask you in this way, but you should know Sheng's strength and what he will do better than anyone else. It's just wearing underwear for the metropolis. For the Earth, for Martha. I believe you will make the right choice. If my mother is hurt a little bit, I won't let you go. Superman gritted his teeth and smashed the communicator on the plane, then turned and flew towards Sheng. The communicator was destroyed by a punch, and the fighter jet broke down instantly. The flightman hurriedly ejected the seat and flew out of the fighter. Boom, the fighter jet landed and exploded. The parachute opened and the flightman landed slowly. Just as he was about to land, the hot sight of the distant Doomsday spread to him. Boom. The flightman, hit by heat ray, instantly turned into coke and fell from the air. Do not, Superman, who wanted to talk to Sheng, instantly rushed to borrow the flightman when he saw it, but he was completely dead. Superman held the flightman in a daze and walked back slowly. My worry has happened, Batman frowned. You killed him. After Superman came over, he slowly laid the flightman's body on the ground and said coldly to Sheng, why don't you destroy other people's plane? He will die. Sheng bluntly went back and glanced at the hapless flightman. What the hell? Sheng was surprised to see this. And then he clapped his hands and said to Superman, great. Congratulations on killing the future superhero Green Lantern. The flightman's name is Hal Jordan, and he is a childhood sweetheart with Carol Ferris. In the future, he will get a green light ring to become the Green Lantern, and is known as one of the greatest Green Lanterns. Members of the Green Lantern Corps, one of the 7 giants of the Justice League, will have unlimited strength and achievements in the future. In the end, I didn't expect to die before he became a Green Lantern. And he died here unluckily before he became a Green Lantern. Accident too unexpected. This is even more unexpected than General Swanvik's brain-dead behavior to threaten Superman. I won't let you go. The fear of his mother being taken away by the military. The threat of Swanwick. And the death of the flight member made Superman, who had always been restrained, lost his composure. He didn't hear what the future superhero Green Lantern said. Just coldly, he stared at Sheng and walked over to that. Red panties. You said he will become Green Lantern in the future. Batman looked at Sheng. How did you know? Because I know what will happen in the future. Sheng explained with a chuckle, in the future. He will get a green light ring to become the Green Lantern. And become one of the 7 giants of the Justice League. Which is an organization established by you. Now you can only be called the 6 giants in the future. Without me, the day of destruction would be born. Superman will die. After Sheng finished speaking, he flew to the disciple. After a while, Sheng fell again. There are a few things on hand, a rope with golden light. A kryptonite dagger and a large kryptonite, the Flash. Sheng shouted whoosh, the Flash came to the front. Although the injury just now hadn't healed completely, it didn't affect the activity anymore. Run an errand and give this to Wonder Woman. The Flash was stunned and picked up the mantra lasso. Then ran towards Diana with a swish. And followed Sheng to hand the kryptonite dagger and kryptonite to Batman. Since Superman is ready to wear the underwear, the kryptonite promised to the military will be given to you first. As for the dagger or kryptonite, which is for the military and which one is for you? You decide for yourself, can you be so generous? Batman didn't expect that Sheng would send kryptonite to himself. I just think the color matches you very well. Sheng patted Batman on the shoulder, said earnestly. And then took Hal Jordan's body and flew to the disciple. This be *****D. Batman instantly understood what he meant. And although nothing happened, he was very uncomfortable thinking of the photo. On the disciple number, Sheng put Hal Jordan's body aside first, and then saw that the camera was looking at Superman, who was already wearing his underwear. That's right, this is Superman. The red cloak and blue tights were supposed to look majestic, but with the addition of a pair of red underwear, the whole feeling changed. It became very weird. But it's this kind of weirdness that makes Sheng feel perfect. This is what Superman should be like. Since it is traditional to wear underwear outside, it should be kept well. Didn't you see that Superman's current strength suddenly doubled? Shame anger Superman, who has nowhere to vent his emotions, turned his anger into strength and smashed toward the destruction day. He wanted to solve the destruction day as soon as possible. He wanted to tear up the red stuff as soon as possible. He wanted to save his mother. The angry Superman seemed to lose his composure. And the kind of crazy rage sent out made Wonder Woman and the Flash a little jealous. Did he say something? Wonder Woman asked the Flash, looking at the mantra lasso. The Flash shook his head and saw Batman in the distance wave his hand and swish past. What's wrong? The Flash asked. Are you fast? Batman asked. The Flash nodded. Well, help me make it into a weapons. This can defeat the Doomsday, Batman said solemnly. Two heat rays collided with each other. Although Superman's body was much smaller than Doomsday, he roared wildly at the moment, and his appearance in the bottom seemed more scary than Doomsday. In the roar, heat ray was anxious. Superman completely ignored the damage he might have suffered and was constantly approaching the day of destruction. The strength that had been suppressed over the years. The accumulated anger seemed to erupt completely at this moment. Boom, the heat ray of Doomsday was stunned back. Superman came to him in an instant, swinging his fists left and right, and hitting Doomsday's head. Boom, boom, boom. The power of each punch seems to be heavier than the previous one, and the heavy sound seems to be knocking in the heart, making people feel depressed and breathless. Boom. The dust was flying, and the huge body of the destruction day hit the ground heavily. A golden rope was wrapped around its neck, and Diana stepped on the protruding stone slab with her feet and grasped the mantra lasso with her hands and lifted it backwards. Doomsday wanted to break free but was madly beaten by Superman. As soon as Heat Ray was released, Superman would take him back. At the moment, Superman's strength has definitely doubled. This is all the credit for wearing the underwear outside. Sheng nodded to himself while shooting Superman's picture. It's almost there. It is estimated that the Day of Destruction will be cold when Batman gets the Kryptonite weapon. After all, the Day of Destruction is different from the Day of Destruction, and the strength of the material will change. This Day of Destruction should not reach the comics even if it evolves. The power of the peak period. It can resist Darkseid's Omega rays and evolve Omega resistance to force Darkseid to ask Superman for help. And it is impossible to evolve into the ability that completely possesses Destroyer spores. The spores of Destruction Day are truly powerful. Just staying there will devour all the lives around them, turning their vitality into nourishment and growing. And even after the body is destroyed, they can parasitize others and swallow the host to become Destruction Day. Resurrected again. Such a Day of Destruction can be said that 163 has ignored death since its birth. Sheng heard the words of General Swanwick just now. Now that they have figured out about the Day of Destruction, then Bald Lie should have been arrested torate. A bald man who destroyed the Sun Pit was caught. And he achieved the achievement of making Superman underwear worn out and even showing signs of blackening. He also saw the Wonder Woman Diana again, and saw the face of the Flash being beaten and the unlucky future of Green Lantern hanging up at home. It's worth it not to mention looking back. Superman will also find trouble with General Swanwick. Sheng made a small sigh while making the United States military and government feel jealous of him. Get more with one stone, make a lot of money. I don't know if Superman will end up with the Doomsday like the movie. I just reminded Batman specifically. Batman should do something after Al if Superman dies. There will be less fun making him an unrighteous Superman. It's fun, Sheng thinks it's not easy to have some fun. Your speed is really fast. Looking at the spear made of kryptonite, Batman asked the Flash again. The Flash said, didn't you see them all? This kind of kryptonite has a great influence on the kryptonites. I need you to stab it into the Destruction Day as quickly as possible, and then take Superman away. Can it be done? Batman solemnly looked at the Flash, who was a little nervous. Fear is not a bad thing, everyone is afraid, but remember, it means that everyone has a chance to fight against fear. And everyone has a chance to be brave. Batman's chicken soup for the soul is just right for the Flash's appetite. And every time the Flash is beaten in the face, he needs chicken soup for the soul to inspire himself to burst into the small universe. The Flash held a kryptonite spear and looked at the Doomsun, which was contained by Superman and Wonder Woman but was not injured at all. And his eyes gradually became firmer, nodded heavily. The swift force was activated, and the yellow lightning galloped out in a blink of an eye and came to the side of Doomsun. Superman, get out of the way, the Flash yelled. And the kryptonite spear instantly pierced the heart of the Destruction Sun. At the same time, Superman's face turned ugly and he collapsed weakly. The Flash was holding Superman away and turned his head to look at the Doomsday. The Doomsday was not dead but became even more hideous. Not good, the Flash yelled that it was about to pass. But Wonder Woman suddenly jumped and stepped on Doomsday. The right-hand Vulcan sword pierced the arm of Doomry, and the left shield bounced off Doomry's other hand. And after releasing the sword of Vulcan, grasping the kryptonite spear and slammed it down. Ho 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 ho. The painful Doomsday roared again and smashed Wonder Woman into the air. At the same time, Ish wanted to pull off the kryptonite spear, but she trembled a few times and crashed her arm down. Motionless and no response. Do you died. Wonder Woman and others watched the Doomsday guess slowly forward. And when they came to Doomsday and looked at it without any response, it was confirmed the Day of Doom is dead. Roar. The Flash exhaled and sat on the ground. Batman walked over from behind and put away the kryptonite spear. Zira. Superman stretched out his hand to tear the red underwear, glanced coldly at the direction of the disciple, and flew away with a bang. He is going to save his mother, Martha. No, you can't let him mess around. Batman frowned and said to the Flash, "Can you still run? Take me to catch him. This time I will definitely beat you." Diana looked at Sheng and said in a deep voice, "I've decided. You must play this BGM when you start with people in the future. It's really hard to get tired of," Sheng said seriously. "No problems," the Flash said with a sound of Batman whizzing out and catching up with the Superman in the flight. Diana leaped high, her slender legs bent to the ground. Diana smiled slightly, and the sword of Vulcan was cut instantly like a gust of wind. "One flies, one runs, now, okay." Sheng chuckled and flew straight down. Sheng escaped easily, and Diana aggressively attacked again. The Flash realized that he couldn't catch up with Superman. Batman must be too fat. The passionate music and the strong drums made Diana's offensive more and more fierce. Her eyes became more and more focused, and her sharp and exquisite features were full of moving charm. Music is off, although she likes it very much and thinks it is great, as if it can make her more passionate in the battle and increase her fighting spirit. But now Diana felt a little embarrassed once the battle was over. With the shield of both hands and the sword of the Vulcan, the mantra lasso with her waist collapsed, and the armor of her with the music overflowing in the air made Sheng a little stunned. "I want to challenge you. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running." Sheng took the camera and flew out of the Disciple with a smile. In a battlefield that was almost considered flat, the body of the Doomsday was lying on the ground, and the sound of passionate music was still in the air. Diana leaped high, and several ups and downs landed on the Disciple again. Knocked on the glass, Diana motioned for Sheng to come out. The battle between Sheng and Diana lasted only 10 minutes. Although there is a BGM bonus, Diana has also mastered the source of the god of war. But she is still not Sheng's opponent. When her fighting spirit was so high that Sheng was serious. The battle ended in an instant. "I'll defeat you sooner or later." The defeat so quickly made Diana a little frustrated. After so many years of trying to catch up, it seemed that she hadn't narrowed the strength of the two people, but got farther and farther. But Diana wouldn't give up easily. Those kindnesses and grievances that had been indiscriminately distinguished from right and wrong gradually faded away. Her only idea now was to defeat Sheng. "As for the reason, it doesn't matter, let's go," Sheng said to Diana with a chuckle, and flew back to the Disciple holding her waist. The next moment, the Disciple cut through the night sky and disappeared. Somewhere in a deserted place, the Disciple swayed down. It was dark all around, and it seemed to be able to hear the chirping of birds and insects. Sheng put a vibe on Hal Jordan's body and sent it to the military base. He originally planned to hand it to Carol Ferris, but now he doesn't have the time to think about it. Sending away the body of Hal Jordan, Sheng took the camera and got off the Disciple with Diana. "This is an empty grassland, what are you going to do?" Diana asked suspiciously, watching a movie. Sheng took a step forward with a chuckle, and opened his palm slightly. The air gradually condensed, and a flat ice wall appeared in a blink of an eye. Diana looked at Sheng suspiciously, and Sheng smiled and took off the bracelet and threw it out. Before the bracelet landed, it turned into a steel battlesuit. Sheng took the camera and connected it to the steel battlesuit to let Gideon cast the content on the ice wall. Sheng pulled Diana to sit down on the grass. Under the dim, starry sky, the two sat side by side and watched the battle scene when Diana came on stage, taken by Sheng on the ice wall. The exquisite scenes combined with the passionate BGM made Diana feel a little bit embarrassed. Diana in the picture is heroic and brave, and the battle scenes are more delicate and shocking than many blockbusters. Sheng put her arms around her shoulders, and she gradually leaned her head on his shoulders. The atmosphere is unexpectedly romantic. "It turns out that it feels like this when I see myself fighting." Diana chuckled and turned to look at Sheng. It just so happened that Sheng also looked down at Diana. The eyes are facing each other, as if there is a kind of invisible electric current colliding with each. The electric people's heartbeat speeds up. The blood speeds up and there is a faint tingling feeling. Booms, booms, booms. Obviously the sound of BGM resounded across the night sky. But he could hear his rapid heartbeats. As if a deer crashed more and more intensely, suddenly. Diana raised her hand to hook Su Sheng's neck and rushed forward. Su Sheng fell to the ground and responded fiercely. It was as if a bonfire had been lit under the dim night sky. And even the temperature was rising rapidly. Under the night sky on the grass, the sound of BGM. Another battle began dedicated to the heart and soul. It seems that you want to make up for all the emotions you didn't have fun in the previous game. For a long time, the breeze rustled the grass. The ice wall melted with bursts of coolness. Unknown insects whispered softly. And the men and women cuddling each other in the moonlight seemed to be a beautiful picture. I don't know how long it took. The sun gradually rose from the horizon, and the golden sun shone on the earth. Diana and Su Sheng woke up, smiled at each other. Su Sheng smiled and said, "Continue." Diana shook her head slightly. "I still have a job today." "Antique merchant?" Su Sheng asked with a smile. Diana was surprised. "How did you know?" "Wait, you won't see me in the future. That's not fair. I've been a part in this era by the time you... The matter on Paradise Island has been resolved. Did Donna Troy find it?" Su Sheng smiled and shook his head, watching Diana put on her armor. Watching her lazily under the sun, Su Sheng couldn't help but get up. Hugged and kissed. "I haven't brushed my teeth yet." Diana stepped back and explained. "I also work as an antique dealer to find Donna. I haven't found her whereabouts for so long." Seeing her disappearing into sight, Su Sheng simply shrunk the disciple number so that she flew to Louise Lois's apartment. Louise Lois seemed to stay up all night, and was a little tired all the time talking on the phone. Seeing Su Sheng flying back to Louise, Lois spoke to the phone and hung up. A woman named Barbara Minerva. She was originally an employee of the museum. She happened to be rescued by me before she was attacked. And then she met her. I didn't expect that she would get from inside when the Tianian collection library was attacked some time ago. I stole something very dangerous. Why were you in the metropolis yesterday?" Su Sheng asked while putting on his clothes. "P.S. Sure enough, whether it is me or Su Sheng, Diana is a special existence in addition. Leopard Girl is the villain of Wonder Woman 2. Diana put on her armor and explained with a stern look. "Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running." The two gathered their things and returned to the metropolis. On the way, Diana asked Superman Batman and the Flash about their identities, especially the Doomsday matter. Diana couldn't help but reprimand Su Sheng for a few words. But Su Sheng was in a good mood, so he didn't care about those. Just nodded in agreement. The hatch opened and Diana jumped straight down from midair. "Find someone, do you need my help?" Su Sheng asked, holding up Diana's beautiful hair. "Let me down right here." Flying over the metropolis, Diana said to Su Sheng, "The god-killing blade possessed by the cheetah goddess of the Saiyan tribe." She pierced her chest with this god-killing blade and became a leopard girl. With the power, endurance, and speed of a cheetah. She is faster than the Flash, not much difference. Her claws and fangs are very sharp. And the person bitten by her will be infected with the same half-human and half-leopard appearance as her. But they will completely lose their self-thinking and only kill. Leopard Girl. Su Sheng knew this person. She was the classic villain of Wonder Woman. She scratched his leg while running at the Flash. Her sharp claws and fangs could pierce the skin of a Kryptonian. Even Superman was infected as a half-human. "Half-leopard killing beast, you finally came back. Superman attacked the military base last night." "No, send me back to Metropolis," Diana said. "She is dangerous. I need to find her as soon as possible." "What then, is General Swanwick dead?" It is not surprising that Superman will attack the military base. Su Sheng. For the current Superman, his adoptive mother Martha is his most important person. Su Sheng was even more curious about whether Superman, who was angry, would kill General Swanwick. Louise Lois shook her head, no. The Flash and Batman were there at the time. And there were kryptonite weapons. So Superman just saved Martha and left. But the military people are very dissatisfied. Especially you will flight after the officer's body was sent over. They thought that Superman killed him so they might take action against Superman. It's not enough to die. Sheng curled his lips and didn't bother to pay attention. Sooner or later, the military's urinary approach would make Superman blacken himself and watch the show from the side. By the way, Bald Lie was caught. The origin room is also in the hands of the military. Seems to be, Louise Lois nodded. Sheng freely released Vibe and went directly. The military base is heavily guarded. As soon as Sheng came out, he saw heavily armed soldiers surrounding the origin room. Several people dressed as scientists seemed to be studying how to enter the origin room. Don't waste time if you can't even enter the door. Sheng raised his voice and walked over with a chuckle. Stop, no approach, otherwise it will be shot. These soldiers are probably newly transferred. But they don't even know Sheng. Seeing Sheng continue to shoot these people forward. Da-da-da-da-da-da, bullets swarmed. Sheng didn't bother to hide, letting these bullets hit his body and be bounced off. The body of steel, bullets and so on are tickling. When he came to the origin rooms, Sheng pushed a few scientists aside and shrank the origin room. Seeing those unwilling but helpless soldiers, Sheng slowly flew up to leave. Whoosh, as soon as he took off, he felt a missile hitting him behind him. When he stopped and turned around, a missile roar came. Sheng shook his fist coldly, boom. The missile exploded in an instant, and the flames were everywhere in the explosion. The red heat ray suddenly rushed out and hit the military base. There was a loud bang. The explosion produced a chain reaction like dominoes, and the entire base was turned into a sea of flames in an instant. In the apartment, Louise Lois hurriedly wanted to call Carol Ferris to tell Sheng that it had passed, so that they must pay attention. Before the call went out, she heard a burst of tearing air sounds coming from the window. As soon as Lois turned her head, she felt a gust of wind. And her followers had been picked up. Where is he? Louise Lois coughed in a panic and recognized this. This was the female adjutant of Krypton who was supposed to be killed by Sheng, but resurrected and escaped. Let go of me, he won't let you go. Where is he? Fiora asked with a gloomy expression. Louise Lois raised her finger to point behind Fiora. And Fiora turned slightly to see a huge amount of fist. Boom! She flew out and smashed directly through the wall in an instant. And Lois fell down and was hugged by Sheng. Is it all right? Sheng put down Lois and asked softly. Lois shook her head. I'm fine, you. She wanted to say that you are careful. But she couldn't say anything when she thought of Sheng's powerful strength. Sheng chuckled and squinted at Fiora, who flew back. Kneel down, Sheng narrowed his eyes and said softly. Humph, Fiora snorted and punched. Sheng chuckles, how many times? Knowing that it's not my opponent, I still have to do it. I don't even bother to fight with you. So kneel down and I will give you a chance to rebuild Krypton. Boom! Fiora's fist stopped as the strong wind blew his face. Are you willing to give me the origin room and the central treasure? Fiora looked at Sheng suspiciously. Will not. Are you kidding me? Fiora was furious and wanted to continue to do it. But Sheng said lightly, I said I will give you a chance to rebuild Krypton. Whether it can be done is up to you. Do you want this opportunity? Fiora will be suspicious. If you want, just kneel down, Sheng smiled. I don't have anything anymore if you play a trick on me. Even if you die, I don't think I will let you go. Fiora stared at Sheng firmly and slowly knelt down on one knee. Revenge for others on Krypton, revenge for General Zod. She definitely wants to, but she wants to rebuild Krypton even more, snapped. Fiora knelt down. You are luckier than other Kryptonites. So I give you a chance. I don't need your allegiance or you. I only need you to work hard to rebuild Krypton. Can it be done? Sheng squinted his eyes and asked Road. At a loss as an adjutant. Fiora is not only strong but also smart. But now she doesn't even know what Sheng intends to do. On the one hand, they slaughtered almost all Kryptonians. But on the other hand, they gave themselves the opportunity to try to rebuild Krypton. What the hell do you want to do? Do I need to explain to you? Sheng's mouth lifted up and thought of a new fun boom. Vibe is released and a miniature wormhole appears. Come with me, Sheng said. Fiora got up and hesitation followed Sheng into the wormhole. Welcome to Earth 2, you can figure it out by yourself. Sheng said casually, turning around and putting on Fiora's shoulder. Fiora was a little unhappy but after thinking about it, he still didn't avoid it, huh? Are you going to travel far? Laura took it and asked. Sheng took Fiora to Earth 2. Faster and faster, faster and faster, after a while. The two appeared in the villa in the center city. Sheng turned around and opened his arms and said with a chuckle. In a blink of an eye, a wormhole appeared in the front. Sheng thought of Earth 2 in his mind, and then suddenly lit up in front of him first. The disciple was released to make a batch of speed serums. And then the disciple was put away and beckoned to Laura. This batch of serum will be handed over to Ballistic. Overlay speed, Sheng smiled. It's going to be away for a while. You stay at home to help me pay attention to the situation here. I will download Gideon's program to your battle suit. And you can contact me if you have any questions. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Here, what is this place? Fiora was slightly surprised by the strange change just now, and couldn't help but ask, jumped out, you are going one. 9. What should I do? Thea asked hurriedly. The rapid force started and the yellow lightning galloped. Earth 2, Fiora was faintly agitated. This is called Roar, is there another Earth? The opportunity, he said, is to let himself rebuild Krypton on this planet. Your Kryptonian civilization hasn't been exposed to multi-universe yet. And the concept of parallel worlds shouldn't be there yet. There are many parallel universes in this world. A Krypton star exploded on Earth. But it might not explode in a certain world. Earth 1 may be a hero and Earth 2 may be a villain. Although Krypton's technology is advanced, because of the different directions of the technology tree points, it is really a bit of a turtle in this respect. The Krypton in this world, I don't know, it should have exploded too. Sheng put out Fiora's fantasy and said, I came to this world just to do something along the way. And when it's done, I will take you to where you really want to go. In that world you will see many Kryptonians. Heroes and villains, Sheng said with a light smile. Roar Fiora took a deep breath. 11. What are you going to do? I can help. Sheng gave a non-committal smile and turned and walked out. The central city of Earth II is very quiet. The quiet one resembles a dead city. It looks like it should be noon, but no one is visible. There are no cars on the roads, and even the shops on the street seem to be closed. What's the situation? Sheng was a little surprised. Why did it change so much over a period of time? Boom. Fiora next to him suddenly flew up, floating in the air and scanning the entire city. After a while, she fell down and pointed to the front. There are a lot of people gathered in a building over there. It seems that they have special abilities. The one headed in a dark uniform seems to be called. Fiora listened carefully, extremely fast. This speed seems to be gathering manpower to attack Earth 1. Want to find you, Fiora looked at Sheng. What a coincidence, I came to look for him too. Sheng smiled lightly. I quickly caught a man named Harrison Wells and let him create a channel that can open the two universes. It seems that he also caught his daughter. So unlucky to get caught again. Didn't Harrison Wells and his daughter Jessie say that they were going to Atlantis? Was caught back by Speed and the Speed is okay. He ruled the city center and summoned the villains in such a short time. Speaking of Jessie, it's a bit worthwhile. You can give her serum to increase her speed power energy and change the color of speed power, by the way. Go save Harrison Wells's daughter first. And then go to Speed. I'll go, Fiora said. You. Fiora nodded. She wanted to hurry up to see the world, Sheng said. Also, her name is Jessie, Sheng nodded indifferently. and Fiora flew away with a bang. Central City Police Station at the moment. The police station has been completely occupied by the villains. There are all kinds of villains standing in the hall. The villains with a little ability in Central City are all here. On the second floor, Jisoo wearing a dark uniform was flashing blue lightning, and his black mask made him look eerie and terrifying. Looking around at extreme speed, the voice jittered with a hoarse and harsh feeling. Are you ready? I will take you to another Earth. And your people are the ones who find the speeders. In an instant, an exuberant shout came from below. These villains are not all threatened by extreme speed, and some actively join in. Going to another world to act recklessly is something that many villains are willing to do. So when the sound of extreme speed fell, there was an instant hustle and bustle below. Looking at these excited guys, there was a sneer on the speedy face under the mask. Sheng, he muttered the name gloomily. Sheng was not only a speed man, he also killed himself the vest of the Flash, and saved Jesse for all these reasons. The speed would naturally not let him go, and he refused to give up after Sheng left Earth II. He quickly captured Harrison Wells and Jesse back, and he continued to study ways to open the two world channels, and then began to gather his men. He is no longer satisfied with this world. He is going to conquer another world. He wants Sheng's speed. He turned his head to look at Harrison Wells as he became more excited. Tell me you are ready. Harrison Wells nodded solemnly and desperately, so. Jisoo just wanted to say that he was ready to go to another Earth. But as soon as he said two words, heard a loud bang. The roof of the police station was suddenly smashed through, and it flashed aside quickly. The shattered rubble fell and Sheng appeared. It's you. Extremely cold and arrogantly activated the superpower. The blue lightning light lit up and directly rushed towards Sheng. It seems to be still at this moment. The extremely fast voice fell down his body and crashed to the ground. Following that, he saw the blue light shuttle quickly across his body. His body gradually disappeared and turned into ashes. And then with a swish sound, the blue lightning speed penetrated Sheng's. In the body so fast, I am here to defeat you, and then to conquer and destroy your world. Your speed is mine. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Sheng's neck. The extremely fast arm slowly lowered and looked down at his heart. He slowly turned around and looked at Sheng in disbelief. No, it's impossible. How could you possibly? Seeing Sheng, the speedy voice was full of ferociousness. I was about to go to your world to find you. I didn't expect you to come, haha, that's okay. Sheng slightly activates the speed force, letter 3007 Supergirl. Oh, the speed is very fast. His speed is at least 4 or 5 times faster than the Flash. 863 seems to be faster than Sheng under normal conditions. Blinkano. He has come to Sheng's face almost faster than blinking an eye. His hand is grabbing Sheng's neck, and the corner of his mouth shows a hideous smile. The world seemed to be back to normal, and everyone was a little surprised seeing the two people who had changed positions. World whoosh. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. The blue lightning flashed up instantly. The yellow lightning flashed. Sheng suddenly superimposed the speed 10 times. And at the moment when his fingertips were about to touch him, he quickly avoided and went behind him. The high-speed hand knife directly pierced in from the back of the speed. Stabbing broke his heart, quiet, deathly silence. Jisoo had just been eager to take them to conquer another world. But now he was suddenly killed and turned into ashes. Is this change too fast? Watching Sheng change from yellow lightning to blue lightning, all the villains were blinded. This is another speed of the Earth, right? He killed extreme speed and took away extreme speed. Now what should I do now? When these people hesitation should be run or should be started. Harrison Wells was overjoyed and died quickly. And his daughter was saved. He walked towards Sheng and was about to speak. But the blue light flashed by. Harrison Wells was shocked. It's gone. Sheng actually left. Harrison Wells was dumbfounded for an instant. The villains who had gathered were also stunned. Jisoo died and the people who had killed Jisoo also left. They lost their goal and direction so much that many people were confused. Those who were coerced turned and left. And it didn't take long for the villains to leave under the crowd. It's still blue that looks more pleasing to the eye. The azure blue lightning fast shuttled through the city. Sheng was not sure if it changed color because of enough quantity, or because the speed was the superb power of the Flash's vein, which was absorbed by him, so his superb power was upgraded. But no matter what Wells, this color looks more pleasing to the eye, and the basic speed is much faster. Even if it is not superimposed, the speed should be much faster than the previous extreme speed. Sheng stopped abruptly, and Fiora was still carrying the unconscious Jessie in the place where he had just crossed. "It's fast," Sheng applauded somewhat unexpectedly. Fiora didn't speak. After magnifying her hearing and vision, she was lucky to find Jessie. But Jessie was frightened and asked Dongwingxi, so she was very impatient and stunned. Sheng knew that Fiora couldn't wait to go to another world, so he didn't talk nonsense and asked Fiora to hold on to Jessie. And he took Fiora's shoulder to travel through time again. I don't know if it's because of the speed increase or the superpower upgrade. This time Sheng quickly and easily opened the wormhole. The blue lightning flashed by and disappeared. And the next moment there was a wilderness. The wormhole opens, Sheng ran out with Fiora and Jessie. "Is this here?" Fiora asked Sheng faintly with excitement. "Earth 38, Sheng said with a chuckle. "This is the world of Supergirls. A world where there is no the Flash and no Green Arrow. And aliens are flooded." Sheng thinks that the original screenwriter must be deliberate. Just because this is the world of Supergirls, it is Earth 38. Right, March 8th, March 8th. Should this directivity be so obvious, you can go now. Sheng took Jessie from Fiora and said with a chuckle. Fiora looked at Sheng with a complicated expression. He stopped talking before saying, "I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise I will find your world and I will go back to find you." Sheng hugged Jessie and shrugged. And Fiora flew away with a bang. "Then I will also start to enjoy the new scenery." Sheng chuckled and led Jessie to find a direction and left. International City, a prosperous and busy city. This is also the city where the Supergirl is located. Sheng took Jessie to open a room in a hotel in the International City and threw the unconscious Jessie onto the bed. Sheng called out Gideon while turning on the TV. "Gideon, can you contact Earth 1? Sheng asked casually, not for the time being. It takes time to collect and analyze the frequencies of different worlds. Gideon replied. Sheng responded and turned off Gideon. A painful groan sounded. And Jessie rubbed his neck and woke up dazedly. "It hurts this, where is this?" When she opened her eyes to see the strange environment, Jessie was shocked. And then she was even more surprised when she saw Sheng. "It's you, you saved me, where is this, where is that woman?" Sheng hissed and signaled her not to make a noise. A piece of news was being broadcast on TV last night. An airplane had an accident but was accidentally rescued. Someone dragged the airplane into the sea safely. The picture of this person leaving and flying away from the sea was filmed in the news. And everyone was guessing her identity. So Supergirl just started. Sheng raised his mouth and turned to look at Jessie. "I have killed the speed, as for the woman who saved you. She has already explored this new world. As for where is this place, this is Earth 38. Did you take me to another world? This is not your world, right?" Jessie asked in a daze in surprise. Sheng nodded and said, "I will stay in this world for a while. During this time you will take a guest role on my pillow. When I find a new one, you can be liberated. I will send you back at that time." The fear of suffocation made her finally wake up. The person in front of her killed the Flash. Killed the extremely cold-blooded person. And hidden a cold heart in his seemingly kind and easy-to-kind face. Sheng let go of Jessie. And Jessie instantly sat on the ground and sobbed. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Sheng came to the door in an instant and opened the door to look at Jesse and said, "You can go, you are kidnappings." Jesse yelled anxiously, snapped. Shaking his head, Sheng turned around and left the hotel. "Yes, I'm sorry," she trembled and said difficultly. "P.S. I don't know if Supergirl can eat the steel body to the steel body." Sheng frowned and suddenly reached out and pinched Jesse's neck directly to his eyes. "I'm very curious about what you told him when Speed kidnapped you. Or do you think I'm better bullying than Speed?" "Let it go, let me go." Jesse beat Sheng's steel wrist in pain, and the feeling of suffocation made her tears flow out. She was scared. "Go me, where am I going? I just want to go back to my world." Jesse got up and walked towards Sheng. "You can't do this, you are kidnapping me, send me back." "Send me back immediately, I want to see my father." "Why?" "Kayla Danvers, her Krypton name is Kayla Zoel. And she is Superman's cousin. Before the explosion of Krypton, Superman was sent to Earth. And Kayla was also sent to Earth to take care of Superman. But her spacecraft had an accident, and it took a long time for her to arrive on Earth. Her age and appearance have not changed. But Superman has already become a hero on Earth. She was sent by Superman to the Danvers family for adoption. Because she did not have the responsibility to take care of Superman. She grew up and studied like an ordinary person. After graduation, she chose to be a reporter like Superman and joined Kate International Media. Unfortunately, a reporter, I didn't treat it as a secretary to the company's female boss and media tycoon Kate Grant. Her life trajectory is similar to that of Superman. She usually wears glasses and wears ordinary when needed. She throws away her glasses and tears her clothes and transforms into a female Superman. It is worth mentioning that the action of tearing the clothes is quite handsome. After coming out of the hotel, Sheng first went to find a real estate agency to buy a high-level apartment with an indoor area of about 200 square meters and a semi-enclosed private swimming pool. I paid the full amount and signed the contract, and it took no more than 1 hour from the inspection to the purchase. When the intermediary company enthusiastically handed the key to Sheng, there was a note with the phone number written on it, but it was a pity that her condition was 377 points worse. After getting the key, Sheng planned to go see Kayla first. But when he got to Kate International, he scanned the entire floor and didn't find Kayla. So he had to go back to the hotel first. "Come with me," Sheng said to Jesse, who had calmed down and his eyes were a little red. This time Jesse had learned well. Although she was reluctant in her heart, she still quietly and obediently followed Sheng and left the hotel. Before Jesse was young, she was seen very closely by her father. It was when she was most curious about the outside world. She silently followed Sheng and walked down the street, watching the prosperous and unfamiliar city gradually. Was attracted. Sheng took Jesse into a big supermarket to buy daily necessities and bought a few sets of clothes by the way. Jesse felt that her eyes were not enough. She found a lot of differences between the two worlds. After shopping for more than an hour, the two came to the apartment that Sheng bought with large and small bags. "We live here?" Jesse asked in surprise. "This is a much better environment than the Speed of kidnapping you." Sheng put down things and said casually. Jesse was silent. "Clean things up, can you cook? If you can't, you can learn or order takeaway. Give you the money if you want. You can go out and go shopping as long as you come back before I go to bed at night." Sheng's attitude towards Jesse was not like kidnapping, but a bit like treating a servant. Jesse quietly collected the money and then packed it up. Although Jesse can be regarded as the file-size sister in Earth II. After all, Harrison Wells's cutting-edge laboratory is very profitable. But she really knows some simple cooking skills. After tidying up the apartment and getting some food, it was dark outside before I knew it. Jesse gradually became nervous. Sheng came out after taking a shower and cast a glance at the stern Jesse to let her take a bath. Jesse nodded silently and went to the bathroom. The patter of water stopped after a long while. Jesse came out of the bathroom and found that Sheng was not in the living room, with the light on in the direction of the master bedroom. After hesitation for a long time, she walked over. Pushing the door open, Sheng was lying on the bed, using Gideon to understand the situation of the world. She paused for a moment, closed the door, and walked over. Wanting to say something, it can be seen that Sheng didn't care about her intentions at all, and she could only get on the bed silently and lay down in the corner. Nervous and restrained, Jessie didn't even dare to change the position she was lying down. Turned her back slightly to Sheng, motionless. Her mind was very restless. As time passed, a sense of exhaustion spread slowly. First, he was arrested again by Speed and locked up for a few days. Then he was rescued by Fiora and knocked out. And then he came to a strange world. The physical and mental exhaustion made Jessie, who was lying on the shoe-ruined bed after taking a bath, tired and fell asleep in a daze. It's dawn until dawn. When Jessie woke up, Sheng was no longer by her side. And there was no Sheng in the living room when she came out of the bedroom. Where is Sheng? He is downstairs of Kate International Media Company, holding a large bouquet of roses in his hand. People passed by one after another, seeing Sheng holding flowers. I couldn't help but look at it a few more times. Especially the employees of Kate International Media Company were curious about the woman he was sending flowers to. Sorry, please let me please, sorry. Kayla Danfoss wore a beige bag, buttocks, a pink shirt, a headband and glasses. A shoulder bag hung diagonally with a few cups of coffee in her hand, and shouted apologetically to the person in front. Kayla Danfoss, didn't you admit the wrong person? We don't know each other. Kayla Danfoss asked tentatively, I'm going to be late. Pushing away from the crowd, Kayla Danfoss was about to enter the company when she saw someone suddenly approaching her and blocking her. Seeing her slightly confused, Sheng smiled and asked, in this world, do you have a boyfriend? She must enter the company before Kate Grant arrives. Silly what? I'm sorry, Kayla Danfoss said, planning to go around but suddenly saw a bouquet of roses handed to her, which made her stunned. He raised his head, pushed his glasses, and watched the handsome man open suspiciously. That the people around immediately understood it. And it must be this boy named Sheng who had a crush on Kayla Danfoss for a long time, and now finally mustered up the courage to confess. That's there now. Sheng handed the rose over and said at the same time, my name is Sheng, would you like to be my girlfriend? Yes, it's me. Are you? Kayla Danfoss asked in a daze. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Secret love, you don't know me, but I know you. And I have known you for a long time. Sheng still smiled and said, Kayla Danfoss was completely stupid. If he heard correctly, did he propose to himself? No, you want to associate with yourself, but... Kayla Danfoss stared at Sheng blankly, not knowing him at all. No. Kayla Danfoss was a little confused. What's the situation? Kayla Danvers stared blankly at Sheng with a smile and didn't expect this to happen to her. She knew that she was ordinary. At least she had always been ordinary. Secret love. Confession, she had never experienced such a thing. Last night, I used ability to save Alex for the first time to save the people on the plane. I was confessed today. Is this a reward for doing good? Kayla Danvers thought divergently. Aren't you going to pick it up? Sheng Tilda asked with a smile. Kayla Danvers hurriedly took it and said awkwardly, thank you very much for your flowers. This should be the first time I have received flowers from the opposite S*X. The flowers are beautiful, but don't refuse in a hurry. I know you don't have an impression of me, but at least you can give me a chance to let you know me. And Sheng looked at the crowd around him and laughed lightly. You will lose face if you refuse so simply. That I will pick you up after you get off work. Let's have a meal together, Sheng said simply. Kayla Danvers' hesitation nodded, then it settled. Sheng smiled. I have to go to work first. Kayla Danvers pointed to the company and entered the company embarrassingly and somewhat unnaturally. Was someone sent flowers to confession downstairs in the company? This kind of thing made her unable to calm down at all. Roar. Roars looking at Kayla in the elevator. Danvers constantly sucked deeply. Sheng's mouth showed a slight curvature. Kayla Danvers, it's really interesting, a long time ago. Sheng wanted to know if a woman with a steel body would be so hard all over. Although Fiora is also a Kryptonian, the Supergirl Kayla Danvers is obviously more interesting. When Sheng came out in the morning, he planned to go directly to Kayla Danvers, but stopped by a flower shop for a while as a result. The owner of the flower shop was very good at taking the opportunity to actively promote it. Send girlfriend, it sounds great anyway. This world doesn't have a girlfriend, and only Jesse and Fiola know him. You can change the gameplay completely. That's why there was the scene of sending flowers to confession just now. He wants to try if he can catch Supergirl Kayla Danvers. After Sheng left, she wandered around looking for a restaurant suitable for dating. He took a bite outside at noon and returned to the apartment. Jesse is watching TV on the sofa. Sheng took a shower and changed his clothes. Watching his behavior, Jesse couldn't help asking curiously, what are you still going to do, prepare for the date? Sheng said casually, dating. Jesse was shocked. She definitely doesn't think that Sheng is going to date herself. She is just curious about whom Sheng will date. She wanted to ask a few more questions, but she could only suppress curiosity when she saw Sheng and didn't want to talk more. Time seemed to pass very fast. Kayla Danvers felt that she had done nothing except for sending documents to Kate Grant a few times and being scolded. It was time to get off work nervous. Kayla Danvers became nervous inexplicably. Even more nervous than she was during the interview. Seeing the colleagues around him packing up and off work one by one. Kayla Danvers was also cleaning up but was very slow. And several times even installed the wrong things. Why are you still not leaving, Kate Grant, who was dressed in a capable and elegant dress, came out of the office and asked when Kayla Danvers was still packing her things. Immediately, Ms. Kate. Kayla Danvers hurriedly responded. Kate Grant glanced at the roses on the table and said faintly, draft. Drolling no matter what you do. What is the most important thing to be a reporter, resolute? Simply, good at seizing opportunities. The news won't appear until you're ready. And the same goes for your boyfriend, Ms. Kate I. Kate Grant turned her head and walked away as if she was too lazy to listen to your nonsense. Kayla Danvers took a long breath. Packed up her things and left the office with flowers. Ding. The elevator doors opened. Kayla Danvers stepped out of the elevator and out of the company. As soon as she walked out, she saw Sheng, who was waiting for herself not far away. Open the door of the co-pilot and let Kayla Danvers get in the car. Sheng went around and started the car and drove away. The car was just bought before he left. Sheng didn't put too much pressure on Kayla Danvers, as if it was to decide whether or not he wanted to associate. He fabricated the identity of a Huxia businessman who had just arrived in the international city and talked with her about some common things. Kayla Danvers, who went to and gradually relaxed. And finally, it was no longer what you asked and what I answered, and began to slowly provoke the topic. The relaxed and stress-free relaxed atmosphere finally made her curious to ask the question she most wanted to know. Kayla Danvers was secretly delighted but at the same time unconfident. I don't know your taste. Is there anything you can't eat or like? Sheng asked. I don't know what to do. It's a pity to throw away the blame. Kayla Danvers explained unnaturally. How did you know me? Why didn't I have any influence on you? When he arrived at the reserved seat, he took the initiative to open a chair for Kayla Danvers. Sheng sat down opposite and smiled at the waiter. It's ready. You haven't reached the point where you can fall in love at first sight. Right. It can be seen that Kayla Danvers is a completely inexperienced chick. After getting in the car, he has always been nervous and restrained. She wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. She felt embarrassed. Sheng's mentality was very relaxed, chatting with her without a word, and soon came to the restaurant. Sheng smiled. I have booked the restaurant, let's go. With that said, Sheng took Kayla Danvers to the roadster parked on the side of the road. Before long, the food and wine were delivered. Kayla Danvers shook his head, no. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I thought you couldn't come out without me. Sheng greeted him with a light smile and glanced at the flower in her arms. You definitely have no impression. And I just met you once by chance. And I felt very special at the time. So I later spent some time understanding my identity and work. Sheng explained with a chuckle. Love at first sight. That's good. All love at first sight is nothing but a surprise. Appearance is the key to being likable. Sheng's face value can't be said to be very high. But he has a clear and beautiful figure. And has a unique temperament. Both those who hate him and those who like him have to admit that, leaving his character aside, he is really hard to hate. Especially when he takes the initiative to approach. It is easy to make people feel good. Kayla Danvers' affection for Sheng is steadily increasing. After a meal, she feels as if she has known Sheng for a long time. And she doesn't have the unfamiliar feeling of first acquaintance. He seems to really understand himself. Shall I take you back? Sheng smiled and asked Kayla Danvers at the entrance of the restaurant. Kayla Danvers smiled and shook her head. No, I can go back by myself, thank you today. Exchange a number? Sheng asked with a smile. Kayla Danvers nodded. The numbers were exchanged and Kayla Danvers left. Watching her leave, Sheng turned around and walked away. Gideon, where is there a lot of lead? Gideon asked while Sheng released his bracelet while driving. Gideon gave the answer after a while. After an hour, Sheng returned to the apartment with a large amount of lead. Jesse was a little stunned when he saw this. Didn't he go on a date? Why did you come back with so much lead? As the daughter of Harrison Wells, Jessie is not a little girl who knows nothing. Sheng took off his wristband and released the steel battle suit, which was activated with great speed. The azure light of lightning quickly revolved around the steel battle suit, and he began to upgrade and modify the steel battle suit with lead. Lead can block the X-ray vision of the Kryptonians. After the steel battle suit was modified, Sheng tried it. As expected, the conventional X-ray vision could not be penetrated. He started to superimpose the effect of X-ray vision. Double until fives. He finally saw the structure inside the steel battle suit. Gideon, find someone for me, Alex Danvers. Sheng turned around and sat down beside Jesse while talking. Jesse moved slightly aside and asked curiously, well, you made this battle suit, not bad. Sheng smiled lightly. You should be very good at speed learning. When you have time, help me research and get a battle suit dedicated to speed. Huh? Jesse responded in a daze. And Gideon had found the position of Alex Danvers. The relationship between Alex and Kayla can be seen from the surname. She is the older sister of Kayla's foster family. She is an expert in bioengineering and an agent of the Super Inspection Department of the Special Department. Possess good fighting skills and knows alien creatures well. When Supergirl Kayla came to Earth 12 years ago, a group of criminals imprisoned by Krypton also came to Earth. Therefore, the Super Investigation Department was established to specialize in the research of alien technology to deal with these alien criminals. Sheng instantly put on the steel battle suit and flew away from the window. Boom! The sound barrier formed one after another in the night sky. And a few minutes later, he came to the window of an apartment. In the apartment, Alex seems to have just arrived home and is calling someone. It sounds like Kayla. The corners of Sheng's mouth lifted up and started to vibrate quickly. And the high-frequency vibration made him pass into the apartment together with the battle suit. Boom! The black and gold steel battle suit appeared. And Alex just hung up the phone for a moment. Alex reacted quickly and broadcast a signal on the phone while flipping and jumping, reaching out and grabbing the gun hidden by the side and pointing at Sheng. Who are you, man? Sheng smiled lightly. Alex looked at it with a stunned expression. It seemed that this was some kind of battle suit or armor. Not an alien, while the person you called hasn't come yet. What are you going to talk about? Sheng said with a chuckle. Boom! Alex shot suddenly. The bullet hit the battle suit and rubbed out a slight spark, and it bounced away without leaving any traces. Sometimes it's so sad, no matter how hard you work. The gap in abilities is still irreparable. Having an alien sister born with a powerful ability makes you feel uncomfortable. No disease and no disaster of an acne won't grow you envy her. Right, so when she decided not to use ability, you were actually relieved. Alex was stunned by Sheng's words. How did he know? How do you know Kayla? How do you know that you envy Kayla? What do you want to do? Alex asked in a deep voice. Help you, Sheng said bluntly. As an agent, you can only watch Kayla stand alone. This feeling is uncomfortable. Whether it is out of jealousy or worry. You don't want to fight alongside her. You don't want to tell everyone that you Alex Danvers isn't it just the sister of the Kryptonian Kayla Danvers. Well, there are so many aliens hidden in the international city. Do you want to rely on your sister to save you when you are in danger? I can help you. How do you help me? Alex asked after a moment of silence. Battle suit. I can help you make a powerful battle suit, which can be carried with you to deal with any emergencies. As a price, you only need to find someone for me. A prisoner in Rosberg, think tank star man Indigo. Boom, the door of Alex's apartment was suddenly kicked open, and a black man rushed in followed by several agents. Raise the gun, spread it out, and surround Sheng wearing a steel battle suit. Alex, are you okay? The black man asked. Alex shook his head. Come fast, what should I call you? Ron or Hank? Sheng turned to look at the black man and said with a chuckle. The black expression changed slightly. My name is Hank Henshaw, the director of the Super Investigation Department. No matter who you are, you have to come with us. As long as you can keep me in 3.6. Sheng glanced at Alex with a chuckle. Turning and walking towards the window, bang, bang, bang. The intensive gunfire sounded instantly but couldn't stop Sheng's footsteps. Hank Xiao and other agents rushed to stop him. Sheng raised his hand against the wall and it was a palm cannon. Boom, the wall collapsed in an instant. Hank Henshaw and the others saw the black and gold steel armor directly flying out after a slight meal. Boom, 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 the sonic boom sounded one after another, and disappeared into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Looking at the direction where the steel battle suit disappeared, Hank Henshaw turned to ask Alex for the details. At this time, he didn't know that Sheng had copied his ability because of his attack with a gun just now. Hank Henshaw is not only a pseudonym for him, but even a false identity. His real name is Ron and Rance. His real identity is Martian, codenamed Martian Manhunter. In the comics, Martian Manhunter is the veteran of the Justice League and one of the 7 giants of the Justice League, but was later replaced by Cyborg. Martian Manhunter has a lot of abilities, such as basic super physique, super strength, super endurance, flight ability, not to mention shapeshifting arithmetic is one of his commonly used abilities. By changing the polymer structure of his own, he can change the shape at will. The reason why he can use Hank Henshaw's identity is based on this ability. The second is invisibility, which is still changing its molecular structure to achieve a transparent effect. He also has a phaseless state, not subject to any physical effects, super regeneration ability, and super roar suction, Martian sight, and so on, but his most prominent is telepathy. His telepathy is more comprehensive and powerful than Gruder's mind control. One weakness of Martian Manhunter is his fear of fire. Faced with the inquiry of director Hank Henshaw, Alex explained what happened just now, including the fact that the other party knew about his relationship with Kayla and Kayla's true identity. And he wanted to send himself a steel battle suit just to find Luo. Indigo, a criminal in Zilberg, and so on. Definitely. Alex didn't say anything about the other person saying that he was envious or jealous of Kayla. It's hard to tell if the other party is a human or an alien species. But he has too much information. Hank Henshaw frowned. Let's find this Indigo first to see what it has to do with the other party. And about your sister, I will live with her these few days. Alex took the conversation. Okay, Hank Henshaw nodded. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. Whether it is Alex Hank Henshaw or Kayla Danvers, they all have trouble falling asleep. And they are all because of one person, Sheng. Hank Henshaw was almost called the real name, too scared. As for the instigator, Sheng, sleeping with Jesse in his arms was extremely sweet. In the next few days during the day, Sheng and Jesse studied how to make a battle suit suitable for super fast power. Based on the future, the Flash's blue and white battle suit. The main purpose is to enhance the speed resistance. In the evening, I went out to date with Kayla Danvers. Ate dinner and occasionally pressed the road or something. Although there is no certainty, it is not a rapid progress. But at least it is no problem to hold a small hand. During this period of time, the Super Investigation Department had been investigating Sheng's identity and whereabouts. But there was no clue, as if the world had evaporated. The night is sultry, strolling under the lights of different colors. Sheng and Kayla Danvers walk side by side holding hands. "Sit down there," Sheng asked, pointing to the bench on the street. "Good actinium." Kayla Danvers nodded and was about to walk with Sheng, but suddenly heard a harsh sound. The sound seemed to make her head almost explode. "What's wrong with you?" Sheng asked, concerned. Kayla Danvers shook her head. "No, it's okay. It's just a headache suddenly. I am communicating at 50,000 hertz. If you can hear you, you are not a human being on Earth. It hurts, right, if you don't come to see me. The people in the international city will suffer 10 times the pain. Go to the international city power plant to see me." Kayla Danvers tilted her head and endured the sting and heard a man's voice. "How many innocent people have to die before you will bravely face me?" "Alula's daughter." The name Allura made Kayla Danvers' eyes instantly turn cold. "This is her mother's daughter, sorry. I suddenly thought of something urgent, I have to go first." Kayla Danvers eagerly apologized to Sheng and turned around and ran into the park far away without waiting for him to answer. Hearing a swish, a figure flew away from the sky above the forest. The red cloak shook with the wind. The top is Superman's blue tights. The big S logo on the chest is very conspicuous. And the bottom is a red skirt. Black stockings and red over-the-knee boots. Supergirl, that is Supergirl, this excuse is really bad. Sheng curled his lips and fished his ears. The voice just now was really harsh. This arrogant guy should be the first enemy Supergirl faces. Right. The criminal who was imprisoned by Kayla's mother in Rosberg. Speaking of these criminals in Rosberg are more patient than the Black Arrow Malcolm Merlin of Starling. People have deliberately planned to destroy the poor stocks for 5 years. These guys have been hidden on the Earth for 12 years. Right, Boom International City Power Plant. The Supergirl rolled around the place for a few laps. And she could stop and look at each other. A burly bald guy looked no different from a human being, except that there was a vertical bar slightly raised above her head. With a crisp crash, the Supergirl slammed onto the wall and landed slowly. At the same time, the alien bald took an axe from his back and threw it directly at the Supergirl. Gululu tilde boom, hey, her blood is mine. Sheng descended from the sky directly in front of Supergirl and reached out and grabbed the axe. What? P.S. This villain is the villain that appeared in the first episode of Supergirl. His axe is very special and can hurt Supergirl. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. He looked at Supergirl coldly. On my planet, women want to bend to men's. I don't know if Fiora has found the Kryptonian. The criminals behind these criminals in Rosberg are the Kryptonian General Astra. This is Supergirl's aunt. Like Zod, he wants to turn the Earth into a second one. Kryptonians. Sheng chuckled and activated the Speed Force to quickly put on the battle suit and flew away with a swish to chase the Supergirl. Supergirl crashed down and shattered the ground. Looking around, she frowned and said, "It's smart. I chose a place full of lead, but I can hear your heartbeat." Supergirl turned her head when she heard the sound. Her fist hit her cheek and instantly knocked her out. Supergirl grinned with smashed teeth and was picked up and thrown towards the power plant's factory building. Boom, the Supergirl flew over with a cold snort. Her arms straight and her fists forward. The alien bald sneered with a disdainful sneer, stretched out his hand and directly grabbed Supergirl's wrist and slammed it down. Supergirl said as she walked, but a figure suddenly fell from behind her. Who are you? Seeing the steel man who suddenly appeared to catch the axe, Supergirl and the alien bald asked almost in unison, "Why is this another guy coming out? And it doesn't look like the other person's person. If it's an alien bald guy, you shouldn't catch the axe. If it's a Supergirl, you won't say that her blood is mine." Sheng's sudden appearance made both sides stunned. And it also stunned the Super Investigation Department, who was planning to go to support after receiving the news. "It's him." Seeing the black and gold steel battle suit in the satellite surveillance picture, Alex and Hank Henshaw recognized them instantly. "Finally found you. Assemble the staff and set off immediately." Hank Henshaw yelled and turned to Alex. "You are responsible for keeping an eye on him to figure out his identity." "Leave it to me," Alex said solemnly. The Super Inspection Department quickly set off to the scene. "Who am I? This is a secret." "Everyone has a secret, doesn't it?" Sheng casually weighed the axe and looked at Supergirl and then at the alien bald guy who walked aside. "Are you still fighting? If you want to fight, just continue." Supergirl and the alien bald glanced at each other and rushed together in an instant. 300 regardless of who this Iron Man is. Solve the opponent first and then solve him. The two thoughts are surprisingly consistent. Boom, boom. Boom, the two played extremely fiercely to be precise. Supergirl was beaten fiercely. The extraterrestrial bald guy's power and ability to fight against were very strong, while Supergirl didn't have any fighting skills or even any combat experience. In this case, there is no second result except being abused. It's miserable, it's miserable. Sheng couldn't bear to look at each other. But he didn't mean to help. Kayla is a Supergirl. Not a Supergirl, fighting is her main theme. Not to mention that although she was abused very badly, the body of steel is actually not so fragile. Whoosh. A missile flew from the air suddenly and exploded near the battle between the two. At the moment, the alien bald guy was pinching Supergirl's neck and turned to look at the plane in the night sky. The alien bald guy snorted and threw Supergirl at the plane. Boom, the plane instantly exploded and fell. Alex. The Supergirl's eyes flashed to see the person in the plane, and she rushed towards the plane to save people. But the alien bald came to Sheng in 3 steps and reached out to grab her. "Lex." Sheng turned around and shoved the alien bald man to the ground in a flash, and slashed directly with the axe. The alien bald guy's right arm was cut all at once. Sheng carried an axe against his back neck and said with a chuckle, "Your axe is very sharp. Shh, don't shout. Just in case, what if I accidentally chopped your neck?" "Hey, don't be afraid, I just have a question to ask. Is there a new Kryptonian from your side to join?" "HMPH, you don't want to know." The alien bald snorted and suddenly raised his head and threw his neck to the axe. The axe pierced his neck sharply, and he twitched a few times and fell on his stomach without understanding. "Nima, do you think you are a dead man? You commit suicide if you lose the battle. Why don't you cut your belly?" Sheng got up with an axe carrying an axe, and saw Supergirl slowly falling down carrying a few agents dressed up. As soon as he landed, Alex commanded his men to surround Sheng. "Let me get it right." Sheng looked at Alex and asked with a chuckle. Alex's expression changed slightly and glanced at the Supergirl next to her subconsciously. But she quickly returned to normal. "Alex, why are you here?" "What's the matter?" My sister suddenly became an agent, which made Supergirl a little embarrassed. "I'll talk about it later," Alex said in a low voice, pacing slowly towards Sheng. "Who are you?" Sheng looked down at the blood-stained axe and the black and gold battle suit and almost blurted out that I was Liangshan Black Liqui. Where did this thinking spread? How come I think of Li Kui inexplicably? Sheng shook his head and said to Alex, "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is what I do and which side I stand on. At this time tomorrow, I am here waiting for you." Sheng flew away with a swish after speaking. If it were the usual Supergirl, she would definitely catch up. But now she wants to know about Alex. Alex turned her head to look at Supergirl she knew. She had to explain it. Jessie's progress is too slow and she needs to be speeded up. According to your father's research of Speed 6, upgrade the improved Speed 10. Don't worry, there are no side effects. Sheng chuckled and stepped back. And lightning flashed in Jessie's eyes, wow tilde. Excited Jessie ran fast in the room. The yellow lightning light was unusually dazzling. No one is there. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the apartment, the Flash. No, you should call Jessie Kyoiki. Sheng chuckled lightly as soon as Jess moved. He realized that he had fallen on the bed in the bedroom. She stood up in a daze. This uncontrollable speed and frequency made her feel as if she was teleporting. After a few tries, she gradually mastered it. And then came to Sheng with a swish and said excitedly, "You succeeded and I also have superb power. Have I become the Flash?" Sheng released the disciple number into the collection room. Put away the axe and took a few bottles of speed serum by the way. Then put away the disciple number. Took off the battle suit and returned to the apartment. Marvelous. Sheng watched Jessie walk over and smiled and slapped the serum directly on her arm. Come. Because he couldn't feel the various data when running at extreme speed. Jessie encountered difficulties when calculating the battle suit. Seeing Sheng coming back, she got up and asked, "How do you feel when you are running? What are the various wind forces resistances? And the swing range of your body, stop it for me." Sheng suddenly grabbed Jessie who was running. "Don't waste the effect of the serum. You can feel the feeling of the speed people when they run. And design my new standing clothes as soon as possible. If you do well, I can reward you with a few more bottles of speed serum." Jessie arched his legs and was calculating something with a pen and paper. The white dangling legs were very dazzling. And the loose t-shirt slipped slightly to reveal most of his left shoulder. "What is this?" Jessie cried out in a panic. The excitement gradually calmed down. And Jessie began to experience the changes when the speed runner ran. Running again and again, calculating again and again. The speed of her action speed and thinking speed greatly accelerated. Not only solved the previous troubles, and even completed the preliminary design. When she asked Sheng to ask for credit with the design drawing, Sheng was already lying down and was about to rest. "Let's take a bath," Sheng took over and said. When Jessie took a bath, he looked at the design drawings. Although he couldn't fully understand it, it seemed that it shouldn't be a big problem. How is it? Jessuho had finished the shower, came out and climbed onto the bed and asked Sheng, "Try it tomorrow and you'll know." Sheng grabbed Jessie into his arms and tore off her bath towel and threw it aside. Jessie was a little panicked. The excitement and joy just disappeared in an instant. In the past few days, although she slept with Sheng every day, she watched it and touched it. Although nothing happened, Jessie was used to it. But now Jessie was a little nervous. Because Sheng's behavior and attitude before is completely treating her as a human-shaped pillow. Although it is close, no one will have anything to do with the pillow, right? But now Jessie felt that what she was worried about was finally about to happen. As predicted, Sheng hugged Jessie and started up and down. Although there was no strong feeling of restlessness, it was completely different from the previous game. Jessie didn't stop silently, because she knew she couldn't stop it at all. "No, don't it be okay, isn't it just like before?" Jessie said pleadingly. "How many days have it been?" Sheng asked suddenly. Jessie reacted in shock. "Come on. It's been 7 or 8 days since I came to this world, so. Even if I'm not the kind of man who is in the brains, I am a normal man. It's normal to have a need. Don't say you don't. But I remember how you react when you are held in my arms every day. So this is just a normal physiological need." Sheng smiled, however. "If you can answer my question correctly, I will let you go today." "You ask," Jessie hurriedly said. "Why do you usually choose to show affection at noon? Why did Zhu and I choose at noon? What is the problem?" As an invisible scholar who can inherit her father's career, Jessie asked Jessie. She analyzed this question from the perspectives of life, logic and even computing. But she couldn't think of an accurate answer at all. Because sooner or later you will be met with retribution. Sheng said with a chuckle. Will be retributed sooner or later, is this a brain teaser? This sentence is the most suitable for you, right? Jessie thought dully, how about I tell you a story? Sheng said slowly with a light peck on Jessie's face. In the mornings, you saw your little niece saying that she was going to make clothes for the doll. As a result, she was wearing needles and threads and couldn't get in for a long time. You said something very enthusiastically. What? What did I say? Jesuho listened to the story. Saw Sheng paused and asked, by the way. Sheng smirked, you can't get in if you don't lick it. Well, that's it. Jessie nodded, suddenly thinking that it was true when she was threading the needle. Then what are you waiting for? Sheng smiled and lay down and looked at Jessie. Jessie was stunned and reacted fiercely. God, he is too bad, right? How did he think of this kind of story? Jessie was a little bit dumbfounded. But because of the story or the joke, she became less nervous and resisted. Actually, others are pretty good, right? Saved me twice except for making me a pillow. Young and handsome, but also has great strength. It would be better if he was not so unscrupulous and casually killing people. Jessie thought faintly, and Sheng took advantage of the trend and leaned over her neck. Half push and half down, everything will come naturally. Those presumptuous nights, after all, have to be paid off in the morning when I get up and don't come to bed. The two slept until noon before waking up. Jessie, who has experienced metamorphosis for the first time, looks immature but has a little strange charm. Some people say that the closest road to a woman's heart is that. A lot of changes have taken place in the senses. At least when she woke up, she showed shyness instead of resentment. I took a shower and got some food. When the two had finished eating, the day was almost gone. Sheng called Kayla Danvers and the phone was turned off. It should be the reason for knowing Alex's true identity and work. Right. Sheng took Jessie out and drove the disciple to leave the international city to find a place where no one was going to land. In the disciple, he began to make a new battle suit. While making the new battle suit, Sheng did two other things, by the way. A red uniform for Jessie with the lightning bolt removed. One is the female steel battle suit he made for Alex. The function is not much different from Laura's, except that there is an extra function that can be installed to transform kryptonite energy. Also, definitely Sheng was not so kind. In order to get Alex to find Indigoon the One Hand, he asked Gideon to hide the program in the battle suit. Although the technology tree in this world is very high, it should not be discovered in this way. Alex's actions will be completely controlled by Sheng. And even the confidence of the Super Investigation Department will be stolen by Gideon. In addition, the reduced carrier of this battle suit becomes a ring. Unknowingly, the time was getting late. Sheng gave up before the new battle suit was ready. Took Jessie back to the apartment and gave her the uniform, by the way. And went to the power plant last night. Quiet in the power plants. Alex was dressed as an agent and stood in the moonlight. Boom, Sheng fell from the air wearing a steel battle suit. Looking around, Sheng watched Alex speak slowly. What do they do during the big nights? The agent is also a human and they have to rest. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the only one here, Alex said calmly. Sheng smiled. You have lied so seriously I can only believe it. So I didn't see the 16 agents hiding around and Director Hank Xiao. Sheng chuckled and suddenly hugged Alex forward. And flew directly into the air with a bang. Damn it. Hank Henshaw in the dark screamed and ordered the surrounding agents to close the team. But hesitation for a moment and quietly left the team. Flying fast at high altitude without any measures is not a wonderful experience. In the dim and deserted suburbs, Sheng put Alex down. As soon as he landed on the ground, Alex knelt on the ground and retched. The roots of the blown hair stood up and looked like a non-mainstream killer mat. Sheng waited quietly and after a long while, Alex stood up and shouted angrily, "You almost killed me." Are you not that vulnerable? Sheng smiled and stretched out his hand to help her press her hair. But she backed away half a walk. There is no one else here. Why not come out of the battle suit? Want to know what I look like? Sheng smiled and put away the battle suit directly. It's you, Alex was stunned and instantly recognized. Isn't this the person who dated Kayla the most recently? It seems to be called Sheng. Because of Kayla's particularity and Sheng's identities with Kayla last time. Kayacho has been staring at Kayla secretly. And naturally he also knows Sheng. Who recently dated Kayla. What is your purpose? Did you deliberately approach Kayla? Alex was anxious for an instant. Approaching Sheng to question. Not only did she think of a series of unfavorable possibilities for Kayla. Isn't my purpose to tell you I'm looking for Indigo? As for Kayla, don't think too much. If I'm really against Kailash has died so many times. Sheng chuckled, do you think I will believe it? You should have been studying the Kryptonian civilization for a while in the Super Investigation Department. Right. You are also very knowledgeable about the application and development of kryptonite. So you must be familiar with this stuff. Sheng took out the kryptonite dagger directly with a copy. The lush green light made Alex recognize instantly. You don't know who I am and I have a kryptonite dagger. Do you think Kayla, a fledgling hero, can beat me? I want to think of her, she will be soon. I just have a pure feeling for Kayla, it's just interest. Especially the time to get along. The little girl is very interesting. Sheng recalled that the relationship with Kayla in the past few days was really interesting. So you'd better not do unnecessary things. If you make me unhappy, I promise you will never be happy. Scare me, Alex snorted coldly. Let's find out about the Day of Destruction. Destroy Day, how do you know Destroy Day? Alex was shocked instantly. She definitely knew what the 3 words Destroy Day meant. I have 9 corpses of Kryptonians in my hand. And I happen to have the origin room. So if you really want to make me unhappy, I can only make the whole world unhappy with me. Sheng chuckled lightly. He took Alex's hand and put on the battle suit ring, for you. Understand for yourself. And help me find Indigo as soon as possible. After patted Alex, who was still a little confused. Sheng put on the battle suit and flew away with a swish. 2 flowers bloom, 1 on each table. Not to mention that Alex was studying the battle suit ring. And Sheng was about to fly back to the apartment, and suddenly felt that someone was chasing him behind him. High speed turning his head, Sheng smiled. It turned out to be a Supergirl, was it for Alex? Sheng chuckled and stopped abruptly. Supergirl caught up with her and struck her chest directly, pressing Sheng down from the air. Do you do it if you don't agree? The palm cannon blasted directly at the Supergirl boom. Supergirl snorted and leaned back to release Sheng. Sheng steadied and rushed over and directly hit Supergirl's chin in a steel hook, which made her fly upwards. Boom. The energy under his feet increased. Sheng chased up and grabbed Supergirl's red boots and slammed them down. The Supergirl flew straight down like a cannonball. And a loud noise was heard a moment later. The Supergirl smashed through the roof of an abandoned factory and fell to the ground, making the ground sunken. She grinned in pain and her eyes gradually became red. And the blue ray directly blasted towards the falling Sheng. The blue heat ray. Sheng was stunned and flashed by before realizing that this is not Earth 1, but Earth 38. The heat ray of the 38 Kryptonians on Earth seems to be blue. This color is not bad. Sheng copied the ability of Supergirl and prepared to try to find a chance to switch between the 2 colors of heat ray, or one with red eyes and one with blue eyes. As soon as they met, Astra was directly suppressed. After Sheng put on the battle suit, she deliberately used the effect of vibrating her throat to make a sound. So Supergirl didn't hear her voice, seeing her rushing over. Sheng curled his lips to a simple block, punching her out of the air simply and neatly. You are so old in a flash. Astra slowly fell from the sky and looked at Supergirl. Kryptonians. Astrak rushed towards Sheng with a cold snort. Hello. Although the family reunion is worthy of congratulations, It's not about considering the feelings of the onlookers. Or if you continue to meet again, I will go first. Sheng yelled, just thinking about what the two eyes would look like in two colors. Sheng suddenly felt that another person was attacking him. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I still remember sitting on your lap when I was a child and listening to you tell me the story. A Supergirl murmured, what do you say about her fighting skills? Stronger than the Supergirl. And Fiora is half a caddy or even worse in some places. If this level can pose a threat to Sheng, it is really a waste of money. Sheng has copied so many fighting masters' fighting skills. Supergirl also reacted at this time and rushed towards Sheng again. No, it's impossible, you should. You should be dead with the explosion of Krypton. Supergirl slowly got up and looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in disbelief. Astra Ant, where is Alex? Dodge avoid. I saw a black figure flying by and then stopped in the air. At the same time, Supergirl also flew back and joined forces with Astra to fight Sheng. Before the explosion of Krypton, your mother locked me up and locked me in Rosberg. Kate, come with Maribild Krypton with me. You shouldn't cooperate with the people on Earth. Astra rode humphed. Supergirl Kayla and her Aunt Astra have only one feeling for Sheng. Weak, it is much weaker than imagined. Supergirl has almost no fighting skills and relies solely on instinct. Astra is good, but the strength is still not strong. Before, Sheng thought that Astra might be at the same level as Fiora. But now it seems that if the two of them live and die, it must be Astra who will die if he fights. The overall strength of the Kryptonians in this world is weak, far inferior to that of the Earth one. Sheng can suppress them even with only a steel battle suit. Boom, waving a fist. Sheng raised his hands and attacked Astra with palm cannons. Bang bang bangs, bang bang bangs. The azure blue energy cannon hit Astra one after another, exploding one after another and instantly blasted Astra out. I won't play with you anymore. Sheng heard the sound of the helicopter at 11th. It should be the agent of the Kayacha department who has come. After saying this, Sheng took off with a bang and flew away. Don't you go. Supergirl hurriedly shouted that she wanted to catch up. But it was too late and Sheng had already disappeared. She turned to look at Aunt Astra, but found that her aunt was gone after a while. She saw the plane slowly floating in the sky, and the Supergirl flew over helplessly, knowing that Alex had returned to the headquarters of the Super Investigation Department. Supergirl breathed a sigh of relief and flew to the Super Investigation Department. Super Inspection Department, Alex. Hank Henshaw and others are studying the steel battle suit sent by Sheng. Nanoscale technology-related production technology, etc. are relatively easy to crack. But the core-driven energy program is definitely not capable of existing technology. Especially Gideon's encryption is sufficient to ensure that the Super Investigation Department cannot study and copy. Seeing the Supergirl, Alex wanted to speak and wanted to remind her that Sheng was ill-intentioned. But she didn't dare to say it when she thought of the day of destruction. Alex decided to observe Sheng and tell Supergirl if he really has a problem. Whether it's the Super Check Department or Astra. All night because of Sheng. Sheng went back to the apartment and talked with Jesse. While watching, the intelligence of the Super Investigation Department passed back through the Alex battle suit. It has to be said that the intelligence on aliens that the Super Investigation Department holds is quite detailed and rich. And the research on Kryptonians is particularly in-depth. They can study kryptonite emitters and can adjust different strengths to affect the physique and strength of the Kryptonians. A concentrating solar wave has been developed to simulate the yellow sun of the Earth to help the Kryptonians recover. As for some low-level kryptonite equipment, they are emerging in endlessly at the same time. Gideon has also analyzed the frequency of the world so that Sheng can communicate with Laura, who has a steel battle suit on Earth 1 after contacting. Sheng simply asked Earth 1 about the situation. There is no major event in Central City. The Flash still runs around every day. Superman disappeared after the Metropolis incident. and Batman returned to Gotham. This shows how hard it is to be a hero. It saves the world and is threatened but Susang. The initiator has nothing to do. He just adjusted the file to the highest level. There is not even a wanted. And even the wanted in Central City was removed. So being a villain these years is more nourishing than being a hero. Ring ling ling with the sun shining on the earth. Sheng crossed Jesse to find the phone connected. The call was made by Supergirl Kayla Danvers, who wanted to invite him to dinner at home and get to know his family by the way. The only person who knew Alex was alone. And Sheng accepted it indifferently. Get up, Pete. Find a place to continue making the new steel battle suit. After the production is successful, the details are adjusted through testing. By the way, it is reinforced with lead. The new battle suit is made successfully before night falls. Think of a way to integrate these two battle suits. I can't go out and switch back and forth wearing two battle suits. Sheng sent Jessie back and found her a new subject. And followed Kayla Dan's. The address given by Firth went to her house. It was Alex who opened the door after seeing Sheng. Her expression changed slightly. And then she pretended to chat with Sheng as if she met for the first time. Sheng's acting skills are also good, in short. The meeting, similar to Meet the Parents, looked very smooth. Until the Supergirl received it. After receiving some information, I lied that there was an important issue that the company needed to retrieve. And then hurriedly left, snapped as soon as the door closed. Only Sheng and Alex were left in the room. The smile on Alex's face disappeared instantly. Angry Alex raised his slap and slapped him over. With all eyes facing each other, Alex opened his eyes wide and wanted to avoid him. Sheng slowly approached Alex with a smirk. The close proximity made Alex quite uncomfortable. He instinctively wanted to avoid it. But Sheng suddenly pressed her shoulders strongly. He whispered in his ear, "Your father's death is related to Hank Henshaw." Alex snorted and struggled hard. The feeling made her feel nauseous. But Sheng wouldn't let her go. And after tasting it presumptuously let her go. "How about the battle suit?" Sheng asked disapprovingly. "Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Speaking of Kayla, maybe you should help her. Her opponent should be several open battles with Superman, and one time even nearly killed Superman's nuclear man." Sheng pursed his lips and said with a chuckle. Alexton paused. "Is the Kryptonite mode on the battle suit for Kayla or Kayla's aunt?" Sheng secretly smirked and pried her teeth open and pressed her hands on the sofa. What? Alex didn't avoid it, but wanted to take the opportunity to learn more. "It's up to you anyway, the battle suit is given to you." Sheng chuckled lightly. "Did you tell Hank Henshaw about my identity?" Alex shook his head. "That's right." Sheng reached out and hooked Alex's shoulder again. "He is not as simple as you know, seeing you behave so well. Reward 623 to encourage you to have a secret." "What?" Alex turned his head excitedly to look at Sheng, turning his head too much, and, as a result, he was with Sheng as soon as he turned around. "Don't you like Kayla? How can you, as for? Are you so dissatisfied with my brother-in-law?" Sheng came to Alex and sat down, reaching out and hooking her shoulders. "This is not something brother-in-law would do." Alex coldly snorted and avoided boom. Alex put on the battle suit and flew away directly from the balcony. On the sofa, Sheng's mouth raised. "I have to say that the Kryptonians in this world are indeed too weak. This nuclear man is just an ordinary person wearing armor that can release nuclear energy and flight. Can he fight Superman for several rounds and almost kill Superman? The strength of the Kryptonians in this world has really been weakened a lot. It's interesting that the reason why nuclear people hate Superman is because Superman failed to save his wife when he saved a nuclear explosion. Then he hated Superman and wanted to let Superman also taste the loss of his family. Supergirl, no difference, is the best candidate. This kind of thinking logic is simply mentally retarded. Without Superman, his wife would die. Even millions of people would die because of a nuclear explosion. But Superman appeared and saved more people. But he felt that Superman could not save his wife and hated Superman, which once again proved that a hero is not good enough. Do you want to help Superman to free him from being a hero? Superman vs. Supergirl, it should be worth seeing, right? If Superman gets in touch with the criminals in Rosberg, and there is a super investigation department behind Supergirl, and Martian Manhunter is there to help Tusk, the excitement will be great. Maybe more aliens can be exploded. Indigo should also appear then wait. If the super investigation department can't find Indigo anymore, maybe you can try this method. While Sheng was thinking about it, Supergirl and Alex had already returned when Alex went. Supergirl was being abused by the nuclear man. With the addition of Alex, the two quickly settled the nuclear man, and most of the credit was for Alex. Originally, he is an experienced agent. Although the steel battle suit that Sheng gave her does not have tachyon particles, its power is not weak in the end. She stunned the nuclear man and sent him back to the super investigation department. Alex is very happy. She can finally help Kayla and finally don't have to envy her ability. But Kayla's mood was very low, and she was suddenly a little confused in the eyes of others. The label on her body is Superman's cousin, not an independent hero after Lex returned home. She quickly picked up her mood and faced Sheng. When definitely Alex came out, he had already found an excuse, saying that he was driving to pick up Kayla. The situation is very interesting. Kayla felt that she and Alex deceived Sheng, and Sheng and Alex also deceived Kayla, and then cooperated with each other in acting. It's too early, I think I should go back. Sheng stood up and said after a few conversations. I'll give it to you, Kayla said, okay. Sheng smiled and said goodbye to Alex and followed Kayla downstairs. I'm sorry. Alex and I suddenly walked away to leave you alone at home, Kayla said apologetically when the two stood beside Sheng's car. It's okay. Sheng smiled and noticed that Alex seemed to peek through the window and gently hugged Kayla and kissed him. Kayla was stunned. This was the first time the two kissed. After a moment of trance, Kayla slowly began to cater to it. After a long time the two separated, Kayla's face flushed. Goodbye, well, drive carefully. Saying goodbye to each other, Sheng drove away. Not long after he left, Sheng felt someone following him in the air. He drove the car into a certain remote street and saw a figure falling from the sky. Boom, Dusty. Sheng got off the car, looked at Alex, who put away the battle suit, and chuckled. Come to me so soon, is it because I broke it straight? It may be related to the normal environment of adolescence. Alex has no feelings for men but likes being with women. Now she hadn't noticed her orientation, until one day she touched another white flower. She realized that she was bent. You said my father's death was related to Chief Hank Henshaw. Really or not? Alex asked in a deep voice. This is my reward for your good performance. Believe it or not depends on you. Sheng approached Alex with a chuckle and pushed her to the wall with a slight force and pressed it over. The proximity to each other made Alex's rush to each other. Step aside. I have a way for you to verify the authenticity. Sheng chuckled lightly. What way? Alex asked in a daze. What are you doing? Kayla asked in a panic. Yes, do you? Kayla asked shyly, and Sheng's answer was a hot kiss. Alex was shocked. Go ask mother. If the death of the father is really related to Hank Henshaw, then the mother knows the truth. Tell me, what can I do? Alex, who couldn't bear it, pushed Sheng away and asked. The battle suit covers his whole body, and Alex decides to go back and ask his mother. Go ask your mother. Sheng smiled and turned into the car. Sheng chuckled. Einstein said that if a person does not drive a car crazy when kissing a beautiful girl, then he has not given the girl the attention he deserves. Sheng didn't see Alex for a few days after the separation this time, as if he was deliberately avoiding himself. The relationship with Kayla got closer after the kiss. Although Kayla still worked as a Supergirl most of the time, and even solved a train bombing case, she was still confused as a Supergirl at this time. The closer relationship with Su Sheng made it easier for her to open her heart. The relationship can be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Although she has not done anything full of ritualism, the relationship between her boy and girlfriends is natural and natural. Su Sheng hugged Kayla directly with his eyes burning. After a long while separate, enough. Flowers pearlescent, you are so beautiful today. Su Sheng whispered. Su Sheng didn't speak but smiled and slowly lowered his head and approached Alex, who instantly understood what he was going to do. Hesitation resisted, and finally Alex closed his eyes. She could feel that she had a pair of hands taking advantage of her wantonly, which made her very sick. Alex's house was repaired and moved away from Kayla's. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. In the living room of Kayla's house, under the dim light and the sound of melodious music, the two hugged and danced gently, and the charming atmosphere gradually diffused. The meaning of Su Sheng's words is very straightforward. It was almost impossible to say that I wanted to go to bed with you. But Kayla did not feel disgusted or hated, and even ignored the progress. Is this progress too fast? She was a little happy when she was in love for the first time. Perhaps the East and West have different concepts. For Western women, men wanting to go to bed with her is a kind of compliment to themselves. And complimenting her is still full of beauty, definitely. Praise whether you accept it or not. That's not necessarily true. Kayla's heart beats fast, and her eyes gradually become confused. Su Sheng kissed again, and at the same time walked to the bedroom with Kayla in his arms. Boom, the door was kicked open somewhat savagely by Su Sheng. And then he hugged Kayla and fell directly onto the bed. When Kayla was about to talk, Su Sheng took off her glasses and threw it aside. Su Sheng, who was leaning over, gagged and couldn't speak. The temperature in the room gradually rises. As a healthy adult woman, Kayla has been completely immersed in the fanatical and intense atmosphere created by Su Sheng. The feeling is mutual. If the opponent is lifeless and passionate, you will be extinguished even if you are hot. On the contrary, even if you are damp, the firewood will start to burn under the erosion of the raging flames. 0400 Su Sheng tore his clothes to pieces savagely, and at the same time tore to pieces of Kayla's skirt. He lowered his head and kissed again. Body of Steel versus Body of Steel. Su Sheng is not as gentle as usual with Kayla, but more violent. The powerful destructive power is like a hurricane and rain, as if to destroy everything in this world. Kaylaho is inexperienced, doesn't know if everyone is like this, but the strong steel body is enough to make her withstand the wind and waves again and again. Click. The bed collapsed. The sound of dong 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 gradually cracked the wall. Kayla had completely forgotten her identity and other things, focusing on resisting the tsunami and the wind boom. There was a loud noise. The wall of the bedroom fell to the ground. The dust was flying and the breeze roared. Kayla and Su Sheng faced each other, dumbfounded. The walls of your apartment are not too strong. Su Sheng said quietly. Yes, yes, Kayla replied blankly. For a long time, Su Sheng and Kayla were neatly dressed and packed up the wreckage at the same time. Looking at the transparent wall, Kayla hesitated to say, Actually, I have something I always wanted to tell you, but I don't know how to speak. Say it. Su Sheng leaned languidly on the sofa. Sure enough, the steel body is much more interesting than the demigod body. It is definitely because Kayla is not so familiar with the power control and has no experience at all. Otherwise, it would not be like this. Have you heard of Supergirl? Actually, I am a Supergirl, Kayla said while watching Su Sheng's reaction nervously. She was very afraid that Su Sheng knew that she was a Supergirl, and that she could not accept that she was an alien. Is there an alien being a hero? Very good. Many people will support it. But finding an alien girlfriend is different, and many people will be discouraged. The longer I get along with Su Sheng, the more Kayla is worried about this. She was worried about the possible consequences after being discovered, and she felt guilty to conceal Su Sheng now. She had to explain why she almost demolished the house. and she took this opportunity to tell her true identity. Pure Kayla hasn't noticed until now. She alone can't create such a earth-shattering effect. Are you a Supergirl? Sheng pretended to be stunned and then smiled. Supergirl is my girlfriend. Many men will envy me now, right? Aren't you angry that I'm hiding from you? Don't you worry that I'm an alien? Kayla asked in surprise and excitement. Everyone has a secret and so do I. As for the aliens, how should I put it? I don't regret what I did just now. And I hope I can continue to do it. Sheng stopped Kayla and said seriously. Great, actually I have been worried. Kayla was completely relieved. Leaning against Sheng's arms and talking excitedly about her previous worries. Chatted for a while. Kayla and Sheng solved the wall problem. Fortunately, it didn't hurt anyone just now. Kayla changed into a Supergirl's uniform and flew down and picked up the broken pieces of the wall one by one. At the same time, he found some steel and melted it with high-temperature rays to fix the wall together again. Stand up, although some are not beautiful. At least there is no need to worry about air leakage. Just finished here, there was a knock on the door. Kayla went over and opened the door. With Alex standing outside. Alex looked at Sheng and then at Kayla in the Supergirl uniform. You told him who you are, Kayla said awkwardly. I can't hide it and I don't want to hide it. Alex looked at the walls and the collapsed bed. And understood what had happened. Taking a deep breath of helplessness, Alex said, Well, pay attention to yourself, I came here to ask what happened. Besides, do you know Leslie Willis, Leslie? Yeah, she is a radio anchor, that Ms. Kate discovered and cultivated by herself. But her personality is not very good. She was very venomous when hosting the show, Kayla said. What's up with her? It's nothing. She said a lot of bad things about Supergirl when she hosted. Especially about, Alex looked at the mess over there. And Kayla instantly reacted a little angry. Talking about this kind of thing during a live broadcast on the radio. It's too much. Fine, I'll go first. Alex turned around and left. Kayla turned around and came back. Sheng asked for a few words. She also said about Alex's true identity and work, after all. She confessed her identity as a Supergirl. So there is nothing to say about her sister's identity as an agent of the Super Investigation Bureau. Sheng's acceptance made her wish to confess all the secrets and all the world to Sheng. She even said that the company's colleagues, Computer Masters Winshot and James Olsen, have been helping her with the work of Supergirl. Especially James Olsen. He was actually just transferred from the Metropolis Daily. It was Superman who asked him to come to the international city to take care of himself. The topic gradually expanded. Kayla even said about the relationship with Superman and some things about Superman. Excited, happy, relaxed. Kayla doesn't know how to describe how he feels now. So there is no need to make excuses to lie to him every time. And there is no need to worry that he will be angry or even break up with him when he finds out. The most important thing is that he accepts his identity as a Supergirl. So that she can talk to Sheng freely, she feels very happy. She talked about Superman. She also talked about her Aunt Astra. About what happened to Krypton and so on. Unconsciously, the two of them chatted all day. Looking at the sun rising outside. Kayla reacted and said apologetically, even if you talked all night, you must be tired. Or you can rest first, I have to go to work later, also. Sheng smiled and nodded, the bed can't sleep. But there are cushions and so on that can be used in the living room. Kayla helped to clean up everything before going to change clothes and wash to get ready for work. After Kayla left, Sheng lay in the living room and couldn't help thinking about it. There are not many women who can make him recall. The earth-shattering battle with Kayla made him very satisfied. He was even so lucky that he pursued Kayla instead of using other methods. Otherwise, he would never enjoy Kayla like this. It seems that this kind of completely autonomous input is compulsive or incomparable to mind control. Because it is not her real reaction. Even if she knows that it is not a real reaction. Even if she does the same thing. She will lose so much excitement. Boom. Alex flew directly from the window and walked to Sheng to put away the battle suit. She frowned and said, "Let's talk. What is the result?" Sheng didn't get up and just glanced at Alex. She has deliberately avoided herself these days. And it is obvious that she should have verified the authenticity of what she said before, and could not make up her mind for a while. "What else do you know about my father and Hank Henshaw?" Alex asked. "Come here, lie down and talk." Sheng smiled lightly. "Are you crazy?" Alex frowned. "You were just with Kayla. And now you still make such a request with me. I'm her sister. If not, do you think I will take care of you?" Sheng said with a curled mouth, "If you want to talk, just lie down. Don't bother me to sleep if you don't want to talk. It's very tiring to roll the sheets with your sister. Do you think anyone can control a body of steel, a **** hole? I really want to kill you with one shot." Alex gritted his teeth, but Sheng didn't respond at all. After hesitation for a long time, Alex still came over and lay down beside him. "I warn you, better not to touch me. Otherwise I will tell Kayla about you, naive." Sheng shook his head. "What can you tell Kayla? I already got her right, and did I do something bad? I gave you the steel battle suit and told your father about it. I didn't do anything bad. I'm not happy you know the consequences." Alex was silent. "I guess you are not in the mood to chat with me. Nor are you interested in taking a cameo on a pillow. So let's just say, is there any news about Indigo?" Sheng asked. Alex shook his head. "No. The Super Investigation Department has been looking for Indigo, but there is no clue. It's too slow, then I will use my own way." Sheng curled his lips. "Nuclears are locked up in the Super Investigation Department. Right, what are you going to do?" Alex became nervous instantly. "I need him to do something besides. By the way, let you know the true identity of Hank Henshaw. However, it may require a small sacrifice from you." Sheng's voice fell and stood up. Alex got up and saw Sheng suddenly put on the battle suit. A different battle suit from before. Blue and white lightning flashes around the blue and white battle suit. Is this a new battle suit, huh? The azure blue lightning gleamed. And Alex was picked up by Sheng and picked it out from the window before he could react. The azure blue lightning light complements the new battle suit and presents an indescribable beauty. Very cool. Although the new battle suit can't increase the speed, it can withstand the impact of a faster speed. When the power is activated, Alex suddenly realizes that he has come to the headquarters of the Super Investigation Department. How can this be done? Alex looked at Sheng in amazement and wanted to start the battle suit. But when he reached out his hand, he found that the battle suit ring was missing. The alarm sounded. Countless agents rushed over with guns. Just as Alex wanted to remind them to be careful, he saw these agents fall to the ground one by one and lay on the ground in the blink of an eye. Alex was stunned. What kind of speed is this? Supergirl's current fastest speed seems to have only reached Mach 2. But Sheng's speed is almost impossible to calculate. His new battle suit can have such a fast speed. Where did he get his technology? Want to be free. Without the battle suit, became an ordinary agent again. Unable to do anything. Especially when Sheng's new station suit was so strong. Want to continue to trouble Superman? Open the cell. Sheng turned to Alex without comment. Sheng released mind control to her. What can Alex do? I can't. You do this. Before Alex finished speaking, his body turned involuntarily and walked over to open the prison. Standing in front of the prison, Sheng asked the nuclear man, "Answer my question." Sheng said lightly, "Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running." "Can't understand. I asked you to find Superman." Sheng said coldly, "It is indeed a good idea to find trouble with people around Superman. But we should find someone who is more important to him. Such as Thinku. You let me out, I'm going to get revenge on Supergirl first." Nuclear humanities. The prison of the Super Investigation Department is specially designed for aliens. And the equipment is quite high-end. When he saw a nuclear man, although he was wearing armor, he obviously could not start the energy. This cell should have a certain restraining effect. Take me to see the nuclear man, Sheng said towards Alex. Who are you? The nuclear man asked suspiciously. Lois. The nuclear man answered. Alex takes Sheng to the prison where the nuclear man is held. No way to speak, no way to control his body. Alex felt as if she had become a puppet and couldn't help herself. The prison door slowly opened, and the nuclear man came out to regain his freedom. Remember my request if you can't do it. I don't mind looking for you. However, it's not being locked here. Sheng glanced at the nuclear energy man and said lightly. The nuclear man snorted and turned away. The previous agent was brought down by Sheng. So the nuclear man left the super investigation department without any hindrance. Just after Sheng left the prison with the controlled Alex, he saw Hank Henshaw rushing over with several agents. Ha, the muzzle was aimed at Sheng instantly. Who is he? Hank Henshaw frowned and asked Alex. But Alex couldn't respond at all. Don't ask her, she can't answer you at all. Mind control. Soul ability, you should be familiar with this set. Sheng chuckled slightly, and Alex next to him slowly picked up the gun and hit the muzzle. On his temple. What are you doing? Hank Henshaw was anxious instantly. What do you think I am going to do? Use her to threaten you to put down the gun and let me leave? No, I just want to give you a choice. The voice fell, and the agents next to Hank Henshaw raised their guns like Alexis. Aim at yourself. Use Hank Henshaw, that is. Martian Manhunter's mind ability to connect these people's spirits together and start mind control. These people's movements are neatly without any pause or deviation. What do you want? Hank Henshaw was silent for a moment and asked in a deep voice. To save them, continue to hide your identity. Click, click, the bullet is loaded. I will give you 3 seconds to think about it, and they will die of you when the time is up. 3, 2. Hank Henshaw didn't know how his identity was exposed, or why he forced him to expose his identity that he had hidden for many years. But he couldn't watch these people die. The choice is difficult, but the choice is often only a moment. Hank Henshaw's eyes lit up with red light, and his appearance gradually changed in a blink of an eye. He returned to his original appearance, dark green skin, ugly bald head. Clothes on his body have also turned into black uniforms, and a big red X mark on his chest is very conspicuous. Although unable to speak, unable to act, but the minds of the people controlled by mind were still thinking. And seeing their beloved director turned out to be like this, they even forgot that they might die in the next second. This is Hank Henshaw. This is the director of the Super Investigation Bureau. As a special monitoring department dealing with aliens, the director is actually an alien. This is too ironic. Martian Manhunter at the moment has already thought about what they would think and how to think of themselves. The spiritual ability was activated in an instant, and he wanted to save these people. Boom. The moment the mental ability was activated, Martian Manhunter was shocked. Sheng has already removed the mind control on them. Is this kind of reversal interesting? Sheng patted Alex on the shoulder and chuckled. How is it possible for why? The feeling of being deceived and betrayed came to my heart. And Alex shouted at Martian Manhunter angrily and sadly. Why? Martian Manhunter wanted to explain but didn't know how to explain it. For so many years, he has been cautiously hiding his identity to protect the Earth. But he is an alien after all, and his identity is revealed in this situation. Any reason and explanation will become pale and weak. He doesn't even know how to explain it. Go. All he can do is try to ensure the safety of these people and solve this guy himself. Commands are like a mountain. The agent who used to execute orders without hesitation did not listen to his orders this time. Martian Manhunter was worried that Sheng would make any control actions, and gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Boom. Martian Manhunter hit the wall directly. It's too slow. He is gone, but there is a process. If Astra and the others know that the Chaos Investigation Bureau will not let go of this opportunity, Astra may ask Indigo to come and help. Even if a Slat is cautious or Martian Manhunter is reconciled with their same enemy. But there are nuclear people to deal with Superman. If it is really possible to blacken Superman because of Louise Lois, Indigo will definitely appear at that time. Following the electric shock of the madness, the broken neck madness and the speedy hunter, he decided to be a plot destroyer. Everyone furiously raised their guns and shot at Martian Manhunter. This is a multiple insurance. This should be just a small trouble for you. Please solve it slowly. Sheng said to Mars. The azure light flashed by. Bang 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 bang. This shocked Supergirl too. Rather than thinking about how to deal with me, it is better to think about what to do next. The eyes of the battle suit helmet suddenly opened, and Sheng's eyes lit up and looked at these agents and Alex. The staring of their eyes made their eyes glow red and flashed past. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Not long after Sheng left the Super Investigation Bureau, Martian Manhunter used his powerful mental ability to restore Alex and the others to normal. After that, Martian Manhunter left silently. Either Alex or others don't know how to face the next situation. Alex notified Supergirl and told her about Martian Manhunter. Sheng forced Martian Manhunter to reveal his identity not only for Alex, because strictly speaking, his father's affairs were indeed related to Hank Henshaw. But it was not Martian Manhunter but the real Hank Henshaw. If I really want to say, Martian Manhunter has done better than the real Hank Henshaw on the development of the Super Investigation Bureau. After his identity was exposed in the TV series, after a break-in and understanding, everyone forgave him and let him continue to serve as the director with the Supergirl. Respond to various dangerous situations. This is the ability of the Rainbow Thief that was copied on the Earth, which can make the central nervous system be affected and become irritable. Originally, Alex and the others were very angry with Martian Manhunter. But now they are even more angry. It may be just betrayal for others, but it is different for Alex. Not to mention that he discovered and cultivated himself by one hand. It is impossible for Alex to remain indifferent just because his father's death is related to him. Most importantly, this is also a kind of fun. I will help you find him and help you investigate your father's affairs. Kayla assured Alex. After all, what fun is there if you go through what is known in 2-0 boom? Deafening lightning illuminates the night sky, as bright as daylight. The big raindrops crackled from the sky, and the heavy rain made the street few pedestrians. In the apartment, Sheng and Jesse are sitting in the living room watching TV. During the day, he received a call from Supergirl not long after he left the Super Investigation Department. On the phone, Supergirl talked about what happened to the Super Investigation Department and Hank Henshaw. Sheng knew that she must have a lot of things to keep him busy. Don't worry about yourself, you are already out of her house. In fact, Supergirl is really busy. Alex deals with the situation of no director in the Super Investigation Department. Supergirl has to go to work and save people. Even in this rainy weather, she just saved people. The news on TV is about Supergirl saving people just now. Leslie Willis, the radio anchor of Kate International Media Company. During the day, she did her best to mock Supergirl on the radio. At night, she was sent to the helicopter by the company president Kate Grant to do a live broadcast on the road. It can be said that her status has plummeted. In such a thunder and rainy weather, the helicopter was struck by lightning and had an accident. But fortunately, it was rescued by Supergirl. Both Leslie Willis and Supergirl are celebrities in the international city. With the addition of the two people's great grievances, this news will be interrupted so soon. Leslie Willis is still in a coma and is being rescued in the hospital. Sheng put his arm around Jesse's shoulder and stroked it unconsciously. This Leslie Willis shouldn't be an electric girl by accident. Right, it can control and release the electric current. And the body can be transformed into an electric current energy body. It is one of the main villains of Supergirl. She can get ability because Supergirl was struck by lightning while saving her, and then passed to Leslie Willis. She can get ability mainly because of a certain position that allows a certain power of the Krypton to follow the lightning. Together they changed her physical condition and made her an electric girl. Zizzy, the light suddenly flickered. And Jessie looked up curiously and then heard a pop. The lights and the TV went out at the same time. All the electrical appliances in the room stopped. And the room was instantly dimmed. What's the matter? Jessie said in a daze. Suddenly there was a power outage. It seems that there was a power outage outside. Turning his head and looking out the window, the surrounding high-rise buildings all plunged into darkness. What a coincidence. Sheng curled his lips and let go of Jessie. I'll go out. Huh? Jessie was stunned. Sheng had put on the battle suit and flew out from the window. To control the electric current. This ability Sheng can also. But he does not have the ability to transform into an energy body like electric current. This ability is still quite interesting. If you don't touch it, then forget it if you touch it. Just accept it. The massive blackout in the surrounding area must have something to do with the electric girl. Click, click. The electric current shuttles quickly across the street lights on the street. And each of the street lights goes out as the electric current leaves. Sheng landed in front of him from the sky. As soon as he landed on the ground, he saw the electric light of the street lamp flickering next to him. And an electric light came in front of him and turned into a human form. Black short boots, beggar jeans, blue shirt and black jacket. White hair, pale skin tone and sharp facial features are indeed villainous. She opened her hand, and the crackling electric current flickered at her fingertips, staring at Sheng with sharp and disdainful eyes. Where did you come from? Step aside. She yelled fiercely. It's very arrogant. It depends on your direction to ask Kate International Media to find Kate Grant's trouble. Sheng chuckled. You want to stop me? The electric girl who just woke up and got ability was when she was full of anger and conceit. Hearing this person guessed his purpose and waved his hand. He released the electric current and slapped it. Boom. When the electric current hit the ground, Sheng stood not far away and chuckled. The power is good. But too slow. Is the electric current slow? The electric girl was stunned and changed hands and slapped. Boom, 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 the electric current drove crazily. And Sheng flashed back and forth quickly and easily in the bright electric light without being hit. It's too slow, you can't do it at this speed, huh? Sheng suddenly came to the front of the electric girl. The electric girl pushed her hand forward in shock. Lightning galloped past. Sheng was gone again. Where did it go? The electric girl looked around. But Sheng quietly came behind her. Humph. The electric girl, who sensed it, coldly snorted the electric current in her hand, as if it turned into a whip and turned and slashed. The straight electric whip crackled. Sheng lifted his finger slightly. Huh. The electric whip stopped abruptly, and the electric girl waved vigorously. But the electric whip was motionless. What did you do? She cried out in surprise. Control the electric current, not only you. Sheng opened his hand with a chuckle. The electric whip in the electric girl's hand instantly turned into an electric light and came to Sheng's hand. Sheng held the backhand and flicked it. Electric, the whip instantly entangled the electric girl. The electric girl panicked, her body glowing blue as if she was about to turn into an electric current to escape. Infinite stack 10 times. Sheng secretly superimposed the ability of the electric girl to control the electric current by 10 times. He could feel the electric current distribution around him. And he could even control these electric currents with a single thought. Electric girl, it is the largest electric current. Come here for me. The electric whip in his hand disappeared Sheng's palm up. And the electric girl, who turned into an electric current, instantly turned into an electric ball. It fell into Sheng's palm. Sizzle. Electric lights flicker. There was a crackling noise in the air, as if it might blow up at any time. It fun. Sheng stretched out his hand and gently touched the electric ball to tease a few times. But it was a pity that this form of electric girl couldn't speak. Boom. Sheng flew away with the electric girl in an instant. I flew far away from the international city. Although the international city was raining heavily, it was dry and damp after releasing the disciple number. Sheng took the electric girl into the prison and threw it in. The prison door is closed. The electric girl turned into the original appearance. Where is this? What are you going to do? What are you doing? Sheng tilted his head and said with a chuckle. Definitely keep you as a spare battery. Let me out. Let me out. The electric girl releases the electric current to attack the prison for a while, and then tries to turn into an electric current to escape. But unfortunately, they all return without success and can only rant and yell. Sheng turned around and left the discipleship from the prison area, then shrank and put it away again. The poor electric girl was suppressed by Sheng and turned into a backup battery before she debuted on the stage. Although power outages are not common, they can still be encountered. Moreover, the application of electricity is very extensive and always useful. When it came up, even if the origin room was used to create the day of destruction, a lot of electricity would be needed. The rapid force starts and the lightning gallops. Sheng returned to the international city, put the battle suit away, stood on the street, glanced at the street lamp that had been restored to power supply, and suddenly thought of it, followed by his already turned into an electric current and got into the electric current of the street lamp. This feeling is very interesting. The consciousness is very clear, and he can also feel the body transformed into an energy body. And he can control the body to quickly shuttle through the wires and electronic devices. Sizzle. The chandelier in the living room of the apartment suddenly became brighter. And Jesse was surprised to watch an electric current rush in front of him and then turned into Sheng's appearance. 593 this, Jesse looked at Sheng in surprise. But Sheng smiled without explaining. This new ability is not very useful for Sheng. If it is for speed, the speed force and vibe ability are better to use. If it is for escape like the electric girl, then it is even less likely to have the opportunity to use it. He doesn't think he is. There is a chance that you must escape. You usually play cool, or meet someone with special abilities who have the opportunity to use it. Right, for example, Indigo. Indigo can also be transformed into an energy body and move freely in the network. Night, go quietly. No one knew that there was almost a villain named Electric Girl who was about to come out to do something. Except that Leslie Willis had disappeared from the ward and was missing. Although this incident caused quite a stir, the police, Supergirls and Supergirls were all looking for the whereabouts of Leslie Willis. But they didn't find anything and had to give up in the end. Also, Supergirl didn't have so much energy to go specifically to Leslie Willis. The Super Investigation Department was completely messed up because of the exposure of Hank Henshaw's true identity. It happened at this time that the military came up and wanted to borrow Supergirl to test the new research and development. Robot, it turned out to be all right. The general directly took over the work of the Super Investigation Bureau. Sam Lois. Sheng was talking to Kayla. Yes. It's Louise Lois's father. And his young daughter Lucy Lois is with him. She is the military's legal counsel and she's also Jimmy Olsen's ex-fiancé, and James is James. Short for Kayla, said gossip on the other side of the phone. James Olsen, or James Olsen, is a friend of Supergirl and a member of the Supergirl team. The photographer of the original Planet Daily was entrusted by Superman to come to the international city to start a new life and work, and take care of Kayla, by the way. I have to say that he and Superman are really good friends. Superman is with his sister Louise Lois, and he is with his sister Lucy Lois. What robot is the military testing? I don't know, it seems to be called the Red Scroll. It hasn't started yet, Red Tornado. This name is really circumstantial. Just call it Red Tornado, Sheng smiled. General Sam Lois won't agree. They are here. I have to hang up first. Kayla hung up the phone hurriedly after speaking. Red Tornado, Sheng chuckled lightly. This is also a member of the Justice League. It was originally a robot, but it has its own wisdom. and most of them play a role similar to a babysitter in the Justice League. Sheng remembers that Louise Lois in a parallel world in the comics implanted memory and emotion into Red Tornado after her death. Sheng didn't have much interest in Red Tornado and didn't join in the fun. He didn't plan to go, but some people wanted him to go. Less than an hour after the end of the call with Kayla, Sheng received a call from a stranger. "Hey. I'm Alex, I need help," Alex's voice sounded. "Need help looking for me?" Sheng paused and smiled. "Is there something wrong with the military robot? Can't you and Supergirl solve it, anyway? You come here first." Just outside the base of the Super Investigation Department. Alex hung up after speaking. "P.S. There are many parallel universes in DC. And there are countless double bodies and so on. So some characters may be handled similarly to the Frost Killer of Earth II. So that the plot is not chaotic and everyone's watching is chaotic. And for Sheng, unless it's the contrast between Black Canary and Black Sea Monster. It's no fun to make a few exactly the same, finally. I still have to shout for a reward for customization." Alex was stunned and just about to explain the situation. He heard Sheng say, "I just took the time to take a look. This kind of damage can't be done by Supergirl and Red Tornado. Right, and where is Sam Lois? He was taken away yet, but..." "That's fun." A Red Tornado shouldn't let Alex ask him for help. Has anything changed or Astra after all? Astra will definitely receive the news after super investigation of the internal term. And it is still very possible to make a move at this time. Sheng puts on the battle suit and starts up with great speed. Astra takes Sam Lois and Martian Manhunter rescues Kayla. Alexton explained it for a while. It's completely different from the plot in the TV series. In the TV series, Astra designed that she was arrested and Martian Manhunter was taken away by other Kryptonians. Sam Lois took the opportunity to take over the Super Investigation Department. As a result, Supergirl and Alex released Stella exchanged hostages with the Kryptonians and rescued Martian Manhunter. "My battle suit was taken away by you," Alex said solemnly. "The current situation is like this. The whereabouts of Supergirl and General Sam Lois are unknown. I will find a way to rescue General Sam Lois, but Supergirl," Alexton said in a low voice, "she is your girlfriend. Being taken away, you have to bring her back. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running, yes." Just as soon as Alex put down the phone, he felt the strong wind blowing on his face. And Sheng had already arrived. Supergirl and Red Tornado were tested. At first it went smoothly. Supergirl also defeated Red Tornado. But Red Tornado suddenly lost control and flew away. As a result, Astra led the other Kryptonians and suddenly appeared to attack and fight. The Huxia Supergirl lost to Astra and was almost caught. As a result, Martian Manhunter suddenly appeared and rescued Supergirl. Upon seeing this, Astra took General Sam Lois away so fast. "Yeah, I almost forgot, what about the Supergirl?" Sheng suddenly realized and asked with a smile. "Who is he? Is he also an agent of the Super Investigation Department?" A woman in military uniform walked over hurriedly and asked sharply. He is the helper I got," Alexton said in a low voice to Sheng. "This is Lucy Lois, the daughter of General Sam Lois." "What are your skills?" Lucy Lois asked Sheng, who was wearing a steel battle suit. "Rely on this armor or battle suit." Although her tone cannot be said to be domineering. But she has a sense of urgency, not knowing whether it is because of the status of a soldier or a lawyer. And she gives people an aggressive momentum when she speaks. "I have notified Superman you. You guys will also deploy as soon as possible. Hoping to find General Sam Lois and Supergirl as quickly as possible." Lucy Lois's voice fell, and she turned away without hearing Sheng's idea of introducing her own skills. Alex couldn't help but curl his lips. Aren't you angry?" Lucy Lois's attitude made Alex a little dissatisfied. And she was also worried that Sheng would be angry because of it. It's not that she thinks of Sheng more. But if Sheng does something, it will be messed up. I heard that she is Jimmy Olsen's former fiancée, Sheng said as he entered a military tent next to him. Alex followed up and said, yes, what's the matter? She's still a baby bird. Sheng turned around and hugged Alex casually. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Alex warned with surprise, you said she still no. Impossible since she is a fiancée, how could she? Maybe. Sam Lois doesn't like Jimmy. Although she likes Jimmy and she is engaged to him. But because of work she gathers less and divorces. And platonic love is not easy to manage. She can accept it but men can't accept it so. Sheng shrugged and smiled. In addition to testing Red Tornado with General Sam Lois this time, she is trying to restore the relationship with James. How did you know? Alex was surprised. No one would talk about such private matters. Sheng put away the battle suit and pointed to his head. Telepathy, it's easy to explore other people's memories. Okay. Alex remembered the feeling of being controlled by her. Don't talk about it, you have to save Supergirl, Ro. Sheng smiled and helped Alex to put on the battle suit ring again. And Sheng bowed his head and kissed it under Alex's slightly stunned gaze. Alex did not hide. I don't know if I'm used to it or knowing it's useless to hide. Alex did not resist under a deep kiss. Alex closed his eyes unconsciously and put his hand gently on Sheng's body. It seemed that he slowly wanted to cater to it. But at this time Sheng suddenly pulled away and left. And Alex opened his eyes and was stunned, gone. Sheng chuckled and put on the battle suit again. The next moment disappeared. There was an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. And Alex took a deep breath and turned around. She needed to mobilize all her strength to find the Kryptonians and rescue General Sam Lois. Not long after Sheng left, he heard tearing air sounds coming, and then saw Superman descend from the sky. Over the investigation, Superman began looking for General Sam Lois. Sheng went to Supergirl's apartment. Martian Manhunter will not have any malice against Supergirl, but she has to find Supergirl as soon as possible. Sheng opened the Supergirl's closet, put away the battle suit and gently touched it with his fingers. Don't get me wrong, doesn't have any perverted hobbies. He is using vibe ability to sense the position of Supergirl. Boom, Sheng felt a sense of vibration. And the next moment he opened his eye. He saw some illusion around him, as if he was in a slightly blue, black and white world. Somewhere in a closed place. The Supergirl is lying in a device similar to sunbathing, and the yellow sun is shining on her. This is a device that simulates the energy of the sun and helps the recovery of the Supergirl. This kind of equipment should be in the Super Investigation Department, right? A certain room under the Chaos Department. It's quite clever. It's very slippery to play with the dark under the light. Sheng chuckled and put on the battle suit again. And the Swift Force activated and returned to the Chaos Department again. This time Sheng didn't alarm anyone, but quickly found it in the basement of the Super Investigation Department. It's a coincidence, not long after Superman flew away. He was patrolling around looking for the whereabouts of the Kryptonian or Sam Lois. If Superman is here, maybe he can find Sheng. You are so ugly like this, he muttered as he watched Martian Manhunter Sheng. Although you don't need to save production costs, you should change back to Hank Henshaw. At least it seems pleasing to the eye. Alex came to me for help, Sheng smiled lightly. How is her situation? What do you want to do? Martian Manhunter subconsciously got in front of Supergirl, staring at Sheng guard buzzing. At the moment the unconscious Supergirl looks very weak, it's you. The vibrating sound suddenly sounded, and Martian Manhunter suddenly stood up and looked at the closed door on alert, and saw a familiar battle suit coming in from the other end of the door. Take her to the sun, this speed is too slow. Martian Manhunter didn't know his purpose, since he didn't seem to plan to do it. Martian Manhunter didn't plan to do it at this time. He hesitantly changed back to Hank Henshaw. It's not optimistic. The energy in the Krypton cells in her body is exhausted, and she must be replenished as soon as possible. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. I won't let you take her away. Martian Manhunter said solemnly. Still running out of energy. The Kryptonians in this world are really weak. Sheng curled his lips and walked over to pick up Supergirl. After speaking, Sheng looked at the Supergirl. What do you want to do if Alex asked him for help? It would certainly not be detrimental to Supergirl. It's just that Martian Manhunter was slightly injured. It seems that Alex completely distrusts himself. Sheng hugged the Supergirl. This time Martian Manhunter didn't stop him. With a swish, the blue lightning lit up. After coming out of the Super Cha department base, Sheng hugged the Supergirl and flew directly to the sky. Martian Manhunter was shocked in space. Sheng slowly let go of Supergirl. The sunlight shining on her body quickly absorbed her and recovered. Turning around, Sheng stared directly at the Earth and began to superimpose his vision, which gradually became clear as if he had opened a multiplex lens. In the international city, Superman meets Astra. This surprised Sheng a little bit. How could Superman find Astra so quickly? No, it's not right. Sheng didn't see Sam Lois. What does this show? It shows that Astra is not unprepared to be found by Superman. It is likely that she showed up deliberately. Although close to each other, Superman and Astra played fiercely and did not show any mercy. You come and I go, as if you are going to the other side in death. Unlimited stacking, super listening. The noise in my ears gradually sounded, and the noisy sounds seemed to have entered a noisy vegetable market and received various sounds. The spirit gradually became focused and other voices were blocked. Sheng heard the conversation between Astra and Superman. Superman is asking about the whereabouts of Sam Lois. Boom. Boom, boom, the two fought each other while talking. And the fight was very intense. Suddenly, Superman paused as if he had heard something. Astra seized the opportunity to knock Superman away with a punch. Boom, Superman landed and slid far away on the ground. He didn't get up immediately, but he didn't look like he was injured. But he was listening to something, Lois. Superman suddenly yelled eagerly and flew away. Something happened to Louise. Sheng squinted his eyes and moved his gaze to the metropolis, looking for the voice of Louise Lois. After a while, he had found it. Lois has been kidnapped. The nuclear man did it. This nuclear man will really look for a chance. He even kidnapped Louise Lois when Superman left the metropolis. Come on. Sheng chuckled and stopped paying attention. A soft snort sounded. Sheng turned his head and saw that the Supergirl woke up quietly. Are you awake? Sheng asked with a smile. You. Supergirl was stunned and didn't react for a while. And then she said in shock after a while, it's you, Iron Man. Sheng has a black line. What the hell is Iron Man called Roar? Why don't you call me Iron Man at this moment? Sheng really missed Cisco a bit. At least Cisco was very capable of naming it, Astra. The Supergirl's memory gradually regained consciousness and remembered what happened before, and flew directly back to the Earth with a loud shout, even ignoring Sheng in this way. Sheng shook his head dumbly and flew back. International City. Superman's sudden departure was a little unexpected. Whether it was Astra the opponent or Lucy Lois, who saw Superman as Hope the were shocked. Watching Superman fly away, Astra chuckled and flew directly towards the base of the Investigation Bureau. Although I don't know why Superman left. This is an opportunity without Superman's Supergirl. Sam Lois is in his hands again. And there is no letter in the Super Investigation. As long as the Super Investigation Bureau is destroyed, the International City can be ruled without any scruples. And the Earth can be turned into a second Krypton based on the International City. Super Inspection Bureau base, Alex said in a deep voice. She is coming. Why did Superman leave? Lucy Lois was still a little bit unable to accept what she thought of as Hope and Superman left like this. Now there is no time to think about why Superman left. Alex put on the battle suit and started the Kryptonite mode and rushed directly to Astra. Not close yet. Astra had already felt the influence of kryptonite on her. The feeling of powerlessness, nausea, and pain made her fall directly into the air. With the battle suit, Alex became confident. Not to mention the influence of kryptonite on the Kryptonites is obvious. She fell from the sky to Astra and wanted to catch her, and asked about the whereabouts of Sam Lois. At this time, Astra suddenly took out a bright device and buckled it on his body. In an instant, the influence of kryptonite disappeared instantly. HMPH. Do you think I don't know what the Earth people know about the Kryptonians? Astra snorted coldly and fisted towards Alex, who was wearing a battle suit. From being caught off guard, Alex was instantly knocked to the ground. Boom. Astra fell from the sky and smashed his fist heavily. And Alex dodged and pulled away in a panic. Can you ignore the influence of kryptonite? Alex asked in surprise. Kryptonite is currently the biggest weakness known to the Kryptonites. If they can resist the influence of kryptonite, it will be difficult for the Kryptonites to deal with it. Alex is curious. How did Astra know that they would use kryptonite as a weapon? Only the Kryptonians who have irradiated the yellow sun are afraid of kryptonite. Before that, they had never used kryptonite to deal with the Kryptonites of the Aslat faction. How did they know? Booms. In the fierce battle between Alex and Astra, a figure fell from the sky and separated Alex and Astra instantly. The violent fall and the sound of the impact made the two of them look towards the middle. A big pit appeared on the ground, and the Supergirl lying straight on the ground in the pit fainted. Supergirl. Alex hurriedly turned off the kryptonite mode in shock and rushed towards Supergirl. Supergirl is also unlucky. Although he recovered a little from the sun, it was not in his peak state when he landed. He was affected by Alex's kryptonite mode, and he fainted again after hitting the ground. Astra was shocked and then reacted with a long whistle. The howling sound is like a signal. Not long after it fell, I heard the swooshing sound. In a blink of an eye, dozens of Kryptonians and aliens mixed army flew from a distance, floating in midair in 08 of the investigation department was surrounded. Today no one can save you, Astra arrogantly said to Alex. Alex looked around and his face became serious in an instant. Supergirl fainted and didn't know when she would wake up. Even if she woke up, it would be difficult to deal with so many aliens right now. What should I do? Kill them all? Astra gave the order coldly with a wave of his hand. The sound just fell. Azure lightning fell from the sky, and Sheng landed abruptly. Boom. Sheng landed brazenly and instantly attracted everyone's attention. He pierced his ears and asked Astra, I didn't hear clearly just now. What did you say? It's you. Although the battle suit changed, the voice did not change. Aslat recognized it instantly and sneered. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know who you are. I just want to remind you. If you don't want to die, just let it go. Slap, slap, slap. Sheng clapped his hands and said with a chuckle, Honestly, I really want to know who has this ability to kill me. Astra sneered, Do you think you can control the battle with a battle suit? Look at how many people there are just rely on a battle suit. How many people can you save and how many people can you defeat? Why do you think that battle suit is my backing? Sheng asked with a chuckle. Astra was stunned and said subconsciously, Is this still necessary? If you don't need a battle suit, why make a battle suit? Some people just like to use their own thinking to speculate on others. Aren't they afraid of slaps? Sheng chuckled. And the battle suit quickly fell off his body and turned into a bracelet. Earthling Astra was not too surprised by this result. Are you crazy? Alex couldn't help coming to Sheng's side and whispered, You don't need to listen to what she said. Did she deliberately urge you to give up your advantage? Do you think I can't do without the battle suit? Sheng turned his head and asked. Alex's hesitation did not speak since she knew Sheng. It seemed that all he relied on was the battle suit. Could it be that you have other abilities? Yes, and a lot. Sheng chuckled and looked at Alex seriously, Really? Then why didn't you? I haven't said it or I haven't used it. I don't think we are enough to let me tell you all what I can. Let alone this battle suit is just set up. Not to be used for juggling. What shall I do with my strength? Sheng slightly impatiently said, take the Supergirl and step aside. Alex was still a little worried. Seeing that Sheng's slightly frowned brows were still slowly backing away with the comatose Supergirl. I can't say why, but she has an inexplicable sense of trust. Looking at Astra, Sheng raised his mouth and said arrogantly, if I take a half step back, count me as a loser. If you can kill anyone present, count me as losing. If you and your people still have someone who can stand in 5 minutes. Even if it's kneeling, I lose. Arrogant, too arrogant. Listening to the 3 words he said, it was like a lunatic. Who gave you the courage to say so? Astra said coldly. Liang Jingru, Sheng smiled lightly. Liang Jingru. Could it be a great god of the universe or a powerful figure on Earth? But why never heard of it? Astra subconsciously thought about it and then raised his hand. No matter what, Liang Jingru is not Liang Jingru. This is the best opportunity. Kill him, Astra gave an order. And in an instant, the eyes of the Kryptonians around him turned red. And the blue laser rays suddenly lit up, sizzle sizzle. Several laser beams shot at Sheng from different directions at the same time. At that moment, a blue light glowed around Sheng. Like a blue ball of light, but so. After talking for a long time, I thought it was amazing. Astra said with a cold snort, Sheng. Alex shouted subconsciously, zai zai zai, boom. The azure blue ball of light suddenly exploded. The powerful impact instantly agitated. The dust was flying. And a figure gradually emerged, Sheng, the same shout. But the emotion that Alex wanted to express was completely different. Sheng unscathed. Even the clothes don't seem to be damaged. How is this possible? Astra's eyes widened in shock. Under the laser rays of a group of Kryptonians. Even the clothes were not torn. The addition of energy absorbing with the superimposed steel body created Sheng's almost mythical behavior. If it were not for worrying about the damage of his clothes, he would not even want to use the ability of energy absorbing. Humph! Sheng snorted loudly. And the red laser beam suddenly lit up. A Kryptonian was instantly hit by a laser beam. And his chest was directly penetrated and fell out of the air. Why? How is it possible? Astra called out in shock. Red laser rays, there is such a powerful power. There was no need for her to give orders at all. And the other Kryptonians rushed towards Sheng when they saw it. Get me down, seeing a Kryptonian flying towards him. Sheng shouted that the strength of the steel body directly superimposed 100 times. Madman, you are a madman's. How to rebuild Krypton when the Earth is destroyed? Astra shouted angrily with one hand. He grabbed the opponent's fist and twisted it hard. Followed by the other fist and hit his head directly. Boom. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Is it too hard? Sheng slowly raised his fist and cast a glance at Astra and said, it doesn't matter. The conditions are still counted. If I lose, I will help you rebuild Krypton. P.S. I feel like I have something to chat with my brothers. But suddenly I don't know what to say when the words come to my lips. Should I say something? Please give me a reward. The new January rewards are still 0 eggs. The Earth was penetrated, the Earth from the middle. Split. You actually destroyed the Earth, are you crazy? Not only did one click explode the Kryptonian with a body of steel, but also split the Earth in 2 from the middle. Click. The sound of click cracking sounded under Sheng's fist. About a few seconds later, a wave of shaking vibration came. The ground under the fist was instantly crushed. And the force penetrated and rubbed the core of the Earth. Roar whizzed past the edge, a punch, just a punch. The moment the fist hit the opponent's head, the Kryptonian with a body of steel seemed to be made of tofu. The fist instantly pierced his head and hit the ground directly from top to bottom. At the moment of landings, the body of the Kryptonian exploded directly, and the vibration wave generated by the huge amounts of force was like the impact of the explosion, which immediately shook the people around. The surrounding tents, the buildings at the entrance of the Kayacha department, etc. instantly raised to 100 levels. Astra was shaken to stand and floated into the air. And the X-ray site could easily find that the Earth. Broken in the middles. He has never used this kind of superimposed multiple. 100 times. This punch directly hit the Earth from one end to the other. The sky collapsed, the Earth broke, volcanoes erupted. And tsunamis continued to erupt. Just like a Doomsday version of the scene suddenly erupting. No one thought that Sheng, who took off the battle suit, was so strong. This is far beyond their imagination. One punch. Just one punch actually broke the Earth. Can you believe it? Madmans, you are a madmans. Feeling the vibration and tearing of the ground. The sense of doomsday that the planet is about to be destroyed. Astra can no longer destroy the Kayacha department or rule the international city. If the Earth explodes, their plans for many years will be completely ruined. Several people over there if you don't want to die. And if you don't want the Earth to be destroyed, then quickly find a way. Astra called out loudly to Alex and Lucy Lois. Alex and Lucy Lois wakes up like a dream. Think of a way. Think of a way to prevent the Earth from splitting this. What can I do about this? To win a legal battle, Lucy Lois knows what to do. Defeat an alien enemy. Alex knows what to do to prevent the Earth from splitting. There was a blank in their minds, Sheng Yu. Alex stared blankly at what Sheng wanted to say. But he didn't know what to say when the words came to his lips. Break the Earth with a punch. Always feel ridiculous and incredible. The ground 70 shakes and the volcano erupts. Such abnormal actions appeared almost simultaneously all over the world, causing immeasurable damage in just a few minutes. The heads of the world received the news almost immediately and began to let people investigate the cause. Are you not going to continue seeing Astra? They had no intention of continuing to do it. Sheng pouted and moved suddenly. The 100-fold superimposed power of the steel body really made Sheng a little bit surprised. The Earth is cracked. Not in a hurry, let's finish the work first. Sheng has rushed in front of the group of Kryptonians, using his hands and feet together. And the laser occasionally shot out. This time Sheng controlled the superimposed power from 100 times to about 5 times. Enough to crush it without causing additional damage. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 Kryptonians were killed in Sheng's hands. Seeing this, Astra couldn't help but want to recruit Roar to leave. This guy is simply a lunatic. The Earth is about to explode. And he still has the mind to deal with them. Stop fighting. A figure suddenly emerged from the ground and stood in front of Sheng. Martian Manhunter said solemnly, the Earth is about to split soon. Other things can be put aside first. We must save the Earth as soon as possible. I have a way. I can dive in and glue it from the middle with a laser. But I need someone who can push the Earth to prevent it from splitting. Martian Manhunter said solemnly, we can, Astra said. They have been lurking on the Earth for so many years. So naturally they can't bear to see the Earth destroyed like this. Boom, there was a sonic boom in the distance. And Superman flew over High's face solemn, I can help too. Lois is in trouble, I just rushed back. Superman turned his head and explained to Lucy Lois. Lois is all right, Lucy Lois asked after a while. Superman shook his head with a deep complexion. I believe she will be fine, then do it. Without further ado. Now is not the time to consider other things. If the Earth blows up, then everything is over. Martian Manhunter said that he dived directly into the ground. And Superman flew away with a bang, intending to push the Earth from outside. Just as Astra and others were going to help. Sheng suddenly moved again, boom, boom, boom. After a few punches, everyone including Aslat was knocked to the ground. What are you doing? Astra roared. 5 minutes. Within 5 minutes, you will all lie down on the ground honestly. And I will beat anyone who gets up. Sheng said faintly, narrowing his eyes. Are you crazy? The Earth is about to be destroyed. You still care about winning or losing. 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the Earth may not exist. Lucy Lois eagerly came to Sheng and shouted. Sheng turned to look at Lucy Lois. You are right, but what does it matter to me? I don't listen. You are simply unreasonable. Lucy Lois was so angry that he didn't know what to say. And Alex couldn't help but persuade him. Persuading Sheng to help and persuading Sheng to temporarily let Astra and so on. People, it's a pity that Sheng turned a deaf ear. Regret. Astra can't express regret now. She would have never deliberately urged him to take off the battle suit if he had known that he took off the battle suit so strong. It was not the battle suit that took off at all. But it released a demon. Do you care about winning or losing so much? Is winning or losing more important than the safety of the Earth? Alex couldn't help but asked in a deep voice. Sheng shrugged. This shows that I believe in what I say and do what I say. What if you lose? Alex asked in a deep voice. Wish to bet and lose, okay. Alex took a deep breath and glanced at the Supergirl who was unconscious in the distance. And then walked towards Sheng sternly. 1 step, 2 steps. Alex came to Sheng on tiptoe and hooked Sheng's neck fiercely and proactively kissed him. Intensely hot at the moment. Alex showed the skill and temperament of active selflessness. Although unfamiliar, he was full of aggressiveness. Back you lose. At first, everyone hadn't reacted to Alex's intentions. But when Sheng and the kiss unconsciously stepped back slightly, Lucy Lois instantly reacted and shouted. Hearing Lucy Lois's shout, Sheng and Alex separated slightly. I really want to give a thumbs up for your wit. Sheng put his arms around Alex's waist and said with a chuckle. Alex breathed a sigh of relief. She just thought that Sheng was a little bit interesting to herself. And she tried the blind cat and killed the mouse. She didn't expect it to be successful. And she didn't expect Sheng to accept it. What are you doing in a daze? Alex shouted to Astra and the others. Astra and the others got up tentatively and saw that Sheng hadn't stopped them. They flew away one by one, flying out of the Earth and pushing the Earth in another direction. How heavy is the Earth? How much power is needed to propel the Earth? They don't know this. They just try their best to avoid the Earth being destroyed. Sizzle sizzle deep in the ground. Martian Manhunter, who was in a phaseless state, released laser rays to bond the Earth that was gradually coming closer. At the two ends of the Earths, Superman and Astor were pushing the split Earth to the center. The process is slow and laborious. But the steel body of the Kryptonians is indeed powerful. Even in this weakened world, they still perform excellently. Especially when the Earth is about to be destroyed. Stronger power is not so difficult to accept at this time. Both the hero and the villain seem to become very focused. With only one purpose, that is to save the Earth. Boom. The loud noise caused the Earth to vibrate violently again. And after a long while, Martian Manhunter got out of the ground and sat on the ground directly. Looking exhausted, did you succeed? Alex asked hurriedly. Martian Manhunter nodded tiredly. Roar! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And the crisis of the Earth's explosion was lifted. Superman went back to the metropolis to find Louise Lois. And Astra left with the rest. After a while, Martian Manhunter got up tired and said something slowly, and then looked at Sheng, who was relaxed and relaxed. Do you know what kind of consequences you almost caused? Sheng smiled. Do you know what will happen if I go through this punch? Sheng raised his fist. Everyone became nervous subconsciously. What a joke. Just now it broke the Earth with a single punch. Now it's hard to avoid the crisis of the Earth's explosion. In the end, you still have to come. Martian Manhunter stopped talking for a moment. And Alex almost threw himself on Sheng to prevent him from making another move. The groan sounded softly from the distant Supergirl's mouth. Alex hurriedly released Sheng. Sheng smiled and walked over Sheng. The Supergirl woke up quietly. And she was shocked to see Sheng by her side. Why are you here? Where's Astra? Astra has gone. Sheng helped Supergirl up and laughed softly. As for why I am here, I was informed by Alex. Alex, why did you let Sheng come here? How dangerous it is. Supergirl said to Alex subconsciously, danger. The people around you are the most dangerous. Seeing the Supergirl being kept in the dark, Alex wanted to tell her the truth loudly. But she still resisted it. No matter what reason Sheng concealed her identity from Supergirl. She dare not tell Supergirl the truth, originally. Alex was worried about the day of destruction. But now Sheng is the real day of destruction. After he punched the Kryptonians and smashed the Earth apart, Alex was now really scared of Sheng. She knew very well that the reason why Martian Manhunter and Superman were able to save the Earth this time was because Sheng did not really intend to destroy the Earth. Otherwise, even if they could do it, they would not have this chance, to put it bluntly. She felt that Sheng didn't care about this at all. Otherwise, it would be useless to give up kisses without saying anything. Alex didn't speak, and the people around had weird expressions, which made Supergirl ask curiously, "What happened after I was in a coma? Why did Astra leave? Where did the Iron Man go? How do I feel like I missed a lot of things? Yes, you almost disappeared in this faint." Alex thought to himself and explained. It was the Iron Man who defeated Astron, then he left. Leave it alone, what do you think? I'm fine, just a little tired, Supergirl said. Alex concealed that Sheng was the Iron Man. So naturally Zio Guikao wouldn't talk too much. Sheng has given them too many surprises. And they haven't gotten over it yet. Where is General Sam Lois? Did you find it? Supergirl asked again. There is no news yet. But we will find a way as soon as possible. You should go back to the base for inspection first. Alex said, I will go to the sun to recover faster. After the Supergirl said she planned to fly away. What's the matter with you? Alex couldn't help asking when she saw Supergirl posing but still standing there. I can't fly, my ability is no, it's gone. Supergirl said in panic with wide-eyed eyes. You consume too much. So let's use the equipment in the bureau to recover some energy and then go to the sun. Martian Manhunter answered. Supergirl didn't speak for a while. Alex looked at Supergirl and then at Martian Manhunter and said in a deep voice, the matter between us is not over yet. But now I need your help, you know the Kryptonians best. And the situation in the game is the best learn. As long as you still believe me, Martian Manhunter said. Go in first. Alex passed Sheng and helped Supergirl into the base. You don't have to worry about me, I can go back by myself. Sheng said towards the Supergirl, yeah. The Supergirl nodded and followed Alex, Martian Manhunter and the other agents in. Turning around, Sheng is about to leave. Lucy Lois stood in front of Sheng, something. Sheng raised his eyebrows and smiled lightly. By the way, I almost forgot that you are a lawyer or a soldier. So do you want to sue me or arrest me? The crime of destroying the Earth. It seems that there is no such law yet, neither. Lucy Lois shook her head. I want to ask you to help rescue my father. Sheng's powerful strength not only easily abused Astra and others, but also can destroy the Earth with a gesture of action. Even if Astra has an idea to plot the Earth must exist before. Lucy Lois thought that Superman was the hope of saving her father. But now let alone whether Superman has the ability to do it. Even if their Ish is busy saving Louise. They are all her own relatives. Lucy Lois will naturally not blame Superman. But her father will definitely save them. Sheng is her only hope at the moment. I also want to give Jimmy a forgiveness hat. Sheng curled his lips and activated the Speed Force and disappeared instantly. The tsunami gradually stopped and the volcano stopped erupting. The apocalyptic scene disappeared, however. The follow-up impact has intensified. And they know the reason after investigations by various countries and feedback from satellites. The Earth split in the middle and almost exploded. And Superman and other Kryptonians pushed the Earth and finally saved it. But the heads of countries did not thank Superman instead. They became more afraid of alien heroes like Superman and Supergirl. The reason is simple, as the people on the Earth. The masters of the Earth. They don't want the Earth to explode in confusion one day. They don't even know how to die. Quite heroes can, but they must be under their supervision. Rescue operations are in full swing everywhere. In Metropolis, Superman finds Lois. To be precise, it was the body of Louise Lois. In a ruined building, Louise Lois was shot in the chest and lost her breath. Sad and angry, Superman held the body of Lois up to the sky and screamed. Footsteps came from the side, and Superman turned his head and saw the nuclear man approaching. It was you killed Louise. Superman gently put Louise down and rushed to the nuclear man and grabbed his neck and shouted angrily. That's it. This is the pain of losing the people around you. Although the nuclear man was caught, he laughed madly. It's a pity that I didn't kill him personally. I didn't kill people, so you can't kill me. Who makes you a hero? You can only be tortured forever by the pain of losing your favorite person. The nuclear energy man has not finished his arrogant words. Superman fiercely shot him. The fist shattered the nuclear man's armor, penetrated the body, and directly crushed his heart. You unexpectedly. The nuclear man looked at Superman in pain and shock. Superman said with a gloomy face and said coldly, If a good person is not rewarded, then I will eliminate all the sins in the world. Leaving you alone will only hurt more good people. From now on, I won't give you the opportunity to hurt other people again. Superman slowly retracted his hand, and the nuclear man fell to the ground with no breath. Changed. Superman has changed completely because of the death of Lois. He flew into the air with a bang, and his loud voice spread throughout the city and issued his latest declaration. He will not let any criminals off, and will not give these criminals the opportunity to harm people. This move can be described as earth-shattering, after all. Superman used to treat any criminals before they were arrested and detained, and would not try them. But now Superman plans to kill some people supported it. Some opposed it, the government or the military. And some people quickly approached Superman. Although the people didn't know the process and what they talked about, the results did not seem to have changed. Especially after Superman shot and killed a robber directly with a laser. This change of Superman has completely caused an uproar. The Superman incident gradually ferments, and its influence is rapidly expanding, however. Everyone in the international city has no time to care about this. Martian Manhunter and Alex are busy looking for the whereabouts of a slat. Especially Astra has even worked out a way to deal with kryptonite, which makes them even more troublesome. Supergirl's energy has not been recovered yet, and the sunlight that has been using artificial synthesis is slowly recovering. Lucy Lois received the bad news from her sister and returned to the metropolis as soon as possible. Father wants to save, but sister, in a word. The world gradually began to mess up because of Sheng. Indigo, little Indigo, why don't you show up yet? In the apartment, Sheng pillowed on Jesse's lap holding a tablet computer and searched the internet for some special events that may be related to Indigo. It's a pity there is no gain for the time being. Ring ling ling, the phone's ringing suddenly rang. Jesse reached out and handed the phone on the side to Sheng. And Sheng answered it, I am Lucy Lois. Her voice was so hoarse that Sheng could not hear it for a while. Something, Sheng asked casually. I want to get your call from Alex, my sister, died. Superman changed me, father was taken away. Whereabouts are unknown, life or death is unknown. The purpose of your call is to expect me to comfort you, or to pity you and help you. Sheng interrupted her unceremoniously. I'm not familiar with you, and yes, I don't have much sympathy. At least not here with you. So if you have something to say, just hang up if it's okay. Silence. Lucy Lois was silent for a moment before she seemed to pluck up the courage to make a certain decision. You said that you believed it, didn't you? You said you want to give Jimmy a forgiveness hat. I don't understand what it means, but I know what you want. Let's make a deal and you will save my father. I will stay with you for one night, do you do? The phone hung up. Lucy Lois looked at the phone in a daze. What does he mean? Lucy Lois hurriedly replayed it again. And the phone rang a few times to get through. What do you mean? Why did you hang up? The meaning is obvious. I'm not interested. Why? You obviously said that, Lucy Lois hurriedly asked. She was desperate before she made up her mind to propose such a condition. Even Even she had already made it possible that there would be no reconciliation with Jimmy. But Sheng, you said you were not interested. How do you want to help me? What conditions, you say? I said the conditions. Sheng thought for a while and chuckled. No, I can't think of any conditions of interest. Forever is it always possible. As long as I'm still alive, as long as you want any time. Any time I have lost my sister. And I can't lose my father anymore, please, please. Help me, Lucy Lois's pleading gradually became lower. And sobbing and choking came from the phone. Please, please help me, help me. Lucy Lois had already collapsed. She repeated unconsciously whispering. After hearing that, Jessie beside Sheng couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Piddish whispered towards Sheng, or you can help her. Sheng glanced at Jessie, holding the phone and chuckled, first take a picture and send it over. I will inspect the goods. Okay, I'll shoot right away, right away. Lucy Lois paused and said eagerly. Sheng hung up the phone after a few minutes. Sheng received the photo from Lucy Lois. Wei Wei's wheatish skin looks healthy. Although she is not tall, she has a bumpy figure. She is even more seductive than expected without any special poses. Anazu, I didn't really see that she has such a figure in clothes before. Jimmy, you really failed to be a fiancé. I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to see the figure of your fiancé. Sheng joked with a chuckle. The difference in status, coupled with the busyness of their respective projects, is destined to not last for a well-known love. Especially Jimmy is still a man. No man can bear the contempt of the other half's family and the life of living together for a long time. If you can't do anything together, you cannot meet your own needs and you have to bear other pressures. Few people are willing to maintain this relationship. Although Lucy Lois proposed the breakup, there is no reason why Jimmy would agree so simply. Lucy Lois is coming to the international city this time and also wants to try the relationship of the party. But unfortunately, it will never be possible before it starts. 11 ring-ling-lings. The phone rang again and Lucy Lois called. Did you receive it? Lucy Lois asked. Received, you are better than I thought. Sheng smiled lightly, that means you agree. Lucy Lois asked excitedly, tell me your current address. Sheng said. Lucy Lois said it hurriedly, wait in place. Sheng hung up the phone and turned over and sat up and said to Jessie, aren't you pitying her? Then you can pick her up on me. Jessie was stunned and reacted. After inquiring about the address, Jessie put on a uniform and injected speed serum. And the yellow lightning disappeared from the apartment. A few minutes later, Jessie showed up in the apartment with the confused Lucy Lois. This lie. Lucy Lois blankly looked at Sheng and the stranger's apartment, and then looked at Jessie next to him for a while stunned. Here, this is the international city, who are you? Lucy Lois looked at Jessie in uniform in surprise. In the blink of an eye, I took myself from the metropolis to the international city. This speed is almost faster than Superman, right? Don't pay attention to her, she is just my pillow. Sheng chuckled and walked to the bedroom, follow me. Lucy Lois followed and silently snapped, the door closed. Sheng sat by the bed and looked at Lucy Lois with red eyes. Lucy Lois was a bit nervous and cautious at first. But after all, she is a resolute lawyer and soldier. And her decisive character has long been finalized. Roar secretly sucked a few times. And Lucy Lois watched Sheng take off her clothes. One by one scattered on the ground, save my father. Lucy Lois looked directly at Sheng. Sheng raised his wrist to release Gideon. Search the communication channel of the Kryptonians. And notify Astra after finding that Sam Lois is dead. And everyone in Rosberg will be buried with him. Gideon retracted the projection and started searching. Satisfied? Sheng asked, looking at the dumb Lucy Lois. Lucy Lois nodded subconsciously with Sheng's words. The safety of his father can be guaranteed. Then I hope you can also satisfy me. Sheng hooked up with a chuckle. And Lucy Lois walked over slowly, outside. Jessie took off her uniform. and her eyes were pointed in the direction of the bedroom from time to time. There was an inexplicable, uncomfortable feeling, especially when the sound came from inside. The uncomfortable feeling became stronger, as if her own things were being robbed, the same as gone. For a long time, the voice gradually stopped. Sheng turned over and lay down and glanced at the shaking Lucy Lois. "Gideon, have you contacted?" Sheng opened the bracelet and asked. "The message has been sent, but the other party did not reply." "Send another one and send the person to the Super Investigation Bureau within half an hour. Otherwise, she can take someone to find another planet." Sheng said lazily. Gideon posted the news soon. "Thank you." Lucy Lois reluctantly supported her body and gratefully said to Sheng. Seeing Lucy Lois, who thanked him, Sheng couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Thank you. You don't have to. You make me satisfied and I also make you satisfied. It's fair and reasonable. You can go directly to the Super Investigation Department after a short rest." "I want to find you naturally," Lucy Lois nodded silently. After a while, Lucy Lois, who had come to rest, came out of the room and took a shower and hurriedly went to the Super Inspection Department. After a long while, Sheng came out to take a shower and then came to the living room to chat with Jesse about what he was going to eat at night. Super Inspection Department. When Lucy Lois arrived, Martian Manhunter and Alex were still trying to find Sam Lois's whereabouts. "Lucy, I'm sorry." Martian Manhunter and Alex were sympathetic to what happened to the Lois family. Lucy Lois was shocked. "Lucy, have you contacted him with 997? Alex asked Lucy to the side in a low voice, hesitation. "Boom, Alex understands. She must have paid what price, it is just inconvenient to say." Sam Lois shook his head blankly. "What's going on, you guys? What are you doing? Where is the Supergirl? Hasn't the Red Whirlwind test started yet?" Lucy Lois jumped over excitedly. Lucy Lois shook her head and said nothing. "Don't you remember, the Red Tornado test has ended? And you were captured by the Kryptonians. General Sam, are you okay?" A loud noise came from the door of the Kayacha department, as if something fell on the ground and flew away. Lucy Lois hurriedly ran towards the door, and when everyone followed out, they saw Sam Lois standing blankly at the door. "Father, you," Lucy Lois nodded. "Astra should send my father back soon. Thank you for giving me his contact information." Alex, Martian Manhunter, and others went over to ask, "Father, did he find Astra? Did he agree to help you so easily?" Alex asked in surprise. Lucy Lois shook her head. Sam Lois didn't remember what happened during this period. After the inspection by the Super Inspection Department and Martian Manhunter, he should have been retrieved and deleted. The purpose of this obviously should be to prevent the leakage of the news. But fortunately, it did not have much impact or harm on Sam Lois. It was just a loss of memory. Fortunately, he was able to return safely. Lucy Lois decided to take her father back to the metropolis to recuperate first. As for the affairs of the Super Investigation Department, she will report to her superiors before leaving. Lucy Lois made a special call to Sheng to express her gratitude, and she also promised that she would be there as soon as Sheng had any needs. "We should have a chat." General Sam's affairs came to an end, and Alex decided to have a good talk with Martian Manhunter. This talked almost all night for Alex, although she could not be sure that what Martian Manhunter said was true or false. These news shocked her moreover. The current situation of the Super Investigation Bureau also made her a bit big, and she needed someone to give her advice and tell her what to do. In the past, this person was Martian Manhunter, but it definitely won't work now. Sitting on the swivel chair of the Super Inspection Department, Alex hesitated with the phone. An unbroadcast number was displayed on the phone. Sheng's number. After hesitation several times, Alex finally broadcasted. She was a little nervous, but when the voice came on the phone, she was relieved and a little bit disappointed. Sheng's phone is turned off. The sun was shining and the breeze was slowly. Sheng received a call from Supergirl Kayla Danvers early in the morning. and learned that her ability had recovered, and she returned to work at Kate International Media. So she didn't talk anymore. I don't know if Kayla finds that Superman has changed a lot after work. Surprised will any action be taken? Maybe she will meet with Superman. Hanging up the phone, Sheng also saw the call made by Alex yesterday, and thought for a while Sheng didn't reply anyway. She will definitely call over if there is something important. Wash and eat breakfast. Sheng asked Gideon about Astra's location, and he was going to Astra to talk as a result. Gideon showed that Astra was in a company called Rhodes Technology in the metropolis. Rhodes Technology, I'll take a look at the information. Sheng said unexpectedly in a blink of an eye. Information about Rhodes Technology emerged. This is a large-scale company that focuses on technology. The owner of the company is called Rhodes, who is a technology genius some time ago. His company researched out a super-fast train, but it was rescued by Supergirl if there was an accident. Young and rich, a genius in technology. It's a standard template for either a hero or a villain. Let me think about it. Sheng looked at Rod's data and recalled for a moment, and his eyes gradually brightened. This is really a villain. There are some villains similar to Lex Luthor. Lex Luthor is Superman's old enemy. Then this Rhodes should be regarded as Supergirl's old enemy. When Supergirl debuted, Rod focused on her in the TV series. She didn't know what means she used to collect the Supergirl's blood genes, and used a certain material on Red Tornado to synthesize a special composition, and then created a Supergirl villain, Superman. The ability of Superman is the opposite of Supergirl, and can be disguised as a Supergirl at first. This guy is a genius. With only limited knowledge and materials, he can create an existence like Superman. There are indeed two brushes. Unfortunately, there are many smart people in the DC world. There is really nothing like Rod, great fame. Sheng chuckled lightly. What was Astra's purpose in going to Rhodes Technology? Is it to paralyze the satellite of the international city as in the TV series, or do you want to cooperate with Rhodes? Now that he knows that Astra is in Rhodes Technology, Sheng naturally wants to take a look. He has no interest in Rod, but he is still very interested in his research. Rhodes Technology. At the moment, it was occupied by Astra's people. Supergirl and Alex came as soon as they received the news. But due to the situation, they couldn't save people, and they were in a stalemate for a while. In the president's office, Astra sat on Rod's office chair and looked at Rod, who was sitting slumped against the wall. What do you want? Rod grinned and endured the pain behind his back, pretending to be relaxed, and asked Astra. Quiet, you can live. No matter how loud you are, you will die, Astra said coldly. Lord shrugged. You rushed into my company for no reason and didn't kill me. At least you have to let me know what you are going to do, Rub. Astra stood up instantly. This action made Rod subconsciously nervous. But soon he found that Astra didn't look at him when he got up, but at the window. Rod turned his head in doubt and saw a man wearing a steel battle suit floating in the air and slowly flying up. What are you doing here? Astra asked nervously. Your tone seems a little weak. Are you afraid of him? Rod's ability was very strong, and he instantly found Astra's guilty conscience. He looked at Sheng suspiciously and curiously. Who are you? You can make this Kryptonian so afraid. What have you done to her? Where is the indigo? Sheng asked Astra. Astra was stunned and shook her head. I don't know. You ruled the criminals in Rosberg. Don't you know where indigo is? Sheng walked towards Astra. Astra subconsciously took a few steps back and explained, I really don't know. Not all criminals cooperate with us, step by step. Astra retreated into a chair. If you don't know, go find it. As the former general of Krypton, I won't even ask me to remind you of this kind of thing. Sheng said lightly, by the way, how is Fiora? Do you know Fiora's? Oslat looked at Sheng in surprise. You know how to make anti-kryptonite equipment should be what Fiora said. How can she know the influence of kryptonite on you without personal experience? Sheng chuckled lightly, holding Astra's chin. I can go now regardless of your purpose. And find Indigo as soon as possible. After speaking, Sheng turned his head and looked at Rod. A slight hesitation flew directly out of the window for a moment, and at the same time sent out a signal. Not long after, all Kryptonians flew out from inside. Kryptonite is a green stone that has a strong influence on the Kryptonites. If you are interested, I can send you a few pieces of research. Maybe you can study other Kryptonites that affect other colors, such as red Kryptonite. Sheng slowly spoke to Luo with a chuckle. Who are you? Luo slowly got up and looked at Sheng questioningly. His battle suit has a strong sense of technology, and he can hear from the conversation just now that he made the female Krypton very jealous. Who is this person? Click. The helmet of the battle suit suddenly opened, and then quickly shrunk into a bracelet tilde. My name is Sheng, humanity. Luo frowned and looked at Sheng. Although I'm very curious why you made the Kryptonites so scared, but you let them leave my company. I think I should still be grateful, while saying. He walked to the wine cabinet next to him and poured 2 glasses of wine. Pass it to Sheng. What do you want me to do? You should be interested in studying Kryptonians and Kryptonite. Sheng smiled, then hoped that we can cooperate happily. Happy cooperation, dings. There was a crisp clash of glasses. Sheng and Luo drank them all. And then Sheng put on the battle suit and flew away. Rod watched Sheng's cup slightly raised and put it away. After a while, Sheng came back again. Not only with a corpse of a Kryptonite, but also a lot of Kryptonite at this time. Lord had already dealt with the inspection by the Super Inspection Department. And after obtaining the corpse and Kryptonite, he immediately moved to a secret laboratory to start research. Sheng is not interested in Superman or something. He wants Rod to try a similar method to see if he can make Bizarro. Bizarro is also called an alien in the comics. Lex Luthor uses Superman's Dan and Human Dan to create a biochemical man. Almost all of his abilities are opposite to Superman. He has freezing rays and heat roar absorption, and Kryptonite can to enhance his power. The S on his chest is also opposite. One of Superman's old enemies. Often appears as Superman's opponent in many comics and animes. This is much more interesting than the female Superman. As for the red Kryptonite, it is an artificially synthesized Kryptonite that can make Kryptonians lose their minds and become angry. In addition to green and reds, there have been golden Kryptonites that can permanently eliminate the ability of Kryptonians. Blue Kryptonite specifically for Bizarro. Black Kryptonites that can split the personality and even make the personality real. And kill the white Kryptonite of all plants. The silver Kryptonite that can make people hallucinate. And so on at present. Most of the parallel worlds should only be researched on blue Kryptonite. So Sheng wants Rod to try and play with other colors of Kryptonite. Ling ling lings, ling ling sings. In Road Technology's secret laboratory, Sheng's phone rang. Sheng smiled and hung up and said to Rod, I'm leaving. Rod nodded, leaving the laboratory. Sheng came to Supergirl's apartment, bang bang bang. As soon as he knocked on the door, it was opened by Kayla Danvers. Hi. Sheng smiled and called Roar. Kayla grinned reluctantly and said, Sorry for making you come over suddenly. Before he finished speaking, Sheng had already hugged her and kissed her. After a hot kiss, Sheng smiled and said, Are there any troubles, a lot? Kayla couldn't help but confide in her boyfriend. First, she failed her Aunt Astra. Then the Iron Man appeared in the international city. The death of Louise Lois made Superman's temperament again. A big change after she talked to Superman. She couldn't change his mind at all. The most important thing is that the Super Investigation Department is also in chaos. Whether Martian Manhunter's affairs, or the position of the director, the sudden appearance of all kinds of things puts Kayla Danvers under a lot of pressure. I don't know what to do, Ice. Kayla Danvers's dazed expression made people feel pitiful. Sheng hugged her and said with a chuckle, although it's a bit out of date, You need to vent how to vent. Kayla Danvers asked curiously, There is nothing that can't be solved in one shot if there is. 2 shots, Sheng said in her ear with a smirk. Kayla Danvers' face turned red in an instant. Shall we change place? Sheng asked. What? With another Kayla Danvers thought of the bed and the wall collapsed. And hesitation got up, then wait for me for a while. After speaking, Kayla Danvers walked to the bedroom. She didn't come out for a while, which made Sheng a little curious. The X-ray vision was turned on, and I looked through the wall to see what Kayla was doing, only to find that Kayla was lying on the bed. There seemed to be something on his chest. Didn't you tell me? Why did you lie on the bed? Sheng muttered, retracted his X-ray vision. Got up and pushed in as soon as he entered. Sheng saw a black plant on Kayla's chest lying on the bed, as if it were a coquettish black flower. This is the flower of dark benevolence. Sheng was shocked to recognize it. It had appeared in the TV series and made Kayla Danvers fall into the created dream and couldn't get out. Astra did it. This thing is not a product of the Earth. So you don't have to think about it to know that it must be Astra's hand. At the moment, Kayla Danvers has fallen into a dream and cannot be awakened from the outside at all. If the dark flower of mercy is forcibly removed, the Supergirl will die immediately. Sheng stretched out his hand and touched it. But the plant spores suddenly accelerated their growth. The tentacles wrapped around his arms and immediately rushed towards his chest. Sheng feels the reproducible ability. There is a black plant spore on the bed in the bedroom, which is very conspicuous and can almost be seen as soon as you come in. This thing even Astro can't get rid of it. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Sheng instantly activated his swift force. Sheng called out Kayla Danvers. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Mind ability was activated instantly, and Kayla Danvers fell to the ground with a grunt. P.S. Taken from the plot of the 13th episode of the first season of Female Superman. Kayla Danvers turned her head and said, "What's the matter?" Although Kryptonians have a body of steel and super strength, their magic resistance is very low, and mind control is easy to succeed. Sheng hugged Kayla Danvers to the sofa and put it down, then pushed the door into the bedroom by himself. Sheng definitely has a way, boom, at the same time. The time wormhole opened instantly and entered the mode of time loop. Sheng came 10 minutes ago, just when Kayla Danvers was about to enter the bedroom. And many more. The flower of dark mercy is also called black mercy. A parasitic thing once parasitized. It will fall into a coma and enter a state similar to a vegetative person. During this period, it will instill happy thoughts into the brains of the comatose victims, allowing them to produce a happy dream of a perfect life. At the moment when the black flower of mercy pounced on her wanting to parasitize, Sheng copied its ability, and the rapid force activation came to its back in an instant. Seeing the black benevolent flower leaping forward, Sheng raised his hand and directly released a ball of flame. Boom! The scorching flame hit it instantly and quickly burned. And in the blink of an eye, the black flower of mercy turned into ashes and burned. Sheng pushed the door and went to the sofa in the living room, watching the drowsy Kayla Danvers gently placing his palm on her forehead to activate the ability he had just copied. In an instant, Sheng felt as if his spirit had fallen into a certain situation. Krypton in a certain room. Kayla Danvers is chatting with her mother and father with a smile. She smiled brightly when she saw Sheng, and beckoned, "Come here, what are you thinking?" "Nothing." Sheng chuckled and walked over. Kayla Danvers directly took his arm. Sheng chatted with Kayla Danvers while studying the ability. Interesting, this dream is very lifelike. And although the structure of the whole dream is based on Kayla Danvers's own inner needs and desires, Sheng can change it at will. He is free to let this dream end or last forever, and choose to let the other party remember or forget what happened in the dream after the dream is over. What's interesting is that in this dream, he is also a Kryptonian and the husband of Kayla Danvers. This is Kayla Danvers' own needs. Sheng did not end this dream immediately, but accompanied Kayla Danvers to live in this dream. Through her dreams, she learned about the Kryptonian bit by bit, and definitely would sleep together at night. Although this is a dream, thighs is only a spiritual thing. But the sense of reality is very strong, right, after all. The perception of the body is transmitted by the brain and spirit. The brain conveys pleasure and satisfaction. After living in the dream for about a month, Sheng ended the dream. The scene in front of him disappeared, and Sheng glanced at the clock beside him. 10 minutes have passed, Kayla Danvers woke up quietly and opened his eyes to see Sheng yell naturally. Husband, Sheng retains her memory of dreams. Looking at the apartment rooms around, Kayla Danvers suddenly reacted and said awkwardly, I. You fainted suddenly, was it too stressful? Or did you not recover? Sheng asked softly. No, I don't know, I'm okay, I just had a dream in a dream. Kayla Danvers shook her head and said out the dreams. Even though it was just a dream. But she seemed very happy and relaxed. She didn't have the same feeling of depression before. And the contact between Kayla Danvers and her body became very natural. Without the barriers when she was first together. As if she was in a dream, the feeling of is also brought out. The familiar ones seem to be together for a long time. It seems that you don't need me anymore after this dream is finished. Sheng chuckled lightly, definitely not. Kayla Danvers took Sheng's arm naturally and kissed him on the cheek. Then hugged Sheng and flew directly. Let's go somewhere convenient, boom. She hugged Sheng and flew directly out of the apartment. Flying into the air, he galloped all the way. And finally landed in a desolate and remote place. Do you like it here, no matter how big the movement is? It won't cause any trouble, you can do what we want. Kayla Danvers said, slowly taking off her clothes. The sky is the quilt and the ground is the bed, I like it. Sheng raised the corner of his mouth and hugged Kayla into a fierce fight. Dedicated whole body and mind without any barriers. After the battle between the two was over, the surrounding area had been destroyed. Fortunately, it was deserted and uninhabited at all. Otherwise, the level of destruction would be really bad for the aftermath. Sheng caressed and hugged Kayla after the dream. Her initiative and indulgence was great. It was even more fun than the first time, this kind of thing. Or unscrupulously do whatever you want, more fun. After a long time, the two returned to Kayla's apartment in International City. Under the sound of pattering water, the two took a bath happily, and then each wrapped in a bath towel and went to the living room. Oh shit. Kayla screamed as she sat in her arms and picked up her phone. Kate Grant made several calls, which made Kayla suddenly remembered that she was supposed to go to work today. But I don't know if Ms. Kate will get angry. You can call to explain, Sheng smiled lightly. Kayla hesitation shook her head, forget it. Wait until tomorrow to go to work and talk about it. Night fell gradually, Sheng did not say to leave. And Kayla did not say to let Sheng go. When it was time to rest, they naturally went to the bedroom together and hugged them to sleep. In the early morning, the sun was swaying. Sheng felt the person in her arms get up and opened her eyes and looked over. Kayla turned her back to herself and was getting dressed. After she was dressed, she saw that Sheng woke up and took the initiative to kiss her and prepare to go to work. Although many problems have not been resolved, Kayla's mood is much more relaxed, come to the company. Kayla just wanted to ask Wen about yesterday's situation, but saw that there was an extra desk opposite her desk. Sitting there with a woman she hadn't seen, Wen, who is she? Kayla asked Wen in a low voice. 0.9. Where did you go yesterday? Kate made a big fire. And then asked this Zifang as the second assistant. I heard that she seemed to be from the planet Daily. Wen responded in a low voice. Oh. Kayla responded and returned to her seat at the same time. Sheng came out of Kayla's house and received a call from Lucy Lois. Lucy Lois told Sheng two news on the phone. One is that she will return to the International City soon. And an order was given to her to temporarily take over the affairs of the Super Investigation Department. The second thing is that, in view of the fact that the activities of aliens on the Earth are becoming more and more clear, The government has decided to introduce an anti-alien proposal. According to Lucy Lois, this is actually mainly aimed at Superman. Because Superman's behavior is increasing, it's too much. Just last night, Superman killed Lex Luthor. Although Lex Luthor in this world has no sense of existence, as Superman's old enemy, some destinies cannot be changed. So Lex Luthor and Superman are enemies. What's surprising is that Superman actually killed Lex Luthor. He really developed in the direction of the iron-blooded regime of the injustice. The influence of the Lexer group is not small. And Superman killed Lex Luthor in this way. No wonder the government can't sit still and introduce an anti-alien proposal. Not long after Sheng returned home, the doorbell rang. Jesse went to open the door, and it was Lucy Lois in military uniform standing outside the door. Lucy Lois nodded to Jesse and walked towards Sheng in the living room, who was watching the news about Superman. Coming from the metropolis, Lucy Lois felt that she should come to Sheng first. But after seeing Sheng, she didn't know what to say. Whether it was Superman or the anti-alien proposal, or taking over the super investigation department. It seems it has nothing to do with Sheng. Tell me about the situation between Metropolis and Superman. Sheng took the initiative to ask Lucy Lois. Lucy Lois breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "Over the past 11 days, Superman's actions have gone too far. Several criminals have been killed in succession. And there have even been direct battles with the police and the military. Although Superman cannot talk about confrontation with the government, it has begun to ignore government policies and has begun to intervene in international disputes. Many countries or armed forces that are still in war have been forced by Superman to forcibly end the war. For example, in the news being broadcast, Superman threatened a terrorist militant and even destroyed it after being resisted. Nowadays, Superman has a mixed reputation among the public, and the atmosphere in the metropolis is very tense. Superman has clearly opposed the anti-alien proposal. He believes that the government's use of this method to restrain aliens is useless at all. Only power and iron can make these aliens obey the rules. Lucy Lois paused. Dayton said unacceptably, "He has regarded himself as the god of the earth. Lois's death hit him too much. Also, I received a message, I don't know if it is accurate." Lucy Lois hesitation said, He seems to want to join forces with Astra and them. Join hands, this is exactly what Sheng wants to see. Therefore, although the world has not found other members of the Justice League, it intends to join forces with the Kryptonians. This is also an alternative version of the Injustice League. If Superman really collects Astra and other criminals in Rosberg, plus other aliens hidden on the Earth, I am afraid it will be no less than the Injustice. Do you have any suggestions? Lucy Lois asked. Once the situation gets out of control, maybe the only one who can defeat Superman is Sheng. Proposal. Well, develop the Super Investigation Department. Sheng smiled lightly. Well then. Then I will return to the Super Investigation Department first. Lucy Lois saw that Sheng didn't seem interested and turned and left. After Lucy Lois left, Sheng stayed for a while and went to Road Technology to see Road's research progress on Kryptonians and Kryptonite. After get-off work hours, Sheng went to Kate International Media to take Kayla Danvers off work. The crowd came out of the company one after another. Sheng sat leisurely on the flower bed waiting for Kayla Danvers to come out. "Hello." A woman in a slim dress came up from a distance and asked tentatively, "Are you Kayla Danvers' boyfriend?" "Yes," Sheng answered casually. "I am her new colleague. My name is Zifeng." The other party stretched out his hand and smiled. "Hello." Sheng smiled and shook hands. "This name is a bit familiar, huh?" Sheng suddenly squinted at Zifeng, who let go of her hand. The moment she separated, she actually hooked her palm with her finger. Although the movements are very concealed and the strength is very light, it feels like just a touch inadvertently. But this is definitely an act of suggestion or seduction. This girl, it's kind of interesting. 697, she became a silver banshee. Oops, she leaned forward and fell into Su Sheng's arms. At the same time, Kayla just came out from the door of the company to see the scene where the two were hugging each other. Su Sheng watched her performance and already guessed her identity. I don't mean anything else. And I don't want you to have any misunderstandings. Kayla is a great person, Zifang said sincerely. Stop disturbing you, I'm leaving now. Zifang turned around to leave. But suddenly his foot twisted on the ground. I heard that it's because she often chats with male colleagues at work. So, Zifang deliberately increased her voice when talking about her male colleagues. After finishing speaking, she seemed to realize that this might make Su Sheng misunderstand Kayla. So she hurriedly explained. This reminded Su Sheng of Helena, the huntress of Earth 1. Have ability, have scheming, it's the same as Kayla. But I just came here so I can only give Kayla a hand. I hope I can get acquainted with the work as soon as possible. Zifang fluffed his hair as if remembering something. By the way, Kayla seems to be stopped by Ms. Kate and may not come out so quickly yesterday. I haven't heard Kayla say about the new colleague. So that means she's the first day to go to work today. On the first day at work I figured out Kayla's situation. Knew that he was Kayla's boyfriend and took the initiative to start a conversation with him. This Zifang is really not a simple woman. And you can do everything. The second main force invited by Ms. Kate started to fight for power as soon as she went to work and wanted to kill Kayla. In the TV series framed Kayla again and again. And even deliberately seduced Kayla's friend Wen. Deliberately trying to drive Kayla away. Later it naturally failed as a result. Apart from anger and resentment, he accidentally awakening the ability inherited from the family. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. It seems that there is new fun. Su Sheng said with a secret smile, I believe in Kayla. But this explanation sounds very dark and darker. Su Sheng squinted his eyes and looked at the smiling Zifang. Are you new here? What do you do? Like the Black Sea monster. She can emit super strong sound waves. This is a kind of family curse. When she becomes the Silver Banshee, she will lose control of her emotions. Only those who make her angry can remove this curse. In the TV series, she teamed up with the Electric Girl to cause a lot of trouble for Kayla. Zifang hugged Su Sheng in a panic and put her whole person in Su Sheng's arms, deliberately rubbing back and forth. After a long time, he left Su Sheng's arms as if holding his body and said apologetically and gratefully, I'm so sorry. Thank you for holding me or I will be embarrassed. Su Sheng smiled and said nothing at this moment. Zifang seemed to have only noticed Kayla walking by, waving his hand with a smile as usual. See you tomorrow, Kayla. Kayla showed a coping smile. After Zifang walked away, she said to Su Sheng a little unhappy, what's the matter? How did you know her? Just met. Su Sheng smiled casually. This person feels very uncomfortable for me. He robbed me of a lot of work on the first day at work and has been expressing himself. Kayla said dissatisfied, just very cool, right? What's so cool while rubbing around in your arms? It was thought that I didn't see a tie was older than me. And it feels very comfortable, right? Kayla hummed. So you are jealous, Su Sheng smiled dumbly. I don't have one, Kayla curled her lips. Just now Alex called me and said something went wrong on the Super Investigation Bureau. And I have to go right away, all right. Su Sheng nodded in response. It should probably be Lucy Lois who took over the Super Investigation Bureau. But Kayla should be jealous too, right? Watching her walk towards the alley next to her, and then turned into a super girl and flew away with a bang. Su Sheng shrugged and then turned and left. Walking on the street, Su Sheng wondered how to play the next game. Whether to cheer on Superman to speed up his turnaround with the government. Kryptonite is Superman's biggest weakness. And the government has a lot of kryptonite. And there are many secret plans for Superman. Throwing two at random is enough for Superman to have a fight. Right, hey. Just a few steps past the entrance of a restaurant. Su Sheng yelled to Su Sheng from the restaurant alone. See you again so soon, what about Kayla? Zifang caught up from behind and said to Su Sheng with surprise. She has something to leave, Sheng smiled then. Would you like to have a meal together? Just as I thank you for avoiding my embarrassment just now. Fang invited and pointed to the restaurant next to him. Okay, Sheng smiled brightly. The two turned and entered the restaurant. Fang called the waiter and asked Sheng to order something and ask for a bottle of red wine. Do you mind if I take a photo? Fang asked with his mobile phone. Sheng shrugged non-committal. Fang took a few pictures of the dishes that came up with his mobile phone. And took a few more selfies, but while taking a selfie, Fang quietly changed the direction of the camera and took a picture of Sheng. Thank you for helping me just now. Toast, Fang said higher towards Sheng. It's just a matter of raising your hand. Sheng chuckled lightly, and the two clinked glasses for a drink. Fang is a very talkative person, or very good at language skills. A few words seems to be able to make people feel good and let people unconsciously express their ideas. During this period, Fang deliberately brought the topic to Kayla. Deliberately or unintentionally, to provoke the relationship between Sheng and Kayla. A standard scheming B****ch. Sorry, I'll go to the bathroom. Fang apologized and got up and walked to the bathroom. The corner of Sheng's mouth raised up and followed. After Fang entered the bathroom, he also pushed the door in and locked it. What are you doing? Fang asked in surprise and panic. Sheng smiled. F***ku, don't tell me you didn't mean to happen to me. What nonsense are you talking about? You are Kayla's boyfriend and I am Kayla's colleague. I just want to thank you, but no. Sheng pulled him in front of him before he finished saying what Fang said. Really, there is only one chance. If you don't want it, I will go out, It seems that I think too much. After Sheng finished speaking, he turned around and opened the lock and planned to open the door and go out. Fang was shocked after hesitating for a moment. She suddenly grabbed Sheng's hand. And when Sheng turned around, she hugged him and proactively kissed him, hot and intense, sticking together tightly as if to blend with Sheng. Sheng naturally raised and lowered his hands unceremoniously, and the air in the slightly small bathroom seemed to become hot. Bang, bang, bangs. The knock on the door suddenly awakened the two of them, and Fang hurriedly separated her hair and clothes from Sheng. Let's go out, actually it doesn't matter. Sheng said with a smile. Fang suddenly bent over, took off something and stuffed it in Sheng's hand, then opened the door and hurried out. This feeling is familiar. Looking at the things in his hand, Sheng couldn't help but think of Barry Allen in the flesh. When I met him before, I would give him such a gift. I didn't expect to be given a gift today too. Throwing things into the wastebasket next to him, Sheng walked away under the surprised gaze of the woman who knocked on the door and came in to go to the bathroom. After Sheng came out, he saw that Fang seemed to have settled the bill and was about to leave. Seeing Sheng coming over, Fang whispered, I don't know what happened just now. Maybe I just came here a little lonely. I hope you can forget what happened just now then. The thing is just a memorial. I just moved here, so I have to go back and pack my things. It's so fast to change your face. This push-pull tactic is also very slippery. It is impossible for any man to treat this situation as having never happened. On the contrary, it will be more memorable and more thoughtful. Fang didn't give Sheng a chance to stay after speaking. He bypassed him and left the restaurant directly. Sheng didn't chase her but prepared to leave slowly. Very lost right as soon as he opened the door to go out. The voice of a woman behind him faintly sounded. There are so many people talking to me today. Sheng paused, smiling and turning around. Behind him stood an elegantly dressed young woman who, although not stunning, exuded a strong femininity, Lena. She stretched out her hand and smiled, Lena Luthor. Sheng did not shake hands but looked at her curiously. It was you who knocked on the bathroom door just now. You ruined an interesting experience for me. It seems I can't get rid of this surname. Lena Luthor retracted her hand mockingly. I am Lex Luthor's sister. Although she was only adopted, I think. It should make no difference in the eyes of others. There is an inside line of the Lexer Group in the Super Investigation Department. Right, Sheng said with a chuckle. Lex Luthor just died. The company still has so many things to deal with. You shouldn't happen to be in the international city, and you just happen to be in the mood to strike up a conversation with me. Do you know who I am? Lex Luthor has no sense of existence in the world of Supergirl. But his sister and mother have a very strong sense of existence. Maybe. Except for the Supergirl Kayla Danvers, who doesn't know. Many people should know your identity, after all. A person who punches the earth should be hard to ignore. Lena Luthor said with a smile. Sheng said with a chuckle, look for me to help you deal with Superman. No, Lena Luthor shook her head. Lex's death was his own responsibility. The Lex Group was greatly affected by this incident. So I decided to move to the international city to change my name for development. I wonder if you are interested in becoming a shareholder of the new company. You are very smart, Sheng praised. Lex Luthor did not study alien technology. There must be a lot of hidden goods in the Lex Group. In order to ensure the safety of these things, or to prevent Superman from causing trouble. To tie Sheng in the company is a trade that makes a profit without losing money. 147 always find a way to survive, Lena Luthor smiled. Sheng raised his hand and stroked Lena Luthor's earrings. Lena Luthor only felt the slight heat wave coming and heard Sheng laugh. Unfortunately, I am not short of money, finished. Sheng turned around and pushed the door out. Lena Luthor was stunned and touched her earlobe subconsciously. She opened her mouth wide in surprise under the reflection of the door frame. Her earrings turned out to be pure gold, drips. Not long after coming out, Sheng's bracelet rang. It should be what message Gideon received. Sheng asked Gideon to receive the message on his own phone and turned on the phone to see it. Astra took the initiative to send a message, found Indigo. Looking at the meeting place, Sheng activated his superpower, and the blue lightning flashed across the city in an instant. The azure lightning roar howled and came to the suburbs not far from the international city. Sheng stopped. There were 3 women standing in front of him. Astra and Fiora from left to right, and a blonde woman with a bright collar was pressed between them. It's been a long time. Sheng smiled and asked Roar to Fiora. How have you been recently? Fiora looked at Sheng and didn't say anything. Don't you know how you're doing? He brought her to this world and said that he gave her a chance to rebuild Krypton. As a result, a series of actions were destroyed by him. I can give Indigo to you, but I have one condition. Astra looked at Sheng and spoke slowly. As soon as her voice fell, she suddenly realized that Sheng in front of her had disappeared. Not good. Astra was shocked and subconsciously wanted to find Sheng's location, but suddenly felt a strong sense of lethargy with 3. But Astra fell to the ground in 3 seconds. I fell asleep and fell into a dream at the same time. Fiora made a defensive posture and looked at Sheng, who suddenly appeared beside Indigo. What do you mean? Fiora said solemnly. Sheng grasped Indigo's shoulder with one hand and looked at Fiora with a chuckle and said, your strength should be far better than Astra. Take the opportunity. After speaking, blue lightning lit up. Sheng and Indigo have disappeared. Fiora was stunned. Holding the sleeping Astra turned and flew away. In the apartment, Sheng suddenly appeared with the Indigo. Jessie was not in the room and probably went shopping and shopping. Release the Indigo. Sheng turned around and walked over to the sofa to sit down. You can make me easy to find. Sheng looked at the Indigo with a chuckle. The human-like Indigo is still very beautiful. We don't know each other. What are you looking for me for? Indigo replied with a slight daze. Artificial intelligence. Although I have a set of artificial intelligence now, the function is not as powerful as yours. I have a spaceship that can travel through time. There are also some miscellaneous things that you need to help me operate and manage. Are you interested? Sheng smiled and groaned asked. What if I'm not interested? Indigo hesitation asked. Not interested in, Sheng smiled. I use so much energy to find you. Even if you are not interested, it will not change the result. So I just ask casually, don't take it seriously. The voice fell. Sheng slowly raised his hand and blasted an electric current to Indigo's neck. Sheng narrowed his eyes and said something that Indigo hadn't expected. Hit me is okay, Mr. Sheng. Gideon replied and withdrew from the battle suit system. The shiny collar on Indigo's neck exploded. Come in. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Don't be nervous. I don't care what purpose you follow with me. As long as you can do the job that I confess to you. Sheng chuckled and raised his wrist. Gideon, exit the battle suit program. What do I need to do? Indigo asked. This color looks similar to Mystique. You should still appear like a human. Sheng spit out casually, and then saw the Indigo drill out of the bracelet, retransforming into a human appearance. Boom. Indigo complexion changed transiently. Sheng raised her wrist and looked at Indigo. Indigo hesitation suddenly lit up in her body, in the light. She seemed to have turned into countless information molecules and got into the bracelet. The next momentum mini version of Indigo. Dark blue skin appeared on the bracelet, with 3 bright red dots on the forehead. Indigo stepped back and frowned. It can stop me from becoming a data body and leave at any time. You ruin it. Are you afraid of me running away? Zai. You don't think I'm so naive to think that Astra and the others caught you. Maybe you weren't together before, but your original intention and purpose are the same. It's not so much that Astra caught you. Wouldn't it be better for me to talk to you so that you can come undercover by my side? P.S. Female Superman is really a female-headed series. Basically, file-size villains are all women, especially the younger sister series. In addition, Indigo is a Supergirl in the prequel to the old American drama Superman. Hit you. Indigo has analyzed many possibilities and analyzed the probability of each possibility. But she has never calculated that Sheng would make such a request, which made her stunned. Are you sure? Indigo looked at Sheng tentatively, and when he saw that he didn't mean to be joking, he tentatively shot. Her arms stretched in an instant, and her palms seemed to turn into a sharp knife-like shape and went straight to Sheng's chest. Copy. Sheng screamed and instantly copied Indigo's ability. When Indigo's attack was approaching, he suddenly grabbed Indigo's wrist, followed by the electric light in his palm sizzle. The powerful electric current spread all over the body along Indigo's arms, making her whole body tremble in pain and groaning. In an instant, Indigo turned into a data body and wanted to drill into Sheng's bracelet. But when the light of the data body was like a brilliant starlight swaying like a bracelet, she suddenly realized that she couldn't get in. The internet as if blocked by the same power as her. She was forced to change back into a physical entity again. How is this possible? Indigo looked at Sheng in shock. Sheng looked at her without speaking, with a smile but a smile. What is this? Shocked. He deliberately let go of himself and let himself hit him, and said that he didn't care if he approached him for another purpose. He wanted to let himself know that the difference in strength made him not care about it at all. Indigo fell silent for a moment. The key opened the door, and Jessie opened the door with the bag and came in. Seeing Indigo, Jessie was slightly stunned. This is Indigo, the humanoid artificial intelligence with autonomous thinking I have been looking for. This is my pillow. Jessie. Fiora knows who she is, but she doesn't know what she is capable of. Sheng briefly introduced after a sentence. He got up and went back to the room to rest. For Indigo, he seems to have no intention of restricting or arranging tasks at all. Back to the room, Sheng lay down and entered a dream state. Astra's dream. Astra wanted to use the black flower of benevolence to get Kayla to be recruited, and Sheng let her taste the same when Sheng returned. It's still a dream about Krypton. Astra succeeded in saving Krypton according to her method. She became a hero of Krypton and lived a happy life in Mayman. She and her sister Kayla's mother. And Kayla lived very happily. In this dream, Sheng discovered two things. 1. Astra does not seem to be too evil. Her purpose is just to save Krypton. Definitely also about the pursuit of power. 2. Her method of saving Krypton is called the Great Purge Project, which is a brainwashing technique developed by Astra herself that can force everyone to follow her ideas. Somewhat similar to mind control. And now she wants to apply this kind of technology to the Earth. To enslave the entire world. To bring the power of the entire world together for research and development. And to promote and save the world. It sounds very effective. After all, everyone's thinking is independent. The more people there are, the more they want to work together to do one thing. It will be very difficult, but what is lost is freedom. And if people don't have freedom and autonomy, what fun is there like puppets, at least for Sheng? What he wants is not surrender or obedient but fun. Sheng didn't change Strax's dream, but let it evolve to see what the result would be. Although Gideon exited the main program of the battle suit bracelet, it can still run. Does it all need to be acquired? Is this a photo of me having dinner with Zifang? Guess this scheming B***** ch will not be at peace. Looking at the photo shown by Indigo, Sheng raised his mouth and smiled. Deleting these photos helped me acquire Kate International Media's shares, by the way. He became the second largest shareholder of the company because of Kayla. Why can Kayla find such a man? I can do what she can do. No, I have to take this man over when I have his support. I will be more relaxed in the company. Maybe I can squeeze Kate Grant to become the editor-in-chief. Zifang thought to himself unhappily and took out the phone to contact Sheng. Is it finally going to sell the iron-blooded Peace Road? Sheng's mouth raised slightly. The Superman of Earth 1 has not been completely blackened. But the Superman of the Supergirl world has taken the lead in starting a copy of the Injustice Alliance. Send a message to let the people at Kate Media know who I am. Fiola, Astra's husband Norn are all among them, say. After learning about the disciple, Indigo was quite shocked. You can contact Laura of Earth 1 and report the situation of Earth 1. At the same time, Sheng found a time to take Indigo to the disciple, so that the main program of Indigo was installed on the disciple. He is not afraid of Indigo knowing more secrets, nor is he afraid of Indigo betraying himself. First of all, it's useless to know the secret. At present, only oneself can travel through time and space. Secondly, the ability that has copied Indigo can be superimposed without any upper limit. It is easy to deal with Indigo. Indigo nodded and thought for a moment, then raised his head and said, "It's done. You are now the second largest shareholder of Kate International Media. Thank you for reading this story at hotnovel.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running." She thought she knew a lot of knowledge about the universe. But the time-traveling technology of the disciple was quite high-end. Although Indigo may not immediately surrender sincerely, but at least the performance is fairly well-behaved, and will actively strive for performance opportunities. No, she found a few photos on the internet. No, 20 or 30% is enough. There is a news. Seeing Sheng and Zifang finish talking, Indigo hesitation said, almost at the same time. The employees of Kate International Media received the news of the shareholder change in their emails. Kayla was busy in the super investigation department and did not receive the email. But Zifang noticed it the first time. Good. Superman surrounded Congress and forced Congress to cancel the anti-alien proposal. Indigo said the people of Rosberg have come forward with a clear-cut stand to support Superman. And Roar urges the aliens on the Earth to stand up and protect the Earth and this new planet together. Sheng was not surprised when she received Zifang's call. She was just surprised that her actions were so fast. After pretending to be greetings and saying a few unnutritious nonsense, Sheng told her her own address and invited her to come over at night. Zifang gladly agreed. Aren't they going to wake Astra first? Sheng asked with interest. Indigo shook his head. Astra is hit by the black flower of Mercurite although I don't know how you did it. It's difficult to wake her up, Fiora. take over the job of Astra and become Superman's lieutenant together with Norn. The priority is reversed, Sheng smiled. The last time Astra attacked Rhodes Technology, the purpose was to clean up. Is this plan still going to be implemented? I don't know. Indigo shook his head. I didn't go with them before. I was caught by them only after knowing your strength. And they intentionally blocked my signal. So I can't detect too deep intelligence. But one thing is certain. Road Technology's satellite network has not been successfully hacked. Collect the news about Superman. And I will read it when I take the time. Goods night fell. After Jesse helped prepare dinner, he went out for an excuse. Probably because he didn't want to see what would happen in a while. Indigo drilled into the bracelet and used the internet to collect Superman's information. By the way, it became clear that Zifang's foundation is also poor. This is a scheming B****ch who habitually uses various conspiracy and tricks to achieve his goals. But it is a pity that he does not have the strength to play. The conspiracy usually does not end well. So she did not succeed. It's worth mentioning that she didn't seem to have taken advantage of women before. And according to Indigo's information, she has never had a boyfriend, in other words. After arriving at the international city, she may decide to change the method. And Sheng is the first goal. Zifang deliberately changed into a beautiful dress and then went to Sheng's house after elaborately dressing up. Pushing the cup and changing the cup deliberately seduce. The development of the matter is completely a matter of course. After all, what would happen after she came? They were tacitly aware of each other. After a few glasses of red wine went down, the two of them had already moved from the dining room to the bedroom and tumbling. Will you be with me? When the battle between the two sides was about to start, Zifang suddenly stopped Sheng and asked expectantly. Sheng was about to speak, but the phone rang suddenly. Reaching out and hooking the phones, Zifang glanced at it and found that the number on it was Kayla and said with a bit of dissatisfaction, "Are you going to pick it up at this time? Why not?" Sheng said with a smile. Zifang said with a sad expression, "Perhaps I think too much. I think I should go." As soon as Zifang was about to get up and follow, he felt a sharp pain and instantly screamed heartbreakingly, "What are you doing?" She didn't expect Sheng to suddenly. Stealing chicken is not eclipsing rice. How can Zifang not be angry? Shh, don't make any noise. Sheng's eyes turned cold, covering Zifang's mouth with his palm, and followed Shishuren to answer the call. "My dear Miss Me, you went to the metropolis. Oh, how did it turn out?" Kayla knew about Superman's siege of Congress as a cousin. Kaylaho even regarded Superman as a role model. Naturally wanted to ask her to understand. After all, this was too much, but the result is not good. Not only did she see Superman mingling with the criminals in Rosberg, but the whole person was completely changed. Instead of persuading him, Kayla had a big fight with him. He doesn't understand why Superman has become so extreme. Did you know? Superman actually formed the Justice League with the people in Rosberg. They are all criminals. They even formed the Justice League. They also intend to supervise all things in the country and the world. They have issued orders to bring the Earth into peace. Otherwise, they will use force to suppress. It has changed. He has changed completely. While listening to Kayla's narration, Sheng was relieved and watched Zifang gallop in grief and tears. A full hour. It took him an hour to hang up the phone with Kayla. Throwing the phone aside, Sheng looked at Zifang with a smile and asked, "What did you ask me just now?" "Will you be with you? You forced me. I want to sue you. I want to expose you. I want to let Kayla know. Let everyone know what kind of person you are." Zifang roared weakly, "No kidding. Everyone knows what's going on. If you want to benefit or not, you have to sue me. Is there any professional quality?" Sheng chuckled disapprovingly. "If you didn't know that I was a shareholder of Kate International, would you just come over? Don't even think about being together, relying on you. Even from the international city to the metropolis. It will not be your turns after you leave tomorrow. Check your bank card. I think it will make you feel that it is worth the effort. Definitely, if you are willing, you may get more. Every time Sheng said, Zifang's expression changed. In the end, her angry expression had disappeared. Sheng sneered and continued to be wanton. No words for a night the next morning. Zifang woke up and found that Sheng was gone. She was stunned and dragged her tired body to see a young girl sitting in the living room. Jesse turned his head and glanced at Zifang and said lightly, awake. You can leave after you clean it up. Also, remember to check your bank card. What about him? Even though he was dissatisfied with Jesse's tone, Zifang asked, It's a pity that Jesse didn't take care of it at all. Zifang looked around and didn't see Sheng, so she could only pack up her things and leave unwillingly. Not long after she left, she received a message from the bank 4.5 on her phone. $100,000, Zifang was shocked. 100,000 US dollars is not a small sum. But Zifang is not satisfied because Sheng has money. Only 100,000 when she sells it. When she saw Jesse, she knew that Sheng was definitely not the kind of man who kept himself safe. And even if his current girlfriend was Kayla, it didn't mean she didn't have a chance. When Zifang returned to the company, he was planning to provoke Kayla, but found that Kayla hadn't come again. And everyone in the company is so busy that she is very surprised. If a media company is so busy, does it mean that there is a lot of news? Much. There is no need to ask specifically. Zifang has seen countless news about Superman and aliens intervening in various countries' regimes. The 4 characters of Justice League appear in every news.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.